bird, praying that he could get a shot at it this time. But the bird noticed the musketeer and began to run away from him quickly. The one tried to follow her. The musketeer was angry that the roadrunner had gotten away from him this time too. Hen indicated that when he caught that bird, he would eat it. Hen heard strange sounds. He was excited to hear them. Seeing the beast, the guy realized that being in a deserted field, he did not notice these actions of the feathered roadrunner move on the same trajectory. The knight noticed the boy and was surprised to find him here. That I met a musketeer in this place, a knight sitting on a horse. Hen saw the notice that beyond 200 meters you can't see his face, so he can shoot at enemies the knight won't recognize who he is. Musketeer has managed to locate the roadrunner's feather. Hen was pleased with his find, realizing that he had 2 more of these feathers to get. Musketeer managed to accurately hit the body of the fleeing bird. The boy was satisfied that he had managed to destroy the last bird. It was only now that the musketeer realized what hunting and shooting was all about. The roadrunner had a habit of running through the wilderness and then turning and running across the woods. Having tracked the place of the turn, the musketeer managed to hit the target. Hen realized that he was not a hunter but a sniper, for the allure of hunting is stalking and the allure of target shooting is waiting. Picking up items from another dead bird, the guy didn't notice someone approaching him. The guy heard an unknown person address him by name. With a pointing finger, the unknown man said he would find Hen wherever he was. The head of the Rising Sun Guild demanded Hen to give his ring back. The musketeer was surprised to see such an encounter with a belligerent guild. Hen assumed those types wouldn't dare come back after Hiwitka had done them in. There were 10 people from the Rising Sun Guild who didn't know how much Hen had pumped up. Musketeer assumed that the opponents were of a lower level than he was, so he was ready for battle. Kyokujitsu ordered Henu to return the ring to him, threatening to tear out the hair on his head. The man demanded compensation for damages in the form of a shit-a-brat golem that Hen had auctioned off. Musketeer realized that his opponents were using a scroll that prohibited teleportation. Kyokujitsu ordered his subordinates to begin attacking the lone musketeer. In a hurry, Hen tried to call his cousin. Kijan, after learning all the circumstances, was shocked that the Rising Sun Guild wanted to destroy Hen. Kei indicated that he would head over right away, asking Hen to stall for time until he arrived. Hen realized that in that case, he would just have to try not to die before help arrived. Trying to stall for time, Musketeer said he was ready to give Kyokujitsu his ring back and part ways peacefully. The man pointed out that the rings had been his from the beginning, adding that Hen should give up everything else he had. Kyokujitsu was surprised to see the musketeer shoot and the bullet fly straight at him. Chi Flower managed to repel the bullet that was heading towards the head of their guild just in time. The man called the musketeer a coward. Kyokujitsu was shocked that he miraculously survived. Looking at the shooter, Kim Flower pointed out that he was pulling rubber. Kyokujitsu stated that he would finish off Hen as many times as he had killed his man at their last battle. While reloading, the musketeer realized that there were only 2 people with bows in their group, and the rest were melee players. The enemies were fast. The musketeer had too little time to reload. The guy decided to use a personally assembled bomb on the oncoming enemies. The warriors of the Rising Sun Guild were surprised by an explosion that killed one of their squad members. With this explosion, the guy earned himself a couple of seconds to reload. He began to take aim, realizing that he couldn't die because of these people. The stranger indicated for the troop to move out of the way. He swung his sword. The musketeer hurriedly used a force barrier to repel the unknown man's attack. It was a surprise to the guy that a melee player could attack at long range. Hen wondered who this strong player in the Rising Sun Guild was. Warrior Jacko couldn't believe that this musketeer had been terrorizing Kyokujitsu and his guild all this time. Kyokujitsu noticed that a homemade bomb had fallen near him. There was a massive explosion from a bomb thrown by the musketeer. Jack didn't expect such an attack, but along with Kyokujitsu managed to survive the blast. The Rising Sun Guild decided to hide behind the trees. Hen was angry that he couldn't defeat Jack with the last explosive. Kyokujitsu pointed out that the guy's force barrier only lasted about 5 minutes, so they decided to wait it out by hiding behind the trees. The musketeer doubted he could deal with everyone while the force barrier was in effect. He looked forward to help from Kijan. Everyone was surprised to see the sudden appearance of an unknown person. A knight in armor sitting on a horse asked what was going on here. The man indicated for the unknown knight to scramble off and not interfere with their skirmish. Getting off his horse, the knight asked Hen if the guy was a musketeer and nodded positively, not knowing what to expect from the stranger. The knight asked if the musketeer knew what a slipping kid was, but he answered in the negative, indicating that the Nuzunkomtsu should leave because it was dangerous here. Kyokujitsu ordered the archer to shoot briskly at the knight who had gotten behind the musketeer's back. The musketeer tried to cover the knight from the arrow that flew towards him. Oda collapsed to the ground trying to dodge the archer's attack. The arrow pierced the body of the musketeer who had covered the knight. Hen pointed out that the knight needed to leave immediately, or he would be dragged into all of this. He didn't expect the musketeer to try to save him. Approaching Jack stated that the musketeer himself had come out of his protective barrier. The warrior used the explosive flash technique on the wounded musketeer. The knight noticed the attack coming at them and began to prepare for it. The unfamiliar knight asked the boy to step back. Hen tried to stop him because he was sure he would die. Unexpectedly, the flame attack did not do any damage to the knight who stood up to defend the guy. The knight removed his helmet, and the silhouette of a girl with long hair appeared in front of everyone. The girl knight indicated that she didn't like attacking people, but the Rising Sun Guild wouldn't forgive. Everyone was shocked to see the knight's girlfriend stand up for the musketeer. Hen looked at the girl who had come to his defense with confusion. The girl pulled from her inventory a cure for the guy who had closed her from the arrow. Kim Flower tried to attack the distracted musketeer and girl knight. The girl pushed the guy away from the impending tank attack from the Rising Sun Guild. Hen didn't understand what this girl was up to. The girl was intending to take the entire attack on herself. A quick and little noticeable attack struck the body of Kim Flower's attacker. He collapsed to the ground, realizing that this attack was made by an unknown girl. The girl made sure her saber was not long enough. The girl looked at Kim Blossom and asked if the guy was hurt. Jack was surprised that it was enough for the girl to make a subtle foot movement and stab Kim with her saber. Turning to the musketeer, the girl pointed out that he had recently injured himself. Hen did not expect to hear such a thing. The girl gave the musketeer a healing potion, to which Hen was surprised. Hen asked what this potion was. The girl indicated that it was a thank you for trying to protect her. The musketeer's health was restored. He was very pleased the stranger was even glad that she was able to thank her protector. Now the musketeer was intent on continuing the battle with the Rising Sun Guild. The girl wished Hen would leave the battlefield, but she knew he wouldn't. Jack didn't understand where such a strong player had come from. He intended to run away and leave Kyokujitsu and his team alone. Pulling himself together, the guy realized he couldn't do that. Jack ordered everyone to pounce on the two. He had hopes that they could still defeat this couple. The Rising Sun Guild warriors followed Jack's order and headed out to attack the two. The girl pointed out that there was nothing to be done in that case. With breakneck speed, she tore towards her enemies, knocking them down one by one. Hen was surprised at this speed of the stranger's attacks. The girl managed to eliminate everyone from the Rising Sun Guild with only one wounded Jack remaining, whom the girl also killed with her saber without a drop of regret. The girl stated that Jack was a capable enough player. She didn't understand why he was doing such things. Hen apologized to the girl and tried to return the healing potion to her. The girl knight pointed out to the guy that he was putting himself a potion because she wanted to give him a gift. Embarrassed, the girl informed Hen that he was the first to rush to her defense. Hen didn't understand how the girl could just leave after killing all the warriors from the Rising Sun Guild. The musketeer tried to hold the girl back. He didn't understand what he wanted. Hen thanked for the help. After asking the girl's name, Kijan ran toward them. The girl asked that it is Hen's companion, he positively replied, asking the girl to wait for a couple seconds. Hen indicated Kijan to stop saying that this girl is very nice, adding that she is not from the Rising Sun. Hearing nothing, Kijan set out to fight in defense of his cousin. The guy used the Sacred Soul technique and the turtle's pressure. Hen tried to stop the attack of his brother, who was about to attack the girl. The girl used the feather lightness technique and struck at Kijan, who didn't hear her brother's instructions. After this attack, the girl suggested that we just talk quietly. Hen didn't realize what his brother was doing because he told him to stop. Kijan wondered why the girl was just standing next to Hen. The musketeer didn't understand what was wrong. Kay pointed out that this girl is ranked 6th in the Midros World Rankings and 1st among girls players. The musketeer was dumbfounded by such spontaneous information that he hadn't even realized. It was fencer Shin Nara, a gold medalist of their country. A thin and sharp sword like a rapier with reaction speed and flexibility beyond human capabilities like Lepanto's. Kijan was sure that here would be the Rising Sun Guild. He could in no way expect to see Shin Naru. The girl said she was passing by because she had business nearby. Shin Naru said that Hyon had saved her from the Rising Sun Guild in return, so she decided to repay his kindness and warm up at the same time. The girl was curious to know the names of the guys. Those kindly introduced themselves as Kay of the Piolcho Guild and Hen. Kijan was sure that Shin Naru was using a different weapon, but she had a different one on her right now. The girl pointed out that this is why she went outside the capital. The guys were surprised to learn that until Shin Naru finds a magic sword, she has to use a wooden stick. Musketeer assumed it was some sort of brochette. The girl grabbed his arm, indicating that she was indeed looking for brochetta. The girl was looking for traces, because if she could break the sword seal, Shin Naru asked where Brozetta was, now thinking that Hen had that information. The musketeer didn't expect such a reaction and didn't know what to say to the girl. Hen explained to Shin Naru that he had just heard about brochette while doing the musketeer quest. The girl had the gift of realizing that the place she was looking for was near the borders of Minas. She guessed where she needed to go. The girl indicated that she had to go and said goodbye to the guys, indicating that she would see them again. Through private messages, Shiraru added Hen as a friend, asking him not to tell his buddy. Left alone, Kay assumed that Hen had fallen in love. He replied that it wasn't like that. Kay added that his brother had never dated anyone. Kay pointed out that Hen himself had once said he wasn't in a relationship. Musketeer realized that the ranked players were taking the capital as their playhouse since Shin Niru suggested he contact her when he was in the capital. Kijan reported that Shin Na-ra from the Hen Holy Knights squad didn't expect to hear such a thing. Shin Na-ra was the first user and the only person who managed to get the title of knight. Kay asked what happened to Hen. He replied that the Guild of the Rising Sun, after watching his battle with the brass golem, came to him. Kijan pointed out that their guild is good at finding information, but act like a pack of wild dogs. Hen realized that if it wasn't for Shin Na-ra walking by, he would have died. Kay pointed out that his brother needed to finish the 100th level. The musketeer intended to repay the Rising Sun Guild with the same measure. Kay didn't understand what his brother was up to. Hen said that to avenge the guild for the suffering he had endured. Musketeer realized that if the Rising Sun Guild gathered, there would be no room for other players in Candlelight Castle, and he would have to fight them alone. One of the reasons the Rising Sun Guild maintains its existence despite such arbitrary behavior is their numbers, and it's hard for them to properly inflict any damage. Walking into the building, Hen opened the doors of the Musketeer Academy. Browless was already waiting for the guy who pointed out that he had successfully managed to complete the mission. The man asked if Hen understood the difference between hunting and target shooting. The boy answered positively. The director couldn't believe that the musketeer had managed to complete his assignment in 10 days. The musketeer was glad to have gained a new marking skill. He roughly guessed what this skill was. It seemed to Bezbrowski that the guy wasn't trained enough, pointing out that if you don't have information about the target you're going to shoot at, the price of his efforts will be in vain. The director added that regarding the monster, the leader is very different in appearance from the others. Hen was given a new assignment with a rewarding new skill. He didn't realize how long the academy director planned to train him. The man indicated that his target would be a group of mounted brigands in the area to the southeast, ordering him to destroy the head of Weed Angel. The boy looked up at Weed Angel's face in surprise. No one has ever seen this outlaw in person, so rumor has it that he was portrayed. The musketeer inquired if he could ask one question of his academy director. The man indicated exactly what the lad wanted to know. Hen thought that the band of mounted brigands would disappear if he finished Angel off. He asked the browless one if a successor to Wild Angel could appear and continue his deeds. If one showed up, Hen didn't know if there would be any point in killing him. The man replied that there was a possibility that after the death of the ringleader, internal conflicts would arise in the group regarding the inheritance of the leadership position, which would lead to their disintegration. Musketeer asked what if that doesn't happen. Flipping a coin, the director pointed out that after tossing the coin he could know whether it was heads or tails, but he didn't know anything before the toss. Thus, the director hinted before killing Engen, they don't know if an heir will appear. In response, the musketeer said that nothing happens until you pull the trigger, and it doesn't matter whether the bullet hits the target or not. Hen indicated that he was going on a mission. The director ordered him to return unharmed from the assignment. After saying such words, the musketeer had even more respect for his principal and mentor. The musketeer ran off on a mission to kill Angel. Meanwhile, the outlaws were moving through the canyon. There was noise coming from the settlement where the brigands led by Angel lived and hid. Sitting on his throne, surrounded by beauties, Angel ordered more drinks to be served to him. One of the guards didn't understand why everyone else was drinking and partying, and they were forced to stand watch. The other said he could come back later and have a drink. The musketeer realized that with such a guard, the probability that he would be exposed was too low. He decided to still proceed cautiously and perfectly complete the task. When the musketeer first discovered the target, immediately applied the skill of marking. Thanks to this, reduced the chance of missing the leader of the robbers. Thanks to this skill, Hen was able to pursue the brigands. In order to study the outlaw base, he walked around it for over 10 hours. The route of movement of robbers and dynamics of behavior, geographical features of the terrain, musketeer figured out everything. The problem was that there were magic circles hidden in this place. Immediately after firing, it would be impossible to apply the teleportation scroll. Anyway, today is the musketeer's chance. He was sure that Angel, after clearing the village, is sitting in a separate structure and drinking alcohol. The musketeer was prepared to wait until his target appeared. The gunner noticed that Engen had come out and was talking to the watchman. Hen thought out his escape route. The guy intended to take out the bandit leader with one shot and then run away. The musketeer managed to aim for Engen's head, thus killing him. The guards did not expect this turn of events. Suddenly, Hen heard one of the guards declare that the Shadow was dead. The musketeer realized that it was Shadow and not Engen. The portrait had been portrayed incorrectly. The man ordered me to find a hitman he thought was in the neighborhood. Real Endel ordered to increase the guards, apply the search skill, reinforce the magic circles, and keep the shooter away. All the brigands set about carrying out their commander-in-chief's orders. The musketeer realized he'd screwed up by allowing this to happen. Hen couldn't imagine that the leader of the bandits would be this guy. Saddling their horses, the brigands set out to capture the musketeer, who had tried unsuccessfully to destroy their leader. As the musketeer ran away, he realized that his situation was very dire. The guy tried to get something out of his inventory that would help him hide from his pursuers. The musketeer threw a homemade explosive at the brigands. There was a massive explosion that was heard throughout the neighborhood. The explosives did not harm or damage the Engen leader in any way. The head of the bandits intended to find the gunman and finish him off, indicating that he wouldn't just run away from him. The musketeer managed to break away from the bandits' pursuit by stopping and catching his breath in a nook of the village. Hen couldn't believe that the man he killed was a fake after realizing that his whole mission had gone downhill. Earlier, when Hen had approached Angel to tag again, they had clashed glances, and the true leader. Hen realized that Engen would try to find him. The guy realized he'd wasted 17 days on the wrong guy. The musketeer realized that he should have figured it out back when he was told that the drawing was made up by hearsay. Elgin ordered his companions to burn the village and search for the gunman. Watching the head of the bandits, Hen didn't understand how he had managed to reach this village so quickly. The bandits set fire to the village where the musketeer was hiding. Engen tried to find out from a local elder if a strange guy had recently come to their village, a man in a greenhouse on his knees begging for mercy. Not wanting an answer, the head of the bandits ordered the extermination of everyone who lived in the village. The collaborators obeyed the bloody order of their commander-in-chief and began killing the population. Engen had no intention of waiting and committing a daytime rampage, because he wanted to find the shooter as soon as possible. Engen had encountered this sort of thing countless times before. They had used magic and blocked the escape route, so the place the musketeer would run to was obvious to him. The head of the brigands heard an explosion coming from beside him. Anyan noticed as explosions started going off all over the village. The brigand ordered the gunmen to come out and not to force them to kill the local villagers. Elgin ordered the 3 groups to restore order in this village, and the rest to follow him. He assumed the gunmen had left the place. The musketeer watched them and heard everything Engen had planned. Hen was angry that the bandits were destroying an entire village to capture him. The whole village was burning with powerful flames. Murdered bodies were lying in the streets. The bandits had already combed 3 villages, but still couldn't find the killer. One of the brigands asked what their commander-in-chief's further instructions would be. Anjan couldn't believe that the killer had managed to escape from them in such a short time. He didn't understand why he had set off the explosions in the village. The commander-in-chief ordered the first group to be ready to move to their headquarters, instructing the others to stay in the village and take anything of value. One of the brigands asked if they had to change the location of the headquarters, indicating that it would not be a quick matter. Engen indicated that it was a necessary measure because their former headquarters had been compromised. Riding into the headquarters, the commander-in-chief ordered the 2 brigands to gather up everything in their vault, saying that they didn't need useless rags or weapons. The bandit asked what to do with the money when suddenly a shot rang out and Engen's body was covered in blood. The annihilated body of the bandit leader collapsed from the saddle. Pointing to a mountain ledge, the brigand indicated that there was someone there who had killed their boss. The musketeer pointed out that there was nothing to be surprised about, because the other bandits would soon die from his bullets as well. Having dealt with all of them, the guy was satisfied that he managed to successfully complete this task, although there were unexpected difficulties in performing it. Musketeer was pleased to have gotten a new level and achievement. He realized that it was the right decision to return to headquarters and wait for the bandits there. Hen realized that to the NPCs, Engen was a rather meticulous type, so he thought that Engen would take a small guard with him and return to the headquarters to pack up his belongings. The musketeer received a system notice stating that he had failed to save the civilians suffering from horse bandits. Returning, Hen realized that he needed to look more closely at the clues Midros had given him. The principal asked that there had been a commotion at the assignment. The musketeer stood silently against the man feeling his vein. This was told to the director by the squad of sacred knights. Hen did not understand whether what had happened could be called target shooting. The musketeer informed the principal that the real Engen was not the man in the sketch. Hen pointed out that he had neglected the information, relying only on one portrait, and ended up killing the understudy, causing the village to suffer damage, and apologized for his mistakes. The director reported that a man from the Sacred Knights squad apologized several times for passing on the wrong sketch. Bezbrawi pointed out that he gave this assignment because he could not be dealt with from the kingdom's position, adding that Hen was not to blame for anything, on the contrary, did a great job. The man ordered the boy not to think too deeply, for their assignment was to target Vaid Engen. The director praised the musketeer, saying that if he had defended the village, it would have been even better. Hen became a real sniper who passed the United practice. He did not expect to receive such a reward for completing the task. The musketeer was pleased that he had received recognition from this prim director, and in addition, a coin of gold and a level upgrade. His reward included a skill related to aimed shooting. The director asked if the boy had any desire to continue the will of the late Elisabeth, warning that while Hen is in contemplation, another heir may appear. Browless pointed out that in that case he had nothing more to teach. Now Hen needed to move forward on his own. Hen asked if the academy director could answer one of his questions. The guy asked if the principal knew what a slipping kitty man was, not expecting to hear such a question. The director asked what the musketeer really wanted to know, that he positively replied. Hen thought that Browless will answer his question, but without waiting for an answer, the guy left the Academy of Musketeers. He did not understand why the director was silent. Musketeer decided to send all the stats gained after the quest to dexterity. The guy decided to check his skills in front of him. A lot of informational icons appeared, such as Master Musket Calm, Soul Bayonet Penetration, Subtle Hand Movement, Eagle Eye. He was interested in the rookie Snip skill. Hen was surprised that the skill increased range by 30%. The Musketeer realized that he would be able to overcome the 400-meter shooting distance and pass Elisabe's task. The guy was lucky that he was able to increase the amount of powder. He was wondering if he got any other improvements. The Musketeer has received an invitation to the hallowed grill of the 4th spot in the capital. When he got there, he saw a bunch of people crowded around the door of the sacred grill. Hen listened to the speculation of the players who thought it was a new market stall opening. As Musketeer suggested, most users don't even know what a restaurant is. No matter how savvy a player is, if they haven't experienced Midros as they should, then most won't know what role this outlet fulfills. Now Hen will get new information much faster than other users. The Musketeer looked forward to the upcoming events in 4 days. The unknown man using his marker technique began to stealthily follow the Musketeer. On the Sentinel Chine Mountain Range near the Orc Mountain Range, Hen took aim at his target. The Musketeer realized that there was no wind was perfect weather for an aimed shot. The boy watched as the orcs worked in the quarry extracting crystals. With his accurate shot, the Musketeer hit the orc's pickaxe, which flew off into the quarried rock. The guy realized his plan wasn't working, and the orcs started running away when they heard the gunshot. Hen understood that regarding the task of the Browless One, it would not be possible to just hit a target that was beyond 444 meters. The Musketeer realized that his affairs were not good. He heard a rather familiar voice. It was Kyokujitsu who ordered the Musketeer not to move from his spot. His guild had discovered the gunman again. Hen didn't understand how Kyokujitsu and his guild had been brought to this place. Kyokujitsu noticed about the guy's intentions and was ready to thwart him. The guy tried to use a teleportation scroll to get Kyokujitsu and his guild away from him, but the man hurriedly blocked the space. But the guy managed to use the teleport technique while moving away from the Rising Sun Guild. Kyokujitsu asked the mage who was following Hen where he had moved to. The mage replied that it was to Burport. The commander-in-chief had ordered everyone to tear up the scrolls of displacement and head to Burport to get the Musketeer. In Burport, the Musketeer didn't understand how the enemy guild knew of his whereabouts. The guy realized that someone had marked him from the rising sun, and now they would be chasing him. Not knowing how long the marking skill lasted, Hen couldn't guess who had placed it. He decided to run away from his pursuers. The mage who put the tracking mark on the Musketeer showed Kyokujitsu where to follow to catch the guy. The girl at the teleportation portal was surprised by a Musketeer who asked to be transported to the capital city of Ailstoke. Hen pointed out that if the cost of the move was not more than 2 gold, then let him send it immediately. Kyokujitsu ordered the mage to use the technique and catch the Musketeer before he escaped from them again. The girl wished the Musketeer a pleasant journey. Kyokujitsu failed to catch the guy who was lucky enough to move to the capital. In the capital city of Ailstoke, recovering his breath from his escape, the guy was shocked that mages had used magic in the village. After all, using magic on a person in the village is punishable. The guy realized that a teleportation scroll cost 50 gold. If he used it all the time, he would be broke in no time. Hen realized that he didn't have to suffer this guild alone. Ki-John received a message from his cousin. Kei was shocked that the Rising Sun Guild had applied the marking skill and was chasing after Hen, trying to destroy him. After killing the monster, Ki-John asked what level the pursuers were. Hen replied that he didn't know and said that their number was about 20. Ki-John told his brother to stay in the capital for now, for there are units of holy knights there who will save him in case of an attack. The Musketeer asked how to remove the marking technique. Ki-John replied that the item that removes the marking can only be purchased from a traveling Arkan merchant. Ki asked if he would come to his brother's aid. He said no. Then Ki-John asked what Hen was going to do. He thought for a moment. Hen indicated that he never told his brother how scared he was. Ki-John indicated that he didn't need to tell him that he was getting scared too. Musketeer informed his brother that he intended to completely destroy the Rising Sun Guild. Ki-John didn't believe in his brother's intentions, pointing out that it was a bad idea. He didn't believe his brother would dare to do it. Kei added that it was no joke, asking what he would do if the guild went into the hands of the Vice Guild Master. Hen pointed out that until you try, you won't know if you don't do anything about it. They won't stop chasing him. Ki-John thought carefully about his cousin's intentions. Musketeer was glad that his brother supported him and advised him to go and form his own guild to oppose Kyokujitsu. Hen was a little flustered at such a spontaneous suggestion from his brother. If he started hunting the guild without a legitimate reason, he would just end up becoming a criminal to avoid that. Hen needed to create his own guild. The safest place to create a guild was the capital when guilds war. They are not even touched by the usual guard force. Musketeer was pleasantly surprised by his cousin Ki-John's proposed solution. Ki-John reported that there is no peace until the guild war is over, indicating that Hen will have to walk a thorny path. Hen pointed out to his brother that sitting in his wheelchair, he had forgotten something Ki John asked what his brother was talking about. The guy said he was a soldier and a great sniper. He asked his brother not to worry about him because he was sure that only Ki John would see his result. In the reception hall of the Rising Sun Guild branch in the south of Pubiel, the man was presenting an award to the best field manager of the week. The best was Team Etrol, who managed to get a 95th level one-handed sword of special rank. The host asked the leader to come on stage. They shook hands. The man pointed out that it was all thanks to the branch manager. The man indicated that they will continue to rely on his excellent work. The host followed up by pointing out that the next award would go to the field's best combat agent. The main headquarters relayed an emergency situation. One guild had declared war on them. The name of the guild was unknown. The man laughed upon hearing the guild name, Offender of Sunset, assuming that the master of this guild's name was Clint Eastwood. The man continued to laugh. He couldn't believe the information he was hearing. The second man said that the guild master's name was Hen, but there was no information on him either. The man pointed out that the guy had decided to bet against Rising Sun with his newly formed guild. The man assumed it was the same guy Tikal was targeting. Meanwhile, Hen tried to put a masquerade mask on his face. All the players were surprised that such a big eatery had opened in the capital. The girl informed the guests that today was the opening ceremony and said that the restaurant would accept all other customers tomorrow. After hearing this information, the players are not very upset because they will not be able to eat in this restaurant because of the high prices. The girl informed Hen that today ceremony is not for ordinary people. The one indicated that he knows everything. Looking at the musketeer, the girl indicated that they were waiting for him and let him inside. The man didn't understand why that masked guy was allowed into the restaurant. The second man assumed that the guy who came in was an NPS because there were only NPS in the restaurant. The guy didn't think that the Rising Sun Guild would be nearby, and he hid from them by wearing a mask. The opening ceremony for the establishment's new location, Sacred Grill Musketeer, was wondering what he could get as a reward. Madame Zhu met a guy who didn't expect to see her. The musketeer graciously congratulated the girl on the successful opening of the establishment. The girl pointed out that thanks to Hen, all business was resolved successfully, and they were able to open safely. The guy asked for Madame Zhu's help as the head of the Information Guild. The girl pointed out that she didn't like to be spoken to so dryly, but agreed to do so because she owed Hen a favor and asked the guy to follow her. They walked into the beautiful room ready to talk. The musketeer thought that under the information guide there would be some damp cellar, but in reality, everything was very beautiful. Madame Zhu stated that she has a business permit indicating that there is no reason to move to the basement. They sat down in the soft couches opposite each other. Hen knew that only he and Madame Zhu would go up to the top floor. Despite this, the guy felt the presence of other people who were using a skill unknown to the musketeer. The presence of these unknowns calmed the guy down, because this place really looked like the capital's information guild. Madame Zhu suggested getting down to business by asking the musketeer what he was interested in. The guy was surprised at the assurances of a girl who wasn't ready to answer abstract questions. Hen realized that the question of how he could crush the Rising Sun Guild would sound absurd, and he needed some information that would help him get rid of the guild. Madame Zhu was surprised that the guy was so serious about settling the matter. The musketeer asked her a question. The girl pointed out that it was a very good question. The boy was surprised that Madame Zhu really intended to give an answer to his question. The musketeer was surprised at the answer he received. He tried to realize everything. The guy thought the Information Guild gave information, not instructions on how to accomplish a goal. The musketeer was quite pleased with the answer Madame Zhu received. The girl pointed out that it was nothing but information that fit his plan, adding that she did not suggest blindly following her advice. Madame Zhu said that since Hen came to the opening ceremony, why not welcome the people here? Dev Shuka assured that there are many gentlemen from the kingdom in this establishment. The guy agreed with the girl's suggestion, pointing out that she was absolutely right. As far as the man was concerned, such an occupation as musketeer was utter garbage. Mochina indicated Kyokujitsu less capable than he seemed. He apologized. Chief Donyoku realized that to deal with one musketeer, 2 rangers, and 1 mage would be enough. But Jaco from headquarters came out on this mission and failed the task all the same. The boss was sure that Jaco was angry. Kyokujitsu said that Jaco was more interested in Shin Na-Rei than in Hen. Chief Donyoku realized that information about the musketeer hadn't spread at headquarters. Mushina suggested to Kyokujitsu that his branch handle the case. Kyokujitsu was shocked to hear that Chief Donik was proposing to personally destroy the Sunset Offender Guild. The commander-in-chief will be their OPM Tikal, who is ready to take up the cause. Donyoku was ready to report everything to the headquarters. Taking the opportunity to put another achievement in his piggy bank, Kyokujitsu was very grateful to his superior. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by one of the guild members. Kyokujitsu and Chief Donyoku were very shocked by the report that the PM, who were on their way to the branch office, had been attacked, and that the battle had broken out right in front of the main office. They couldn't imagine who dared to attack a PM who had tons of money in his pockets. The image of the hen he knew surfaced in the chief's mind. Donyoku realized that only this guy could do such a devious thing to his PM. Kyokujitsu reported that this was their chance to deal with the shooter for good. Chief Donyoku ordered them to hurry up and get their gear and get out. The man ordered to capture the musketeer and bring him to him. Kyokujitsu obeyed his superior's order. The order was given to the tanks to take shields and gather all together. They did not understand the order because the enemy attacks them at the moment of movement. Kyokujitsu didn't understand where the gunman who was shooting at them managed to hide. The man pointed out that they didn't know how many hostiles were surrounding them, and the other was about to walk 50 meters into the building. The man did not intend to stay in the open at the gunman's gunpoint, so he ran into the building. A shot rang out and the murderer was dead. Another one from the Rising Sun Guild was killed. Kyokujitsu realized it wasn't a mage since they would have heard his spell. The man assumed that it was not Hen, but another user who was attacking at close range using the invisibility skill. Perfectly camouflaged, the musketeer continued to take aim at his enemies, killing them one by one. Kyokujitsu, thinking about the shooter, was not sure if that one was definitely a user. Donyoku manages to defend against the shot in time to put up his shield. The man was pleased that he was able to successfully confront the shooter. Everyone else, seeing how their branch manager was able to resist, was encouraged by this defense. Kyokujitsu was sure that Hen was somewhere close to them. The man advised everyone to take their bags and run to the hospital building. Kyokujitsu ordered everyone to run because the shooter needed time to reload. Everyone rushed to quickly run into the building while Donyoku stood on the defense with his shield. After everyone had gone in, they hurried to close the doors behind them. The man was looking out the window trying to see the shooter. Mujina was surprised at what he saw, not expecting such a circumstance. Kyokujitsu assumed that since there was smoke coming from behind the trees, the shooter was there. The musketeer couldn't believe the musketeer was shooting at them from so far away. The musketeer was puzzled by such a quick reaction from his enemies, who hurriedly ran for cover. The shooter didn't know who he had shot, but he knew he had managed to take out 10 people. Hen was curious to see what would happen in the time they would be sitting in the branch building. The boy was glad that the information he had received from Madame Zhu was reliable. The location of all the branches of the Rising Sun Guild and the aiming points were very important to Hen. Hen was intent on continuing to do mischief to the guild aggressitating against him. The guy was intent on getting rid of them in the most justifiable way possible. It's a method no madman in this world has ever attempted. Donyoku asked that just now Hen from the Sunset Offender Guild. Kyokujitsu positively nodded at them. The boss couldn't believe his eyes, assuming that the shooter was a level 70. But the shooting distance couldn't be that great. The man stated that they would not be able to cope without the help of the ranking users, and suggested that the boss report the matter to the guild headquarters as soon as possible. Donyoku told his Spatniks to think coolly, because as Takel told OPM, their enemy is only one, and he's not even ranked among the players. The man assumed that the shooter was some rich man, and that he was their target, and was now seeking revenge. The warriors turned upon hearing the chief's speech that their southern branch of the kingdom of Pubiel, which at one time had achieved the greatest profit among the entire guild of the Rising Sun, could handle the shooter on their own. One of the men remembered that Hen had said his fortune was only 50 gold coins. Kyokujitsu realized that since the musketeer had no money, the equipment shouldn't have changed much since their last encounter. The man decided to report his hunches to Chief Donyoku in private messages. Kyokujitsu was convinced that Donyoku had assembled a team of temporary mimes for them and was planning to capture the musketeer quietly. The man realized that the boss was just distracting the rest of the guild from their true intentions. Looking at the boss, Kyokujitsu realized that Donyoku intended to abandon all the temporary players of their guild. Hen understood why armed guerrillas only walked in the mountains, realizing that it was to avoid running into other people. An unknown guild attacked the southern branch of Pubiel in one day. Then the musketeer Atakova branches on the banks of the Pafeld River East branch and the Mount Amoes branch. Mujina noticed that his branch in the Emerald Jungle was under attack. Also, an unknown guild killed 3 guild bosses and 2 deputies. More than 4 PMs in each Vfield were killed. No one could have foreseen this. They were all trying to find the shooter who was firing at them. Musketeer managed to successfully take out one of the enemies who was inattentive. The rest of the enemy noticed where the shot came from. Hen continued to target the enemies from the Rising Sun Guild. After hearing a report that his branches were under attack, the head was furious and powerfully punched the table where the guild meeting was held. Donyoku was very excited at this reaction from their guild chairman. The chairman indicated that this shooter first appeared in the South Pubiel branch, informing everyone that because of these attacks, each unit's income had dropped an average of 43% compared to last month. The chairman was curious why only in the branch in South Pubiel there was no change in income. Donyoku didn't understand why Hen didn't come to them more than one occasion, setting up in front of the others. The man gave Chief Dongyok a last chance to rectify the current affairs. The chairman ordered him to show him a screenshot showing that Hen had removed himself from the game, giving him a deadline of a week. Donyoku intended to carry out this order, nervously pointed out to do everything as soon as possible. As he was leaving, the chairman said he had important information to get. The chairman was going to go to the lowly grill to get what he needed. Tearing off the map, the musketeer didn't realize where all his enemies had gone. The guy couldn't find a single enemy from the rising sun. By his belief, they must have been beyond furious. But there had been no prosecution of him so far. Hen discovered one of the members of the Rising Sun Guild intent on destroying him. With precise aim, the musketeer managed to destroy the man by hitting him in the head. After that, Hen intended to destroy the next opponent with a single shot. Suddenly, a squad of the Rising Sun Guild discovered the archer and intended to attack him. Seeing a separate squad, the guy was glad that they started to act. The man ordered the archer to shoot at Hen. The musketeer began to run and dodge the attacks of the pleading squad. The guy realized that if he made just one mistake, the squad could take him down. Other players saw a squad chasing a lone guy running away. The guy started filming a squad passing by and threatening the musketeer. The guys passing by realized that the squad was from the Rising Sun Guild. One of the guys was curious to know where this unit was headed. The entire Sunrise troop ran into the woods in pursuit of the musketeer. Once in the forest, the warriors realized that it would be difficult for them to find the shooter in this location. One of the warriors reported to Mr. Jacot that this forest doesn't let in light. The guy intended this place to be the end of everything. Jaco indicated that he was aware of the chairman's order for Provo to lead their squad. Kyokujitsu nodded positively. The warriors used a teleportation whiz to move. Donyoku was surprised that Kyokujitsu was requesting a gathering of all the BAPs that were near the big forest. Chief Donyoku listened to his subordinate's request by gathering and directing all the warriors to him. An overwhelming number of 531 BAPs were heading toward a large forest. BAPs from the main headquarters, starting with Mr. Jacot, took the role of group commanders. Kyokujitsu formed 20 groups of 25-man offensive squads to capture the musketeers. They employed special tactics of encirclement and destruction. Kyokujitsu was confident that this time his squads would be able to capture and destroy Hen. I was confused about what happened in the woods. The musketeer watched as a troop from the Rising Sun Guild headed to enter the forest. The lad was pleased with so many enemies that had been sent to capture him. Looking at Kyokujitsu, Hen realized that this time might have been a lot harder than he thought. The musketeer hurried to quickly reload his gun and wondered who could defeat whom. The mage used fire to light up everything in the area. Jaco was surprised to see such a huge forest. One of the mages warned everyone that it was very easy to get lost in this forest. Jacot told everyone that although their nasty guy is a musketeer, don't underestimate him, adding that he can use odd ways to hide. The commander ordered the squad to split up, which immediately obeyed his order. The man intended to tear off all the limbs of the musketeer as he found him. The musketeer killed one of his enemies. Jacot heard the shot and immediately went to the ground. The commander ordered her squad to get on the ground and duck as low as possible. The smoke from the shot was not visible, so the warriors did not know where the shot came from. Jacot assumed that the musketeer had used some kind of magic skill. The commander saw another one of his squad get shot. Suddenly, Jacques stood up and started shouting, trying to figure out where Hen was. The magician tried to stop the commander and pointed out that it was a bad idea. In response, Jacko chopped down a mage who was opposed to his actions. The man kept shouting out Hen's name, trying to get him to give himself away. Jacko saw that the musketeer had thrown a blaster at his feet. The explosives caused a massive explosion in the woods that was not expected. Preparing the following explosives, Hen realized that light cloaking could not be ignored. He realized that if you fight in the dark, you don't have to give yourself away. There was a reason why Hen had been looking only at the western branch of Pubiel lately, because the war was starting on one front. Since Hen was alone, this huge forest was the most suitable option for the battlefield. The commander ordered the mage to quickly use light spells, but he tried to object, to which the commander instructed him to silently follow his orders. The mage began to apply a light spell as immediately the Eve was killed with a single shot. The musketeer was pleased that everything was going according to his observed plan. Suddenly there was a bright glow above Hen's head. He raised the level of the guy, did not expect such a thing. That's why the enemy discovered the musketeer was in a tree. Once the rope was found, the mercenaries were ordered to climb the tree to catch the shooter. The man began to climb the rope as quickly as possible following the order. Suddenly something flew into the guy's face. He didn't realize what it was. There was a massive explosion in the woods from another explosive. A huge line of explosions ensued and the squad decided to flee the area. The musketeer applied anti-personnel mines. The enemies decided to apply scroll opening another space. Kyokujitsu didn't realize what was going on in the forest, and Jacques didn't respond to his messages. The man began to suspect that his squads had lost to the musketeer again. The explosion subsided. The commander assumed it was over. The man noticed that a musketeer started coming out of the lech, poking him with a polka dot. Hen inquired of Tikal why he did not go into the forest. The boy assumed that because of the low level, the commander didn't go into the forest and stayed outside waiting. The man assumed that since the guy was out of the woods, it was over. The rest of the warriors pointed out to Kyokujitsu that it wasn't time to just stare at the guy, because they had to strike at him. Hen intended to show everyone how he could defeat 500 people single-handedly. Suddenly, the commander gave the order to stop attacking the musketeer. Hana intervened in their conversation and pointed out that these actions were out of line. Hen wondered what Matsushiga and Mamahana were doing here. They had come to see what the noise was in the forest. Ma Chang suggested leaving the conversation for later, saying that they needed to deal with the Rising Sun Guild first. The girl said that last time they ran away because of their huge numbers, but they don't intend to do that this time. The guy pointed out to his comrade that his younger brother's Rising Sun had also stolen items. The other players also sided with Hen, pointing out that the Rising Sun Guild was a bunch of cheaters. Kyokujitsu hadn't expected this turn of events, to which he was greatly disturbed. The musketeer asked if Kyokujitsu was attacking or surrendering. The man was told that if he took one step, he would go to the other side of the world. The man inquired of her interlocutor that she was already studying a musketeer named Hen. The girl behind the screen indicated that all preparations were already made. It seemed very strange to the mage that this information guild was able to get information about Hen so quickly. The director's counselor was sure that the unknown person was talking nonsense and just wanted to make more money from them. The guild director eyed the document offered to him with suspicion. The counselor was surprised to realize what the document was. A map appeared in front of the men, marking the locations of the Rising Sun Guild's branches. The girl realized that the men were hesitant to report that she had not given this information to the Oblagov mage. The director realized that this guild had a connection with another guild and asked if they could find out which location. Unknown indicated that they are also in a predicament because it is difficult to find out this information by reporting rumors that the guild of interest was created by a NPC. The girl behind the screen asked to wrap up their conversation. Undiscovered stated that it would cost the guild director 1,000 gold coins to order Hen's destruction. Meanwhile, Kyokujitsu didn't know what his squad should do with the musketeer, who had many other players coming to his defense. The squad was surprised that their OPM reported that they were leaving the battlefield. Sobbing, the man announced to his team that they had lost. But the musketeer continued to hold Kyokujitsu at bay, expecting him to do something unexpected. Hen indicated that he's going to avoid the Fraz this time around. Like we'll see who's who. The guy stated that he is not Dorb enough to bully those who say such words. Using the teleportation technique, everyone from the Rising Sun Guild began to return. The man looked at the guy who had managed to defeat him with regret. The man then pressed the exit button on the Midros game. The guys were shocked that all the players from Rising Sun Guild had gotten away from Musketeer. The guy was surprised to hear the players exclaim the name of the Cloud Mage. He didn't know who he was. They started taking the guy's hands, indicating that the Sunset Offenders Guild forced the sun down. Everyone began to toss Hen around, rejoicing at his brilliant victory. Hen was approached by an unknown guy that he didn't expect at all. It was the girl who asked the musketeer to add him as a friend. The guy began to receive a lot of offers of friendship. People around him were flooding him with questions. The musketeer tried with all his might to escape from the encirclement of the crowd. Suddenly, Ma-chan helped Hen out of the angry crowd. Knight running away reported to apply a scrolling mass teleporter. Hen decided to interrogate his mass scrolling skill. To begin with, Ma Chang used the teleportation scroll. The crowd didn't understand where their adored hero of this battle, in the person of Hen, had disappeared to. There was a bright glow in one of the tree houses. All three of them moved to a place unknown to the musketeer. Hen asked what kind of house they were in. Ma-chan wondered if Hen was all right. He replied that he was all right, but he didn't expect the users to jump on him so violently. Knight stated that Hen is now a hero, adding that there isn't a single player in Midros right now who doesn't know about the Cloud Mage. Hannah was surprised that Hen didn't know about the Cloud Magician. Ma-chan added that every time Hen attacked the rising sun, white smoke would rise, and that's why he was nicknamed the Cloud Magician. Hen inquired about the relationship between the two and what kind of place it was. Ma-chan indicated that they were not in any relationship. Hannah reported that it was just a shelter. The girl asked to see the musketeer's rifle, indicating that she had heard about the range of 100 meters from this weapon. The guy respectfully allowed Hannah to see the gun. Having gotten out of the racket, Hen didn't know what he should do next, assuming he would go to the capital. Unexpectedly, Ma Chang used the weapon destruction technique. Hannah successfully grabbed the musketeer's gun, which he dropped, after which the girl gave the weapon to Ma-chan, who was satisfied. The musketeer was surprised at this behavior. Hannah was glad they had managed to take the gunman's gun away from him. Hen didn't realize what these two who were about to break his weapon were doing. They looked disdainfully at the guy who didn't understand their intentions. Hen pointed out that it was a pretty non-smoochy joke. Ma-chan indicated that he doesn't care if Hen is funny or not, saying that the guy is a total lowlife without a gun. The musketeer asked where the two men were from. Hannah said he didn't need to know because he was going to die soon anyway. The girl asked Iname-chan what Oka-san had told them recently. The boy replied that he had reported the capture of the musketeer to Oka-san, who ordered them to wait. Hen listened to their conversation about Oka-san's intentions to deal with the musketeer himself. The girl was glad they were getting 20% more remuneration. Putting his sword to the musketeer's neck, Ma Chang ordered him to stand still. Hen wondered who Oka-san was and how long these two had been watching him. When he met them, Hen had a level 26 introduction to the Shamer Mountain Range. However, these two teammates happened to be guild members who had long been charged with befriending him, and Hen was curious about Okasan's purpose. The musketeer decided that now was not the time to think deeply, for he intended to make his escape. Machan asked who would be quicker for Hen to get the explosives or for him to slit his throat. The knight pointed out to Hen that he could do as he wished, they didn't care at all, even if they finished him off now. An unknown stranger walked abruptly into the room toward them. The man came to the musketeer the two men had captured. The knight indicated that he was Shinobi Matsushiga who had received instructions from Okasan. Hen indicated that he had seen this man who was a placeholder of the Kyokujitsu Rising Sun Guild. Kyokujitsu looked superiorly at the musketeer who recognized him. The man pointed out that when such a runt ambushes you, it's really hard to find him. The director was glad that he had correctly assigned the capture of Machan and Hana. Hen thought of using a force barrier and throwing a bomb, but his weapon was at the enemy. Kyokujitsu invited the musketeer to join his guild of the Rising Sun. The man pointed out to their surprise that the result would be small if they just ogled his bones. The counselor was surprised by this decision of the guild director. Kyokujitsu ordered Mukshiteru to become the dog of the Rising Sun. The musketeer had absolutely no idea what the hell these two were talking about. Kyokujitsu ordered Henu to think carefully about his decision, saying that there was no reason for such a talent to go to waste. The guild director offered the guy a lot of money if he joined, specifying that with Hen's skills, they could earn tens of thousands of gold coins in a year without any risk. Based on Kyokujitsu's words, Hen could raise the money for the surgery in 2 years. Smiling, the musketeer realized that he had become a danger to the Rising Sun Guild. Musketeer had become a strong threat to their Rising Sun Guild. The counselor was furious at the said words of the musketeer, seeing what he was doing. After showing the explosives to everyone around him, the guy said that since they were offering him to join them, the Rising Sun Guild was on the brink of its demise and refused Kyokujitsu's offer. Everyone was shocked at the sight of the explosives. Hen pointed out that one should never let their guard down. Ma Chang tried to shield himself from the impending explosion. There was an explosion. The musketeer managed to survive from such and escape the room. After that, Hen quickly grabbed his gun and wanted to run away. The musketeer tried to run away from the offending men who caught him. Hen was very angry at Ma Chan for breaking his gun, for he had yet to do much with this weapon. The musketeer noticed that his enemies were beginning to pursue him. Hen didn't understand how they were able to recover so quickly from the explosion, and were also very fast. Kyokujitsu ordered the chief of planning to immobilize the fleeing musketeer. The man used a slow-mo technique on a guy who was trying to get away from them. The guy was subjected to a dulling condition for 1 minute. His movement speed was reduced by 50%. Kyokujitsu said that since Hen sent his proposal to hell, the man tried to strike and avenge the Rising Sun Guild by calling Hen a cloud mage. The musketeer noticed the threat Kyokujitsu was closing in on him. Hen used the skills of the bound arc. Kyokujitsu didn't realize what kind of glow had formed around the guy. A bright glow began to emanate from the ground next to the boy. Suddenly, the huge paw of a bear on the battlefield showed itself. The bear that suddenly appeared repelled Kyokujitsu's attack by protecting its master. Kyokujitsu did not expect the beast to appear so quickly, but managed to land successfully from the impact. The man looked angrily at the guy who was ruining his plans. The musketeer was glad to see his pet come to his defense. The bear roared in rage at the enemies who tried to attack Hen. Kyokujitsu didn't know what they should do with the musketeer in that case. Ma Chang didn't understand where the huge brown bear suddenly came from here. Suddenly, the bear looked at Hen with tearful eyes. From the joyous encounter, the bear began to lick his master. The guy was also very happy to see him. He couldn't believe the little guy had become a brown bear. Hen offered to share their slavery a little later to start by fighting enemies. The musketeer ordered the bear to destroy everyone. The beast applied agony aso, emitting his growl. The opponents tried to counter such a powerful roar from the beast. Kyokujitsu hadn't expected such a spontaneous encounter with the beast. From the effects of the agony of the aso, the man fell to the ground. Kyokujitsu couldn't believe his eyes that the musketeer was able to summon a monster because Hen wasn't a tamer. Hen was pleased that the name of his skillet his opponents hadn't managed to reveal. After settling, the bear formed a 112th level. Hen realized that fighting these freaks from the Rising Sun would bring him back into the limelight. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Hana asked Hen to spare their lives. The musketeer ordered the beast to deal first with the two he shielded as his comrades. Machan and Hana were very scared and didn't know what to do. Having disposed of the couple, the musketeer had no intention of stopping. Kyokujitsu was very frightened to see that his guild members were not spared. Looking at the terrified face of the male musketeer, decided to talk to them. Hen found out that these two weren't from the Rising Sun Guild. Kyokujitsu refused to name which guild Machan and Hana were from, but Hen was determined to find out all the way. Kyokujitsu said that the two men were from the Shinobigumi Guild. The man didn't know what kind of Cretinia were there, but they put certain players on a checklist. Looking at Hen, Kyokujitsu added that the Shinobigumi Guild sells information and does surveillance. Hen realized that Okasan was a master of the Shinobigumi Guild after realizing that he was on their control list. With 20 minutes to go before the beast disappeared, Hen decided to finish asking about Shinobigumi. The musketeer asked Kyokujitsu what he would do with the Rising Sun Guild. The guy said that given the situation in Kyokujitsu, he should disband the guild and asked if he was going to do so. Hen was furious because his gun was broken because of Kyokujitsu's actions, and the man apologized. Kyokujitsu stated that he would make amends. The guy hit him, indicated that he gave up his amends. The man was intent on getting back at the boy for this experienced embarrassment. Kyokujitsu declared pitifully that he would do as Hen wished, agreeing to dissolve his guild. In addition, the musketeer ordered him to pay for all the bad things the Rising Sun Guild had done to him in the time he had been following them. The guy ordered the money to be divided among the entry-level users, who shed tears at their fault. Kyokujitsu couldn't believe what he heard. Hen asked when they would give the money to the players now, or after he'd beat their faces in. Musketeer received the document that confirmed the disbandment of the Rising Sun Guild. The system, in the form of a girl, informed all users of the game that the war between the Rising Sun Guild and the Sunset Offender Guild was over. There were many salutes all over the map. Players learned the winner of the war was the Sunset Offender Guild. The Huang sisters were surprised to hear the news. Kui-Jan was happy that his brother had succeeded in defeating the Rising Sun Guild. Kyokujitsu stated that he would avenge Hen for what he had done. Hen turned to the planning supervisor, the one who was ready to hear the guy out. The musketeer suggested to the planning chief to quit Kyokujitsu and start his own personal guild. The man didn't know what Hen was talking about. The guy was sure that someone would definitely create a guild similar to the Rising Sun, indicating that the man had no reason to work under Kyokujitsu's leadership. Kyokujitsu pointed out to the planning chief if he ditched him, the director wouldn't just let it go. The man stated that he was not afraid of his threats, because he did not understand why he had to work for him. Using the teleportation scroll, the planning chief left the battlefield. Kyokujitsu went after him, intending not to let him go. Medvejo was very happy to see Hen, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Taking the bear cub in his arms, the boy stiffened the word victory with all his might. Both friends were happy that they had managed to defeat the Rising Sun Guild. Hen was curious as the Sonova beast shrank. Overnight in the U.S. state of Texas at a gun store, the salesman sat staring passionately into the computer monitor. When the man approached him, he asked him what he was watching so intently, and he replied that he was watching a video on the game. The man was surprised at the sight of the gaming action on the monitor. On the monitor was a video of a musketeer who had recently fought. The man was surprised at how skillfully the musketeer shot. The second stated that the marksmanship is good, but the speed of shots is very slow. The alarm clock rang, indicating 10:30 in the evening. The guy stated that his work hours were over and he intended to go home. The man asked what it would take away from the guy if he sat another 30 minutes at work, and he indicated that if he increased his raise, he would sit. The guy said goodbye to the store owner and went home. The man wished the departing boyfriend sweet and pleasant dreams. Guy's name was Kid. He carried a gun on his belt and worked in a gun store. Meanwhile, the Ram sisters sat and read the news on the internet. Huang Yan pointed out to her sister to go to bed. Huang Zhong asked to look at what she found on the internet. Hearing Hen's name, the girl jumped off the couch, surprised to hear his name. After hearing that Hyun had defeated the Rising Sun Guild, Huang Yang wanted to make sure of the information she had heard. The girl couldn't believe that on the popular video was Hen, who was beginning to be called the Cloud Magician. Huang Zhong reported that Hyan is the guildmaster of the Sunset Offender Guild. Huang Yang became curious to watch a video called Genocide. The girl made sure that the video was of Hen fighting the enemies. The Huang sisters were surprised to see how many musketeers were able to destroy the enemies. Hua Young was shocked to learn that Hyun had managed to single-handedly wipe out 500 people. The girl didn't understand how a guy so fast managed to make such a huge progress after their last meeting. The girl was thinking of accepting Hyeon into their guild, because since that day, the Hwahan Guild had been held back by the Pyolcho Guild without end. Then Huang Young didn't ask Hyun to join them because he needed to get stronger, so she thought of accepting the guy now. Embarrassed, Huang Zhong stated that she agreed with the decision to accept Hen into their guild. Huang Yan stated that her sister apparently crashed, but that's not what Huang Zhong meant. The girl realized that if her sister didn't mind, Hen would be very useful to them. Huan Young was determined to definitely get this guy into the guild. Meanwhile, Hen, using the teleportation technique, came to the place he wanted. The guy got a lot of notifications from other users asking to join his guild. The unidentified men thanked him and said that they followed his example and became musketeers. Hen was surprised to see 873 messages, though he had been warned by Kijong about the hype, but he didn't think it would be that strong. The guy realized he was too busy to succumb to the sudden popularity by sending one message after another to the block. After using the needle rifle, Hen got Black Bess. He originally planned to sell the needle rifle, but now it was broken, and the guild war guy was at a severe disadvantage. Thanks to his new achievements, he managed to earn 35 stats. Hen was the first person to receive the A-rank achievement of War Incarnate for killing over 500 people without leaving the game. Remembering what had happened in Thivi Gorge, one of the three users who had ascended to the Hall of Fame was the huge Igor. The guy rejoiced at his high stats being at level 92. Hen suggested that he was a genius Midros player than Ram Hua Jung. The guy decided to check out the Musketeer Academy. After all, he's leveled up well with stats so the director can give him some new quest. Guy joyfully opened the doors to the Musketeer Academy, calling for the headmaster in anticipation of a new assignment. Hearing the stranger's voice, the musketeer suspected something and drew his weapon ready for anything. Hen heard someone praising the director for ordering him not to point a gun at each other. The guy under the door heard that inside they were discussing his war with the guild. The guy was surprised that the principal asked an unknown man to help Hen. The unknown man replied that since he could help Hen, they might become enemies one day. Hen is curious to know who this stranger is who says they will be enemies. Bezbrovny was surprised that his interlocutor had already found out about everything. Kid replied to Beardless that Hen no longer needed help, believing that he had helped him by mentioning it. Confident, Kid opened the door to the office behind where Hen stood. Hen didn't expect the stranger to be able to recognize that he was eavesdropping on them. Musketeer saw a guy in a cowboy hat talking to the headmaster of the academy. Unexpected of this turn of events, Hen fell backwards in surprise. Dictator didn't expect to see Hen at the door, who had overheard part of their conversation. The guy said he didn't want to eavesdrop on them as he passed by, but just decided to stop by the academy director's office. Kid pointed out to the principal that this guy was a lot more interesting than he thought he was. He said that he had lost even more need to help Hen, who didn't know what the stranger was talking about. After saying goodbye, Kid said he'd stop by the director's office and left the browless man's office. The principal told Kid to visit him more often because he had no one to talk to but his students. Hen didn't expect the principal to hear about his war with the Rising Sun Guild. The musketeer hastened to assure the browless one that nothing of the sort had happened there. The director inquired what business Hen had come to see him about. Hen replied that he had come to ask if he had a new assignment. The principal asked if Hen had any desire to take the Elizabeth's exam. The boy replied negatively, adding that he wasn't ready yet. Guy asked who the stranger was. The principal was surprised that Hen didn't know Kid. The principal asked if Hen remembered asking him last time who Kid was. The musketeer realized that he had just seen Slippin' Kid. Judging by his close contact with the director, Hen realized that Kid had been playing Midros for a long time and tried to catch up with him. Realizing that this man was much selenier than him, Hen turned his attention to Slippin' Kid, who was standing under a tree. Kid looked at the guy who was looking for him with incomprehension. Hen approached him and apologized and introduced himself, assuming that Kid was waiting for him. In response to Hen, the guy calmly and kindly introduced himself as Kid. Realizing that it was the same Kid, Hen was in a stupor. He fell into his own thoughts. He seemed like some character from a cowboy movie. Hen didn't understand why he was being hiccuped by Shin Nara, though he realized that he wasn't like that type. The guy was curious to know that he was also a musketeer and asked him to explain what he had said at the academy. Kid pointed until Hen continued the endeavor with Elizabeth on a level on the cutoff 100th. Pointing out that his level was too low, Hen was shocked by this explanation. Tipping his hat, Kid pointed out that Henu was still too far away. Kid said that Hen will not be able to match him as long as he is at such a low level. Hen indicated that she didn't understand him when he ignored the man without saying a word about himself. The guy wanted to point out that he didn't like hearing from Kid, but he wouldn't listen to the guy and started to walk away. Hen was mortified that the man wouldn't even listen to him and left. The guy following Kid asked if he was listening to him or not. Kid stopped silently. Striking the tree with his foot, Kid reported that 13 foxholes had fallen from the impact. Hen looked at the guy with misunderstanding. The guy indicated that it was his verification exam. The guy didn't understand what Ekasman Kid was claiming about. Standing silently against each other, Hen realized that this time. Kid confirmed his speculation about being a rapid-fire shooter. Hen realized that it was Kid of Fugitive Fire, realizing that the Browless rifle belonged to this guy. The guy realized that Kid was the heir to the Browless. Now Hen realized why they were so similar. Hen realized that the Ekaman was to hit the fallen leaves of this tree. He asked from what distance he should do it. Kid pointed out that from less than 2 meters away, you could directly from where Hen was standing. Hen couldn't believe that a musketeer couldn't fail to hit a leaf from that distance. The guy asked Kid what he needed to hit the falling leaf. Then he remembered the wisecracks of the Browless one and asked that this exam was not as simple as it seemed, suggesting that he needed to hit 2 or more leaves. Striking again, Kid indicated that 13 leaves were falling from the tree, adding that Hen needs to hit all the falling leaves from the tree. The leaf will touch the ground in 3 or 4 seconds to hit it in 1 second. Hen must shoot 3.25 hundredths of a leaf. He didn't believe a musketeer could do that. Hen asked whether it was better to call him Kid or Sunbay, pointing out that Kid didn't have a musket. So it was hard for the lad to believe that in his time, Kid himself had passed such an examination. Hen asked that since Kid had inherited the rapid fire, he'd gotten a rapid fire musket along with it. Kid said that's the way it was. The guy didn't understand where Kid's muket was because it can't be put in the inventory, which is a materialization of a bag in the form of a window. Kid inquired of Hen didn't he make bombs and put them in his inventory. Looking at him, the guy added that Hen had it too. Hen didn't know what Kid was talking about. He indicated for the guy to get up faster. Realizing that Kid didn't want to answer his questions, Hen decided to ask something else. The boy wondered why Kid was helping him in such an obscure way. Kid replied that the guy needed the power of marksmanship, which he was well aware of, adding that he needs to make a powerful penetration into his targets. Hen didn't understand what Kid was saying, but he could only perceive some of the phrases he was saying. The boy guessed who his interlocutor really was. Kid looked at him questioningly. Pointing his finger with certainty, Hen declared that Kid Sundare. The guy assumed that Kid was acting like this because he wanted Henna's strength, saying that people like him are called tsundere. Kid did not understand what his interlocutor Hen said, that since he did not know what he was talking about, he should forget about it. Hen wondered if everything Kid said now was a clue he could give Hen. The lad was determined to pass this test quickly from Kid and get the name Hen Marksmanship. Hen didn't understand why Kid was smiling at his said words, assuming he was showing off. The boy said goodbye. Hen indicated to Kid that they would see each other again. Kid was the strangest man Hen had ever met in his entire life. Hen found out from the principal that it was indeed Kid's browless test, indicated that he listened to the explanation, then came to try it 3 days later. The director valued his weapon very much, but when Kid passed his test, he was forced to give him his weapon. Pare didn't believe that such a thing was possible. Even using the subtle hand movement skill, Hen would need 25 seconds to reload. The director of the academy offered the guy another cup of coffee, and he refused, saying that it was time for him to go. Before he left, the browless man looked back at the boy who had stopped and was ready to listen to the principal. The principal asked Hen not to think of everything in one-dimensional terms. The guy was surprised by this advice. The man reported that he had never asked a question expecting such an answer. Walking down the street, the guy was trying to figure out how it was not to think in one-dimensional terms. Moreover, the principal told him about the musket he gave Kid, plural. Hen didn't understand what the two of them were talking about, calling them clowns who didn't explain things clearly to the guy. The boy assumed Kid was the strangest. He was curious to know what he got from the principal. The musketeer realized that he was finished since he wasn't even carrying a broken needle rifle. He was uncomfortable. Taking the weapon out of his inventory, a pleasant thought crossed his mind. It's the same when he was running away from Kyokujitsu as it is now. He didn't understand how he managed to put a musket in his inventory. Hen came to the forge to see Zig, who pointed out that the musketeer had not visited him for a long time. The blacksmith asked what business he had come to him for, assuming it was to check the inside of the barrel. The boy pointed out that it wasn't, for that the blacksmith was surprised to ask, then why? Hen gave him a broken gun. Blacksmith Zig was very surprised to see the weapon broken in half. The man indicated that Hen would not use the broken rifle and advised him to buy a new one. Hen asked the blacksmith to slightly modify the trunk of the remaining barrel. The blacksmith inquired if a Zaret would fire such a weapon. The guy indicated that it should. Zig was determined to fulfill the musketeer's errand. After a while, the blacksmith presented Hen with his upgraded weapon. The guy was pleased that a musket of this size could put one in his inventory. The blacksmith asked if the weapon he made was worth the money the guy spent and said he was happy with the work. Hen asked Zig if he could fulfill one more of his requests. The boy wondered if the smith inside the barrel could make screw-shaped rifling at certain intervals. Zig wasn't sure he could do it through such a narrow bore. Zig pointed out that it would be very difficult because the guy wants these cuts to be spaced at regular intervals. The blacksmith gave the musket to the boy, saying that he was not capable of such a thing, and said that the dwarves might be able to do it. The boy was surprised, but the dwarves were outstanding blacksmiths capable of crafting even demonic weapons. After recognizing the place where the dwarves could be found, Hen left Zig's smithy. The dwarves lived in the Adamandir mountain range, which was located on the edge of the western part of the continent and stretched from north to south. The lad stepped out of the gates of the capital and looked out into the distance of this world. The musketeer decided to test his new weapon outside the walls of the capital. The barrel was very short, so the gun was very easy to load. Reloading took about 10 seconds. The weight was acceptable and the balance good. Hen tried to get in a leaf that fell from the tree. The guy shot didn't understand why he didn't hit the leaf. The range is proportional to the length of the barrel, but Hen shot at a much closer range than usual. Hen kept trying to hit the falling leaves, coming closer and closer. He still couldn't hit. Suddenly, the musketeer managed to hit the falling leaf with all his new weaponry. The distance he managed to hit from was very close. The guy was very shocked that only from such a distance he managed to hit the leaf on sight, finding that the effective firing range was 25 meters. He certainly expected the range to decrease after shortening the barrel, but not that much. After realizing that the needle gun could not be used as a primary weapon, he realized that he needed a new musket that could be used for long-range shooting. Hen assumed that if he used the musket and the needle gun together, he could make up for his disadvantages in close combat. The guy realized that Kid passed the test the same way with multiple firearms. Imagining Kid taking multiple hits on the leaves, Hen realized he had constructed a fire net. Hen realized that Kid did not have a musket for long-range shooting. He only used revolvers with an effective range of 25 meters. The guy wasn't sure if this was the musketeer's method of combat. The musketeer was curious to see how Kid behaved in a fight. Suddenly, the guy was approached by Shin Nara, who pointed out her location next to Hen. Running up to the guy, the girl pointed out that earlier he had told her to write to her when he arrived in the capital. The girl was surprised to learn that Hen had changed his equipment. She had seen him carrying a musket. Hen reported that when fighting with the rising sun, the durability of his weapons had really dropped. Shin Nara couldn't believe that he had single-handedly managed to win against so many people from the rising sun. The girl was about to show something to her comrade. Hen didn't understand what the girl wanted to show him. Shin Nara proudly showed the musketeer her new sword. Adding, the girl pointed out that she had managed to break the seal, and it was now a full-fledged magical sword. Hen was surprised by the skills of the ranking users in Naru's face after comparing her combat power to the named NPCs. The girl asked if Hen planned to continue running his guild. The guy replied that he had no plans to lead the guild of the Sunset Rightist. Hearing such a thing, Shin Nara kindly offered the guy to join the squad of Sacred Knights. Hen was very surprised at the girl's suggestion by the interrogation of where she was inviting him to. Shin Nara pointed out that Hyun was good friends with the Sacred Knights and thought that if he completed a couple of quests, he could join the squad. The girl was ready to recommend Hen to the head of the Bound Knights. Hen was shocked that he was invited to join the Knights' Capital Defense Squad, which was one of the strongest squads of the Kingpin Pubiel. The boy began to imagine how the Knights' armor would fit on him. Hen was grateful to Shin Naru for the offer, but didn't want to join any guild yet. The musketeer realized that he didn't even have time for practice to get used to the gun, assuming it needed to be tried out in actual combat. The new weapon was very interesting to him. Hen wanted to try it out. The girl noticed his pistol hanging from the musketeer's belt. Hen pointed out that because of fighting so hard against the Rising Sun Guild, he had broken his musket, and therefore, seeing a similar weapon like Kid's, the girl became enraged. Hen didn't understand why Nara had become so abruptly angry at the sight of his new pitoslet. Shin Nara asked what kind of weapon Kid had given him, pointing out that she hadn't seen anyone with such a weapon besides him yet. The guy assured me that he made the weapon himself, saying that Kid had just given him a hint. The girl inquired that Hen had seen Kid. The boy indicated that he had seen him at the Musketeer Academy. Musketeer asked a question trying to find out what had happened between her and Kid, that she was reacting that way to his name. The girl reported that long ago she lost a Kid in a duel with him. The Musketeer didn't understand what kind of duel Shin Nara was telling him about. Shin Nara indicated that she fought one-on-one with Kid but lost. Hen was very surprised to learn that there was a duel between these two. Looking at the girl, Hen assumed that their battle had been a long time ago when those were still at low levels. Trying to calm the girl down, the guy said that he had once been mauled by a rabbit when he was a rookie. The girl told the guy that during their battle, she was already in the top players, because it happened not so long ago as Hen thought about it. The guy didn't believe that Kid was so strong that he could beat even a ranker like Shin Nara. The girl asked if Hen knew how Kid got the nickname Slipping. He nodded negatively. Shin Nara pointed out that Kid loves to sleep so much that he even takes naps in Midros. Hen was surprised that Kid could even sleep in Midros. Long ago, when Kid received a new item, the Rising Sun Guild rushed to find him to take the item away. Eventually, 30 people from the guild found Kid sleeping on a table in some pub. After immediately pouncing on a sleeping guy in one of the pubs, Shin Nara said that it was so fast that no one even had time to take a video. Hen wondered what had finally happened to the sleeping Kid, who had been discovered by the mercenaries. The girl replied that all 30 players died at the same spot. Hen was shocked to hear that Kid continued to lie on the table without even lifting his torso. Only Kid's 2 arms dangling down under the table. A short time later, Kid yawned lazily as he stood up from his seat. Kid woke up asking only one thing: who these murdered men were. Shin Naru told this story and said that after the story, Kid was given the nickname of Slipping, which means that his weapon pursues its target even when he is asleep. Hen didn't believe that Kid had managed to destroy 30 people while in his sleep. The guy asked why Kid was so strong, pointing out that he wasn't even a ranker. The girl said that the level in Midros is not everything. She asked why in such an unfair game that hides everything on display, only the level rating is exposed. Hen didn't know how to answer this question from Shin Naru. The girl pointed out that ranchers are thrown as fodder to be caught by other strong users. In addition to rankers, there are outsiders who are famous for superior strength that is not related to level. The boy tried to understand what Shin Nara was telling him. Hen assumed that the girl was telling him about the stats that could be obtained not only by leveling up, but by earning a lot of rare achievements. One could acquire a decent amount of stats in contrast to his level. Deshwoka asked if Hen knew that you can get the achievement by killing a rancher ranked in the top 100 players will be given the corresponding achievement. That's why Midros keeps the rankings publicly available. Shin Nara pointed out that it's done to attract outsiders to catch rankers. Hearing this information, Hen realized everything that was going on in this game, realizing the reason why even ranchers get some large item, they can't immediately sell it for money. Promoting the competition in this way maintains the mid-rose gold and real money price environment. Shin Na-ra pointed out that there was a high probability that Hen would be classified as an outsider. She was sure that he would start receiving offers from different guilds and advised him to weigh everything carefully. Hen was sure that the Sacred Knights Guild would obviously be among them. Na-ra liked it best of all. She was happy about that. The girl said goodbye to Hen, pointing out that she had a lot of things to do, and asked Hen to make sure to write to her in a private message. The guy indicated that he didn't intend to say the same thing a second time. Hei and Hyun indicated to remove those blocks of ice that were aimed at him. Hwang Yan pointed out that first, let this one get away from whoever is disrupting the negotiations. Sasuke's Pulcho Guild Ball held the blade at the girl's neck. A pause arose between both of them. Their attacks were directed at each other. Hwang Yan indicated that they are willing to settle on a final bid to make things clear. Hei and Hyun asked if Hwang Yan was willing to hold out until the bidding. Hwang Yan asked what Hai and Hyun was suggesting to her to make a war between their guilds. The guy replied that since she wouldn't give up, there was nothing else for them to do, saying that they weren't afraid and that Korea was full of ranchers. The girl assumed that Hei and Hyun had attracted the ranker to her. The guy replied that he hadn't gotten a rancher into his guild yet. They made a contract putting the distributed benefit of Castle Dale on the line. The guy realized that if they handed the rankers 2 months' profit and took 10 months' profit themselves, both would not get the damage. Hwang Yon said that the Pyeolcho Guild can attack them. She will make red flowers bloom in their bodies. In parting, Hai and Hyun wished the Hwang sisters good luck. Hwang Jong suggested that they should have destroyed Hei and Hyun. Hwang Young said they shouldn't have, and she was good for holding back, because they will have many more opportunities to bring him down. When Hwang Jung asked what her sister was talking about for Hyung, she nodded positively and said that she would be collecting outsiders, which is Hyung. Meanwhile, Hen was talking to the local sheriff. The man handed the award to the guy, thanking him, calling him a cloud mage. The guy was happy to be so lucky, realizing that now he was a rich man. The remaining money after calculating the compensation for the damage from the rising sun, which amounted to 88 gold coins. Selling the guild name Offender Sunset, Hen managed to earn another 100 gold coins. Earlier, the man indicated that he had watched videos of Hen and now wanted to be a movie star too. In that case, Hen had no more reason to rack his brains. He intended to buy a new musket to use until he received the reward for the quest of the will of the late Elisabeth. Familiarizing meeting about the Pyeolcho and Hwahan Guild War. Hei and Hyun stated to everyone that Hwahan completely ignored their offer. Everyone wasn't happy that the Hwahan Guild didn't care about their guild master's words. Sasuke realized that there was no proposal at the earlier meeting. Everyone was interested in what would become of their investment in Castle Dale. Hai and Hyun stated that among the alliance of the 3 guilds, Pyeolcho had invested 21,850 gold coins into Dale Castle. The girl asked if it was not possible to simply return the money invested earlier. The money they invested was only technically an investment. Hai and Hyun said he could not ask for it back. The crowd was furious because they had been promised that if they invested in Castle Dale, they would receive 30% of the deposit for a year. The guy asked if money was the problem. Ki John replied that it was the other way around. They were one of the founders of Pulcho. Striking the tribuna with his staff, Hei and Hyun caused the crowd to calm down. Hey. In Hyun said that based on all of this, there was only one way out, and that was guild warfare. Pyeolcho had already contacted the guild masters of the Dragon Knights and Light Flash guilds, and they had agreed to refund the money that Pyeolcho held dear. Everyone was surprised. One of the guys pointed out that there was nothing remarkable about the Hwahan Guild itself. What scared them was that the strongest of the players, Hwang Jong and Feiyu, were there. Hai and Hyun stated that those who don't want to participate in the war can refuse, stating that after the rejection they would not be able to recover the money invested. Guild leader Pulcho said that if his warriors overstep the risk at the end, they will be waiting for a golden city that is Dale Castle, comparable to El Dorado. Hei and Hyun indicated that their guild plans to gather people who can stand up to Ram Hwanjung and Feiyu, loudly stated that this person could be Shin Na-ra. Everyone was surprised that this girl would agree to help them in their war against the Hwahan Guild. Sasuke quietly listened to Hei and Hyun, who was making promises to the crowd. The head said he intends to ask Korea's top ranker for help. This man is in second place in the Midro So Easy rankings. Everyone was even more surprised to hear the nickname of the magical swordsman Lee Ji-won. Stora aside, the boys listened to their leaders' over-the-top plans. Looking at Hei and Hyun, they realized that he was making inaccurate promises to the crowd. Ki-jon pointed out to his comrade that the runner-up was not buying the money. The crowd was enthusiastic upon hearing guild head Pyeolcho's suggestions. Hai and Hyun turned to Sasuke, who looked at him with incomprehension. Ordering Sasuke to bring Kei to him had to be done quietly. Ki-jong was surprised at the request to bring Hu Heng to their guild. Hai and Hyun indicated that he wanted to invite him more than the rankers. The guild leader was sure that Hen would bring a very big help in their war. Ki-jung said that he had offered Hyun several times to join Pyeolcho High. In-hyun asked what Hyun had said to him. Kei pointed out that Hen was not particularly eager, assuming his brother was low at the time. Hae and Hyun said that their guild necessarily needs Hen's strength, adding that it doesn't matter if this war is an all-out war or a guerrilla war. Sasuke added that Hen's aiming shot would increase their range of action by a large amount. The boy hesitated after hearing many arguments about his cousin. Hae and Hyun was glad that Ki-jan would try to talk Hyun into sticking Pyeolcho into their guild. Kei pointed out that Hen is not in the game right now, and so he will come out to ask about it in real life. Hae and Hyun flailingly looked at Ki-jan, who was out of the game. Sasuke asked the master that he was serious about pushing this plan forward. Hae and Hyun said that in order for them to survive, they have no other options. It was a little sad for the guy to realize that Ki-jan, I'll have to sacrifice myself for their guild of Pulcho. Mom pointed out to Hen that she was going to the store and asked him not to stay up too long playing. A guy in a wheelchair checked into his room. For the first time in a long time, he ate a lot of stuff with his mom for the money he made himself. Hen was pleased that the musket problem was solved. When he went online, he suggested that he might want to hold off on hunting trolls for the time being. He tried to find information about a hunting field where he could go with a level 10. The guy saw that Pyeolcho and Hwahan have started a war that will start tomorrow morning. Hen saw that the winner would gain authority over the dungeons and would be able to control the pass to it. A place like this will already have a huge income from the Trinzite fees, so Pyeolcho and Hwanghom went crazy. Hen realized that while he's fighting the rising sun, they want to take over Castle Dale. Suddenly, the phone rang. The guy was surprised. Hen indicated to Ki-jong that he had heard about their war with the Hwahan Guild. Kei asked his brother to come into the game and discuss it with him. Ki-jan met his cousin, who had just joined the game. The guy said he'd never seen Hen's gun before. Muketa replied that he had recently bought it and said that it was a bit hard to use, but the functionality was excellent. Ki-jong suggested to Hyung that he join their guild, the Pyeolcho Guild. Hen was surprised at such a suggestion from his cousin. Kei apologized for offering to join the guild when it was about to go to war, pointing out that Hyun's accomplishments in the battle against Rising Sun had impressed Hae and Hyun greatly. The guy didn't understand why this situation was so unfortunate. After all, it was Ram Hwan Young who turned out to be Pyeolcho's enemy. They had previously hunted together in the newcomer village, and he was not burning with the desire to fight these sisters. Ki-jan pointed out that this time, the conditions of his admission are different because the master himself wants Hyun to join them. Hen didn't know how best to answer his cousin. The guys noticed that the man watching them started to run away. Kei tried to ask the fleeing man who he was, but he said nothing, hurrying away from the boys. Throwing himself in pursuit of the unknown, Ki-jan ordered him to stop. The boy noticed the familiar crest that was on the back of the fleeing man. Qui-young realized that the person watching them was from the Hwahan Guild. Hen assumed that the Hwahan had put a surveillance on Ki-jong. He was surprised because the war hadn't started yet. The boy realized that the Ram Hwan Young Guild had decided to act radically. Unable to catch up with the trailing, Ki-jan tried to regain his breath. Kei indicated that the Hwahan Guild had already started following him. Hen indicated that he had seen everything with his own eyes. The guy offered to rejoin his brother in his guild. Hen indicated that he would think about it, but Kei didn't understand what to think about it, because it was a big offer. Kei pointed out that if you look at it from the perspective of the Pubiel Kingdom, such a chance would give Hen a feat in a war of the greatest magnitude. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Hen calmly replied that that was the point. Letting my brother know that not only do they need to think about how big this war is, but they also need to consider what they will gain from this war and what they will lose. Hen pointed out that this statement applies not only to him, but also to Ki-jan. Ki-jan said that he would relay Hen's words to his guildmaster. Kei didn't hear what Hen was trying to tell him, so he asked him again. The musketeer pointed out that there was nothing important, adding that it was time for Kei to go because he was busy. Using Ki-jan's teleportation scroll, he politely said goodbye. Hen was intent on protecting his brother from the huge Igor. The musketeer managed to take aim at the huge orc. The guy hit the wrong places for instant death, but a 100th level orc died after 2 shots. Hen realized that because of that, the weapon was too light and difficult to wield. He aimed for the head and heart, but hit the shoulder and thigh. The musketeer sensed someone's presence and skillfully drew his pistol and pointed it at the unknown. The girl told me that Hen had a new gun. Looking at the guy, she realized that this gun made up for his shortcomings in close combat. With a relieved exhale, the guy informed the girl that he hadn't seen her in a while. The boy wasn't surprised to see the Ram Hwan sisters. The guy was sure they'd watched the video of his battle, pointing out that in war, extra hands don't hurt. Hwan Young suggested that the musketeer join their guild, saying that they had a better chance of winning. The guy didn't believe that the Hwahan Guild had a 100% chance of winning. Hyon wondered how they could be sure of that, assuming that Hwan Young was just showing off. The girl calmly listened to the guy's assertions, pointing out that it doesn't take multiple strategies to win a war. When she approached Hen, she said the lion would be knocked down by a parasite. The hen in his stomach didn't expect to hear such a thing. Huang Yan pointed out that the Pyolcho Guild doesn't really keep track of people once a person comes to them, and puts out all the information. Hen realized that the girl was talking about the traitor from the Pyolcho Guild. Opening the door to the barn, Ki-jan announced to Hai and Hyun that he was back. Glancing at the guild leader, Kei apologized for his tardiness. Unexpectedly, Hae and Hyun illuminated the room they were in. Hae and Hyun told Kei not to be late anymore when he's called. The guild leader asked Ki-jan to take a seat at the chair. Unsuspecting, the guy sat down at the chair and asked what was wrong. Everyone else looked at Ki-jan with disdain. Looking at the people around him, the guy didn't know what was going on. Kai-jan was curious to know what had happened to them in his absence. Hae and Hyun apologized to Kei, and just like that, the guy was immediately surrounded by magic. Kei was surprised to find himself in a state of lockdown movement. Magic was not available to him. Ki-jan pointed out to Hae and Hyun that they went a little overboard with the joke on him. Hae and Hyun showed the guy the video indicating that he wasn't kidding. The guy was surprised to see the video they showed him. The footage showed the three of them together with an unknown person from the Hwahan Guild, smiling. Ki-jan stated that he intended to catch whoever was following them. Sasuke pointed out that their laughter indicated Ki-jan's opposite intentions. The guy pointed out that the person following them was in the wrong place. Pointing to the photo of Ki-jan stated that it was photoshopped and all faked. The second guy pointed out that there was no point in lying because Hae and Hyun had verified the validity of this photo. Ki-jan indicated that there was a misunderstanding between the two, and he was willing to answer any questions. Hae and Hyun pointed out that Ki-jan has no reason to betray him, calling him glorious and selfless. The guild leader suggested that this incident was because of Hen. The guy didn't understand why it was suddenly about his cousin. Ki-jan pointed out that this screenshot is fake. Hae and Hyun had a hard time believing that Kei doesn't understand him. Hae and Hyun pointed out that Hyun had a dirty backup behind his back in the form of the Hwang sisters. The guy continued to not understand what was happening to him. Ki-jan pointed out to the guildmaster that he had it all wrong because Hen wasn't like that at all. Hae and Hyun asked Kei to wake up because they're at war right now. Looking at Sasuke, who stood silently listening to their dialogue, Hae and Hyun said if Gyeo loses his mind, all the other members of the Pyolcho Guild will be in danger. The boy continued to disbelieve such accusations from his leader. Kei didn't understand what Hen had done to make people say that about him. Sasuke offered to look at the tape that would explain to Ki-jan that he had been duped. He showed the footage that was trending second as Hen appeared in Candle Castle with the Ram sisters. Hae and Hyun pointed out that the video quality is so-so, but the Korean in the video is definitely Hyun. The guild leader pointed out that Musketeer is a rookie who single-handedly killed the field boss and fought back over 500 people from Rising Sun, concluding that it couldn't be done alone. The guy tried to assure Ki-jan that it was all bullshit because Musketeers are a shitty class. Ki-jan continued to believe that his cousin could not have done such a thing. The guy asked the guildmaster to give Kei a chance to explain himself. He indicated that he didn't believe Hen was a spy for the Ram sisters either, and asked for proof of that. Kei asked that they need proof that Hen is in no way connected to the Ram sisters. The guy took the permissions by tearing the teleportation scroll. Kei didn't know what his comrade was talking about, which he was surprised about. The guy indicated that he would ask Hen about everything, and told him to wait for his return. They set out to find out the whole truth along with Ki-jan. The chair Kei was sitting on emptied. The guy moved. Hae and Hyun said that if Kei's evidence didn't fit, he would have to answer for the entire cousin who had harmed their guild. Hwang Jung noticed the guests arriving, not knowing why they were there. Hwan Young pointed out to Hyun that she recognized him as a human being, adding that such people can be counted on one's fingers. The girl suggested that the musketeer join them in the Hwahan Guild one last time. Hearing this, Ki-jan was surprised at such an offer that served his cousin well. Hen heard the voice of his surprised brother who was standing nearby. Ki-jan asked Hen that he knew the Ram sisters. Hwang Yan claimed that they were being followed by the Pyolcho Guild. Hen pointed to his cousin to explain everything. Muxeter tried to announce that they were here, but Hwang Jung aimed an ice blast at the guys. The partner tries to shield Kei from the ice attack. Taking out his sword, he successfully managed to repel Hwang Young's ice blast. Ki-jong didn't know what was going on because he trusted Hen. Hyun ordered Ram Hwan-jung not to attack his cousin. Looking at Tai-il, he asked him not to attack the Ram sisters either. The musketeer tried to run up to his brother to explain everything to him. Seeing the guy's intentions, Tai-il pointed out that it was time for him and Kei to go back looking at them. Hen tried to stop them and explain everything to his brother. But without waiting for an explanation, the boys headed back to the Pyolcho Guild. The musketeer didn't know how to react to what was happening. Grabbing his head, he realized that he should have told Kei from the beginning that he knew the Ram sisters. The girl asked Hen that he knew the Templar of the Pyolcho Guild. The guy looked angrily at Ram Hwan-young, who was next to him. Deshwoka was surprised at this behavior of the musketeer. The guy asked from whom Hwang Yan learned that there was a traitor in the Pyolcho Guild. The girl indicated that she shouldn't tell him who was related to one of the members of the Pyolcho Guild. The hunter put the gun to Hwang Young's head, ordering her to spill everything before he shot her in the head. Hwang Yan questioned the intentions of the musketeer who was aiming at her. The guy indicated that he didn't want the misunderstanding between him and Ki-jan to continue by asking if there was a traitor in the Piolcho Guild. The girl asked if Hen was ready to attack Guildmaster Huahan and the daughter of the head of Ramron Corporation. Just because of some acquaintance from the Piolcho Guild, Huang Yang was sure that this guy wasn't Hyonu's sibling. Hen replied that if she lied to him, he had no reason not to shoot her, ordering Huang Yon to respond by pointing out that Qi Zhang is an important person to him. Turning around, the girl said that they would have wanted to say it themselves, but she didn't know if there was a traitor in the Pulcho Guild. She said it's not easy to recognize a man standing in the dark and wearing a mask. If that information wasn't true, she herself would have thought the man was a double spy sent from Pulcho to confuse them. Huang Yan indicated that she had no intentions of ruining Hen's relationship with Qi Zheng. The girl suggested to Hen to convince Qi Zhan and come to Huahan Guild together. The guy was surprised by such a suggestion. Huang Yan said that Hyan will be given maximum convenience, indicating that she will hire him as a gunner of the Huahan Guild and its protector. The musketeer did not expect to receive such an offer from a girl and was shocked. Huang Yan said that she would give him a deposit of 1,000 gold coins and promised him at least 3,000 gold coins per year, indicating that she could earn up to 10,000 gold coins per year. Compared to the rising sun, Ram's proposal was on another level altogether. If it was not nonsense, he could raise the required amount in 3 years. The guy realized that this is the chance that can be called one for life. He decided to turn a blind eye and make a deal. He decided to talk to Qi Zhang later and resolve everything since they were related, but Hen doubted that Kei would listen to him. If Hyung was a different person, he would have acted like that. Payan apologized to the girl who didn't expect to hear that. Hyung indicated that he refused her offer. Huang Yon was shocked by Hen's decision, not expecting to hear such a thing from him. Hen taunts Qi Zhan as his savior, who leads a desperate Hen into a world like Midros. That's why he would never join the Huahan Guild, indicating that he would fight with them rather than betray Qi Zhan. The musketeer was confident in his spoken words. Huang Yun pointed out that Hyung is a good man. Huang Zhang pointed out that he's funny. Deshwoka asked how long he'd be pointing the gun at her. The guy assumed the two were checking him out. Hen pointed out to the Huang sisters that they have a knack for embarrassing people. Hua Young indicated that her suggestion was serious, adding that it might be easier to look for a farting Piolcho in their guild. The boy was surprised by this statement of the girl. They said goodbye, and the Huang sisters left Hen. Hen was shocked at what had just happened to him. Meanwhile, Hei and Hyun indicated that he had warned Qi Zhan. The guild leader pointed out that since this was the case, there was only one way out of this situation. Hei and Hyun made Kei sign a document about their future work. Hen tried to call his cousin. The guy was surprised his brother wasn't returning his calls. Hen assumed that Qi Zhan felt such a strong betrayal. Qi Zhan was sitting on the bleeding floor and not answering Hen's calls. Hei and Hyun pointed out that the damage to the Piolcho Guild was 2,600,000,000 won. He realized that it would have to be paid to the penny by Qi Zhan. The guy was very upset about this turn of events. I sat at the bar and listened to the conversations of the customers who were discussing who would win the guild war. One of the men heard that the Fire Dragon Guild has nailed Huahan. The girl offered the musketeer to decide on the order, and he looked at her. Hen ordered a vodka martini, asking to be shaken and not stirred. The girl greeted their regular guest and escorted him to the top floor. Madame Zhu was happy to meet Hen, who came to see her. The girl assumed that Hen had dropped in on her to get some information. In addition, the guy asked Madame Zhu to find out something else. The girl tensed up. Since Fei Yu had sided with Huahan, Igor couldn't help but come after him. Hen was sure that Igor would cause another indiscriminate massacre. Hen informed Madame Zhu that there was one person who was highly likely to appear in the guild war. He wanted to find out information about the huge Igor. A few days later, in one of the guilds in the game, Midros, the Huang sisters arrived, accompanied by a man to their guild. The girl asked Cha-chan not to call her boss. The man apologized by calling Huang Yun a master. The guy asked that the master of the Huahan Guild is Mrs. Huajung Cha-chong, said that under the documents, but in reality, the guild is run by Mrs. Huang Yun. Walking in, the girl stated that the time had come. Everyone was in agreement with her decision. Huan Young proposed to start their guild meeting by going into the hall where everyone was already waiting for her. The girl said that she had gathered them all here to quickly relay the information to her people, who are the main force of Huahan. To begin with, Huan Young indicated that they would talk about the first fight, and she was told that it was just as the master had said, and that there were 15 enemies. In the video, the guys didn't expect this to happen to see one of the mages prepared to launch an attack. The soldiers were about to storm the Huahan branch, and they noticed they were being attacked by Piolcho. Sitting around the table, everyone was dumbfounded to see the first skirmish. Deshvuka pointed out that this happened on the first day of the war, when not even an hour had passed since the beginning of the fighting Desvai, adding that they suffered an unqualified defeat in this battle. The location of the hideout is on the list of the guild's best-kept secrets, yet Piolcho sent the right amount of forces to the right location. Cha-chong reported that all 9 shelters were attacked simultaneously, resulting in the destruction of 132 members of the Hwahan Guild. Huang Yan informed everyone that she invited him. Everyone didn't expect to see such a guest. The puzzled mercenary was on his way to become the Hwahan Guild's side. It was the outsider alchemist Mad Commander Crowley. The Polcho warriors didn't believe that the Hwahan Guild had recruited Crowley into their ranks. Crowley asked if Polcho was going to call Faust. The alchemist was sure that this Faust didn't get involved in such a massacre. Crowley indicated that he took the initiative. Huang Zhong indicated to the alchemist not to talk to her. Huang Zhong didn't understand why her sister had brought that idiot, but she could have handled Polcho's squad by herself. Opening the breach, the alchemist ordered all enemies to get out and prepare for battle. A large number of blood golems emerged from the man's vial. The warriors of Polcho saw the bloody monsters and were horrified by what they saw. Huan Yang indicated that the fight involving Crowley took place at the Ranen Taigonas. Polcho and Hwahan struck each other, but considering the number of allies defeated, the damage on Hwahan's side was much greater. The girl ordered that such a thing should not happen again, asking her subordinates to increase security and safety. Huang Yan said that everyone is busy during the war, so she would not delay anyone and ordered everyone to get to work, and that was the end of the meeting. Meanwhile, the musketeer lay in ambush and took aim at his enemies. After seeing the bloody golems, the guy realized that the Hwahan had swung a lot, inviting the outsider Crowley in addition to the writhing dragon. The boy noticed two unknown sables near him who were watching the battle like him. Hen realized that the design of the robe was similar to the Hwahan robe he had seen in the capital, but the color was different. The guy noticed that there were no guild markings on the robe, realizing that the location of these unknowns indicated that this wasn't the first time they were stalking. Assuming that these people are related to the type that showed up in front of him and Qi Zhan in the capital. That time, Haiyan thought that Hwahan was following them, but after thinking about it, there were a lot of things that didn't add up. If that stalker was a member of the Hwahan Guild, then Huang Yang would know that Haiyan knew Qi Zhang. The guy was very curious to find out who these two really were and decided to sit on their tails until the very end and find out what guild they were from. Polcho again attacked one of the Hwahan Philians those were trying to defend the shelter. The guy chopped one of his vicious enemies in half. They looked at Cha Chong's attack and were very ashamed of what had happened. A surprise attack in Mayo City left 4 of the Hwahan Guild dead. The girl asked if Chung knew what day it was and how many people had died. The man replied that he knew everything and could see the counts. Leaving the meal, Hua Young realized that it had been a week since the battle on the Taigonas Plain. The Pyolchos not even showing up and the Hwahan are already exhausted. Assuming that if there are only 5 or 10 of them gathered, the Pyolcho will attack them from behind and kill them. The girl was trying to figure out at what point her plan had gone awry. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms of the Pyolcho Guildhouse, the people inside were discussing how their affairs were progressing. The head reported that all 3 groups of guerrillas had successfully completed their operations. Hai and Hyun was very pleased to hear such a report since their guild was superior to Hwahong. The head asked Sasuke where he got this information from. Hai and Hyun pointed out that they had a lot of damage too, but Hwahong had a lot more damage compared to Pyolcho. The head of the guild pointed out that the money with the items is flying away very quickly. But it doesn't matter because as soon as Dale comes to them, they will grab much more. Sasuke pointed out that the current costs could well be recovered then. Sometime he would lead a guerrilla war and prepare for an all-out battle. Hai In-hyun didn't object to such a suggestion, telling Sasuke that he relied on him and was happy to serve the Pyolcho Guild. The guild leader was relieved at the information Sasuke had received and pointed out that he was overpraising him. In this war, the Polcho Guild is surprisingly not using all of its forces, and everyone has started betting on Polcho instead of Hwahan. But even with such actions, Hwahan has not a bad capital for the battle. Pyolcho continued to reveal information talking about the gathering at Amas Gorge. Everyone was sure that it was aimed to provoke Hwahong. The guild building was burning with fire. The news reported that the all-out war between Hwahan and Pyolcho has been approved, and the place has been chosen as Amas Gorge. Hua Young asked, as with Cha-chan's preparation, the man reported that everything was finished. The girl pointed out that they didn't look very good with so many warriors and asked about the help of the Fire Dragon Guild. Cha-chong said that they had contacted Feiyu. Feiyu said that the 888 elite soldiers of the Fire Dragon Guild were already waiting for their orders. Hua Young ordered them to go ahead with their plan and told the alchemist to be ready. Flak, with his banner flying, is the last battle of these 2 geldings. The magician voiced his concern to Hai and Hyun that they might not be able to make it in time for the smallest of things. The warrior stated that there was nothing to worry about the whole time the master's strategy was progressing smoothly, saying the problem is how long their warriors can resist. Sasuke indicated to Hai and Hyun that he could start commanding the troops. He understood the instructions and was ready to give orders. Hai and Hyun ordered Sasuke to protect him no matter what. Guild Commander Polcho ordered all the warriors to prepare for battle. Hai and Hyun intended to slit the throats of the Ram sisters and capture Castle Dale. The opposing forces began to converge in the gorge. Cha Chong was surprised that the intelligence didn't say that Pyolcho's troop strength was about 600 men. The Pyolcho Guild were the first to provoke this battle. The warriors of this guild were heading towards the Hwahan warriors. Cha Chong pointed out that Pyolcho had infiltrated all the forces' swings into this battle. Hua Young understood her deputy's hunch. The girl asked not to worry so much about Cha Chong, pointing out that this battle was not chess after all. There was no reason to read the enemy's next move. Hua Young ordered her to get ready to attack Hua Jung, who took her sister's hint. The girl was instructed by her sister to use a spell, and began preparing to cast ice attacks on the Pyolcho Guild troops. One of the Pyolcho warriors noticed that Huang Zhong was about to use the Arctic tornado technique on them. Using the technique, a huge tornado with incredible speed fell on the warriors, who could not have foreseen such an event and tried to resist it. Attack Wars asked the mages to do something about the spell and help them counter the Arctic tornado. The mage informed He In Hyun that they needed help to create a trap for the Hwahan Guild, and he understood the mage's suggestion. Then raising his wand, the mage used a daze technique to try and stop the enemy army. Looking at the magic attack from Pyolcho's side, Hwang Young pointed out that it was a cheap trick she was ready to fight on. The girl realized that Pyolcho's army had come before them to herd the lava trees in the gorge. The mage didn't expect that his cordon technique wouldn't adequately counteract the Hwahan army. Using 4 totems, he couldn't stop just one spellcaster. That was why the unknown indicated to the mage that they had come to their aid. An army of powerful spellcasters has come to their aid. The army of spellcasters created a huge magic move together in preparation to attack the Hwahan army. Hai In Hyun realized that one couldn't let the skills collide with the barricade they had created. Guildhead Pyolcho hurriedly applied a spell to turn the space on the ground to form a magic seal. Ram Hwajung continued to single-handedly confront the mages from the opposing guild. Her ice magic was very strong, but even her magic wasn't enough to counter the sheer number of mages from the Pyolcho Guild. There was a powerful explosion that began to sweep away everything in its path. With all his strength, Kai Jan tried to resist the powerful attack. The guy managed to successfully attack several huge blood golems. Tae-il, without a second thought, also rushed into battle against the enemies. He struck a magical sword strike. The Pyolcho Guild warrior managed to destroy the dangerous monster. Alchemist Crowley was furious that his golems had been destroyed. The excited warriors assumed they could defeat Hwakan at this rate. Suddenly in the battle, Pyolcho's army noticed something strange coming at them. The Fire Darkon army was naviging into the gorge to aid the Hwakan Guild. Everyone saw the guild banner that came to the battle. Feiyu looked silently at the army of enemies in anticipation of battle. Hua Young realized what the phrase "Don't fight Koreans" meant. The girl told the warriors that they were fighting well, thus proving her point. Everyone was surprised to realize that the Fire Dragon Guild had once again come to Hwahan's aid. Ram Hua Young ordered Feiyu to surround the Pyolcho Guild. The guy shouted and ordered the Fire Dragon to advance. Upon hearing the order, all the warriors began to jump into the gorge and surround the enemies. Hai In Hyun watched as Hua Young's army grew larger and larger with each passing second. Kijan resented this unexpected turn of events. The Fire Dragon troops had surrounded the Pyolcho Guild army in the gorge. Tae-il was surprised to see such a huge number of enemy men. After looking them in the face, the guy pointed out that there was no chance of winning. Walking up to Hae In Hyun, Hua Young pointed out that a similar picture had already been in Thiwi Gorge. The girl assumed that the Pyolcho were planning to suppress them before the Fire Dragon arrived. Ha In Hyun said that it was expected of Hua Young to point out that she would not become the mistress of Midros Fortress. Ha Hyun pointed out that Hua Young thought he blocked the space, so she ordered the Fire Dragon to come running to help. Feiyu silently looked at him. Hua Young was surprised to hear that the Pyolcho Guild had a different battle plan. Hua Young didn't understand why Hae In Hyun didn't use this spell, being a sage and one of the top 100 spatial mages. After figuring out Hae In Hyun's plan, Hua Jung instructed his sister to leave faster. She decided to use her ice magic. Hae In Hyun pointed out that her action was too late and Hua Jung wouldn't have time to confront him. The guild leader was confident that he could deal with Feiyu and his army with a single atka. Hae In Hyun applied an enforcing teleport on Feiyu by trying to forcefully teleport him. Ram Hua Young was surprised at this turn of events and was against such a thing. Feiyu was forcibly teleported away from the battlefield. The girl tried to counteract the teleportation, but it was too late. Hae In Hyun ordered his magicians to block the space. On the orders of guild leader Pyolcho, all space in the area was blocked off. Sasuke realized that the forced teleportation that threw the object to a completely random point had worked, but there was no telling where Feiyu had been thrown. Even if Feiyu was thrown somewhere nearby, it'll take him a while to get here. Hua Young couldn't believe that Hae In Hyun kept such a trick on her. She ordered Cha Chong to take charge of the Fire Dragon warriors. Ordered to do it as soon as possible before the squad fell apart, he obeyed the order. The girl realized that despite Feiyu's departure, his 888 elite subordinates hadn't gone anywhere. Hae In Hyun pointed out that Hua Young's face says what she's thinking. The mage realized that it would take at least an hour for Feiyu to return, and that they would have enough to deal with the Hwahan Guild. Suddenly, the silhouette of a huge Igor appeared and headed towards them. Hua Jung hurriedly warned her sister of the danger that was approaching from behind. The girl turned around and saw a huge Igor running towards her. All the Vions experienced panic at the video of the huge and bloodthirsty Igor. Killing the warriors, Igor stated that this place was crawling with insects. The girl was surprised at such a sudden appearance of the huge Igor. Looking at the battlefield, the girl assumed they had lost this battle. There was a shot from the musketeer's gun that was heard all around. In the ambush, Hen indicated that Hua-Han would not lose this war. He intended not to let it happen. Meanwhile, both guilds were suffering losses in the desolate gorge. Huge Igor grabbing Hua Young carried her Pyolcho guild members believing that they had won. The magician pointed out that Hae In-hyun's strategy worked perfectly. Hae In-hyun pointed out that from the moment they successfully contacted Igor, their victory in this war was already predetermined. The guild leader stated that there was a real hero in this war, pointing out that the contact with Igor and the successful espionage was all thanks to Sasuke. Igor's employer ordered Ram Hua Young's throat to be cut. Suddenly, Sasuke ordered Igor to deal with the rest of them. Igor strikes Hae In-hyun, who didn't see this coming. After being injured, guild leader Pyolcho fell to the ground. Igor assumed that Sasuke was dying from Hae In-hyun's attack and asked him not to kill him because he needed him alive. One of the warriors didn't understand what was going on. The mage instructed him to just stand there and keep quiet. The warrior looked at the number of mages and decided not to resist the instructions. The guy realized that they had come in with a huge Igor. Sasuke decided to dispense with the idle chatter from the Pyolcho guildmasters. The traitor offered a treaty to Hae In-hyun, in which he agreed to give up Dale Castle to Sasuke. I wondered why Sasuke had endured the humiliation of sitting in Hae In-hyun's shoes all this time. Sasuke said that he had not been his subordinate from the beginning, pointing out that it was them and not the Pyolcho who had won. The guy added that the reason for the defeat was because Hae In-hyun didn't suspect Sasuke for a second. After hearing all of this, Hae In-hyun became furious, calling Sasuke a bastard. Sasuke ordered In-hyun to be more restrained if he didn't want to die. Putting a hand on his shoulder, the traitor said that he had once taken some money from the guild's capital, threatening Hae In-hyun that if he tries to resist, Sasuke will take it out on him, saying that Hae In-hyun won't make a move at Midras after this. When Hua Young opened her eyes, she realized that it was Vice Guildmaster Pyolcho Sasuke himself. Seeing the name of Daijunan's guild in the contract, Hae In-hyun asked Sasuke if he was Japanese. Hae In-hyun asked that he joined Pyolcho from the beginning to betray Sasuke, ordered him to shut up and sign the document. By using a puppet spell on Hae In-hyun, Sasuke intended to force him to sign a contract. Through the crowd came Ki-jan, who didn't understand what he was seeing. The guy tried to find out from Sasuke and Hae In-hyun what it all meant. Sasuke ordered Ki-jan to stay out of their business, indicating that they were discussing what to do with him after the war. After getting up, Hua Young informed Kei that he, along with Hyun, had been falsely accused. Sasuke hurriedly applied a special puppet spell. The girl under the spell could not move or speak. Ki-jan was furious at Sasuke's shenanigans, considering him a friend. Kei shouted across the battlefield that Sasuke was the traitor all along. Ki-jan realized that it was Sasuke who had shown up in front of them that day and provoked the other guild members to think as if Kei was holding secret talks with Hwa-hon. The guy said that Sasuke had done all these things by his own hand. Sasuke said that Hae In-hyun wanted to blame the guild war on Ki-jan. The guy didn't see any reason for Kei to defend Hae In-hyun. Hae In-hyun pointed out to Ki-jong that he's really sorry about what happened. The guild leader said that Sasuke was the first to suggest that the blame should be shifted to Ki-jan, and in his defense, he added that he was afraid that the currency unit was increasing faster than Hae In-hyun had anticipated. Hearing that, Ki-jan realized that these two were really only thinking about themselves. Ki-jan said that they were blinded by money and missed something important because they didn't accumulate fame with money. The guy stated that he intended to defend the Pyolcho Guild against them. Sasuke pointed out that that's why people like that piss him off. Hae In-hyun heard Sasuke order Igor to deal with Ki-jan. Heading towards the guy, huge Igor pointed out that they had seen him before. The mercenary said that Ki-jan was the little girl he killed last time he tried to protect someone. Ki-jan realized that he had nothing to fear either, because he'd promised himself that he'd punch the bastard in the face when he met him. The huge Igor cast a blood jet spell and was ready to strike at Ki-jan. Tae-il rushed to Kei's aid, trying to parry the attack. The powerful attack went through the body of the huge Igor, who didn't have time to dodge it. Igor was surprised that such a powerful attack came directly at his head. Ki-jan spotted a bullet that flew at the huge Igor. Kei realized he was being helped by his cousin, and tears of happiness came to his eyes. The musketeer continued to take aim at the enemy who intended to destroy his brother. Igor's health scale dropped. He didn't realize who was attacking him. Ki-jong was quite pleased to have Hyon on his defense. Looking at the Ram sisters, Igor assumed that they were the ones who had cheated and attacked him. The huge Igor was intent on ripping out their marrow. Before he could speak, another bullet flew into him. The huge Igor squealed from the shot that hit him in the leg. looking at Sasuke, who had earlier told Igor that strong opponents would not be on the battlefield. Igor's health level was lowered again from such a hit. Giant Igor looked at his allies and said he needed blood. Without thinking long, he killed a few allies, restoring his health level. Sasuke pointed out to Igor that he shouldn't rush forward recklessly. Tae-il put in the way Sasuke asked if he was going far. Sasuke asked him not to interfere if Tae-il didn't understand, and he said he interfered because he was defending the path of justice. Tae-il, looking straight into Sasuke's eyes, stated that he believed Kei. The powerful gusts of wind from the attack rattled the entire area. The boys clashed blades in a battle against each other. The mage didn't understand why Vice Guildmaster Pyolcho was fighting with Tae-il. Huge Igor stated that he didn't care who was targeting him. After all, he had only contractually agreed to disarm Guildmaster Pyolcho anyway. Hai In-hyun was surprised to have Ki-jan on his defense. After replenishing his health level, Igor intended to deal with the defender and Hai In-hyun himself. Ki-jan pointed out that he had become greener and did not intend to give up his plans to protect the guild's Galava. Igor laughed at hearing the guy say he thought he was stupid, after which the huge Igor began to produce a series of punches on the defender. Ki-jan had a hard time countering his opponent's attacks. Hearing that the guy was keeping a report, Igor assumed that he was counting how much he would lose in a fight with him. Igor stated to Ki-jan that he would finish him off before 30 seconds were up. Earlier, Kei had asked Hen how much his reload speed had increased, and he replied that it took him 25 seconds. Kai-jan told Hen that the day they would fight side by side was just a little while away. After counting to 25, Ki-jan was ready for Hen to shoot. Immediately, a thunderous gunshot sounded. The bullet hit the shoulder of the huge Igor, who didn't expect such a thing. After which, his loud shout echoed throughout the battlefield. Ki-jan hurriedly attacked the injured opponent using the Holy Soul technique. The guy managed to successfully strike the body of the huge Igor by applying the Temple Knight's Fletcher. The huge Igor didn't realize what had happened. His body was pierced by Ki-jan's sword. From such a powerful blow, the huge Igor fell to his knees. Ki-jan realized that his opponent's muscles were preventing him from pulling out his sword. Having been reborn, a huge Igor stated that it was time to finish with Ki-jan. Hai In-hyun indicated to Kei to just ask for the sword and walk away from him. Ki-jan said they can't yet because Hen needs time to recharge. Hwa-jung used the freezing technique on the huge Igor. Igor's mouth was covered in ice, preventing him from casting spells. The wounded girl tried to delay Igor's attack so the musketeer could reload. Kei realized that by working together, they could hold out a little longer. Hai In-hyun instructed Ki-jong to leave Igor otherwise. Huge Igor managed to resist the freeze by freeing his mouth from the ice. The head of the Pyolcho Guild began to worry about Ki-jan. A shot rang out and the bullet raced toward its target. Musketeer again managed to aim a shot at his opponent who was attacking his cousin. Huge Igor declared that Ki-jan was finished. The hit went straight to the head of the huge Igor, who didn't expect such a turn of events. There was heavy smoke coming out of the shotgun barrel. Hen was surprised at what was happening. He hadn't expected this outcome. The guy started getting a lot of system notifications. Leveling up after hunting a normal user level up outside of participating in guild warfare was considered a bit different in quality. However, there were very different thoughts in Hen's mind right now. As he watched this war, he wanted to pull the trigger a lot of times, but Hen did the right thing in restraining himself and managed to take down the huge Igor. Musketeer was glad that he was able to defeat such a strong opponent. Hen realized that it was too early to relax. The guy realized that the war would only end when he escaped from this Russian guild. Magician ordered to catch the shooter alive. In that case, the musketeer understands the best way out of this situation. The guy realized he had to jump to the rest of his buddies. Hen flew happily to the bottom of the gorge to his acquaintances. Ki-jan pointed out to his brother that he would crash from the fall. Ram Hwa-young didn't understand how Hyun could be so reckless. Hai In-hyun gave the good news that he still had some mana left. Kei didn't understand what the guild leader was going to do. The guy used his measurement stasis technique. Hai In-hyun managed to prevent the musketeer from falling down with the help of magic. Once on the ground, Hen realized he had almost died. The mage realized that Hen, the Korean user, tried to apply the teleportation scroll. Musketeer thanked He-ying for saving him from falling. In response, the man looked silently at the musketeer without a single emotion on his face. Hen realized that now was not the time to talk. He wanted to find Sasuke. Tae-il stated to everyone that Sasuke escaped at the moment of Igor's death. The musketeer managed to realize the words spoken about Sasuke's escape. Kei wondered if Hyun was okay and how he knew that Ki-jong was here. The guy embarrassedly replied that he found out about it by accident. Hen looked happily at his cousin, who was unharmed from the battle with the huge Igor. The musketeer apologized for not telling him about everything earlier and about his acquaintance with the Ram sisters. Ki-jan calmly replied that he held no grudge against his brother, pointing out that he wouldn't listen to him either, and first thing he did was block him, saying it was stupid and wrong. After shaking hands, the brothers no longer held grudges against each other. The mage and warrior asked Hai and Hyun what had happened at the Pyolcho Guild. Hen volunteered to explain to them everything that was going on this time. Musketeer asked the guild masters and their deputies to all gather together. Hen was intent on revealing the hidden truth about this war. Hen talked about the paper guild that Ma Changhana and Sasuke were members of. The Daizunan Guild was the 17th fake guild created to benefit from the Shibigumi Guild. The guild itself was not officially registered under the name Shinobigumi. It had no legal entity, and the guild master was some other low-level user everyone was shocked to hear. Kei asked who the person was who had been following them earlier. Hen pointed out that in all likelihood it was Sasuke. Kijong realized that the screenshots Sasuke used to accuse him were faked too. Tai-il pointed out to Kei that he was trying his best for nothing. Musketeer added that after a prolonged push by Pulcho and Hua-Han to fight to exhaustion, a third powerful party of need emerged, and that was money. The plan was to call out Igor with the Tsar Guild that protects him, and then shut down shop. In the end, the benefits received were to be multiplied by the Piper Guild. Hua Younghyun said that the reason why Hua-Han continued the guerrilla war was also because of the Shinobigumi because they had infiltrated Hua-Han itself. The girl assumed that Hen wanted to unite and end the war. A warrior from the Pulcho Guild stated that the huge Igor was defeated by their guild. Hua Young pointed out that if they were to continue fighting without Igor and the king against Hua-Han and the Fire Dragon, the girl reported if they agreed they were ready to continue the battle. Hen pointed out that this was not the time for two guilds to fight, adding that there is no point in fighting until they know the true identity of the Shinobigumi and their financial capabilities. Musketeer stated that it was necessary to put an end to this war between Pulcho and Hua-Han. The girl wasn't ready to hear that their guild had to retreat. Hae-in-hyun heard Hua Young's statement that Hua-Han had made offers of compromise and Pulcho several times. The guild leader was surprised to hear that Hua-Han was offering them compromises. The boy realized that Sasuke was quite often the negotiator in his place. He couldn't believe that the Hua-Han were calling for a verbal solution to the problem, because Sasuke had said that they were trampling on their ideas. Grasping his head, Hae-in-hyun didn't realize at what point things went wrong. The head of the guild, Pulcho, told Hua Young that all responsibility lies with him. Hae-in-hyun told the girl that his guild would also leave the battlefield. He wanted Hua Young to talk to her comrades and do what was best. The musketeer offered to listen to his arguments. For starters, both were surprised. After looking at Hua Young at Henblow's very tempting offer, the girl didn't know what he was talking about. Hen pointed out as he realized after obtaining Castle Dale, there would be a lot of stuff to do, such as controlling the dungeons, maintaining a constant fighting force. The musketeer suggested that Hwa-Han take the castle and hire a light flare with the Dragon Knights. After all, these two are not ranchers, so the hiring cost will be cheaper compared to a fire dragon, adding that Hwa-Han, as victims of these two guilds, are well aware of their combat abilities. Hen asked those around him what they would say to the plan he outlined. At Hen's initiative, the Hwa-Han hired the Dragon Knights to join them. In the same way, they also hired the Light Flash of Pulcho's allies. Hae-in-hyun was involved in the whole mess, voluntarily left Pulcho and handed over the position of guild leader to Master K. Kijong couldn't believe that Hae-in-hyun was seriously leaving his own guild. Hae-in-hyun couldn't entrust the guild to anyone else like Kijong, indicating that everyone else was fine with his candidacy, breaking Hae-in-hyun's debt obligation to entrust K with the Pulcho Guild. Hae-in decided to cover the guild's losses with gold and items from his own money, and in order to repay the shame he and the guild were facing, he began to search for Sasuke. Musketeer was satisfied that he had managed to resolve this conflict between the two guilds. Hua Young pointed out to the guy that he had done a good job doing such a difficult job. The girl added that Hen has excellent persuasion skills and managed to catch brilliant timing. Hen answered the girl that since he had heard such praise from her, he tried to do his best. Hua Young was curious where Hyon managed to get all that information from and asked him about it. The guy said he just listened to it and compared it to the information he originally collected. The girl realized that Hyon was telling her about Madame Zhu. The guy was chalky that Hua Young managed to guess. Realizing that there was no more reason to withhold information, Hyung confirmed Hua Young's hunch. The girl was surprised at the information the musketeer had managed to get and resolved their war with Pulcho. Hua Young said that Hyung intervened for them, even though he wasn't involved with them in any way. The girl was sure that Hen had done it for his cousin. Musketeer reported that Hua Young was one of the reasons why he intervened. The two were surprised to hear it. Hyon pointed out that he couldn't pass by when such a pretty girl was in trouble. Hua Young was shocked by such a statement about her. Hyon pointed out that he was joking. Hua Young became furious at such jokes. The guild war ended in a battle between Pulcho and Hua-hun, with the latter winning. Two men were secretly filming what was happening on the battlefield of the two guilds. One of my buddies suggested we name the guy who killed Igor something cool. The other replied that Hen had the nickname Cloud Mage, whose friend was not satisfied with such a nickname. The man asked where it was taken from, a musical or an opera. They decided to give Hen's special nickname of Free Gunner. A few days later in Ailstoke, Hen was watching someone from around the corner. After the infamous video where he was called some kind of free shooter, he couldn't get into the game quietly. The guy decided to check something quick while no one was around. Opening the stats and game menu, Hen was shocked he got 5 achievements at the same time. Hen realized that if an outsider kills a rancher once, the relationship between them will reach a point of no return. The whole space took up a lot of notifications. He decided to see how many stat points he had gotten. The musketeer managed to get 213 stat points, which he was very pleasantly surprised. He decided to get his agility up to 1,000 points. After which, I decided to pull the newly obtained item out of my inventory. That item was the pendant of the giant Igor that Hen killed. Opening the hanging information, Hen saw that the item's class was above Rare Heroic. From one item, he is plus 100% to friendship with dark elves and 50% to resistance to all types of black magic. Hen decided to remove the kobold ringleader's suspension for now. Having put on the new pendant, the boy intended to go on to find adventures and fulfill tasks. Sasuke reported to Okasana that the plan to take Dale Castle had failed. The girl indicated that it was no big deal, suggesting that they had set the bar too high. She reported that the most important thing was the balance of power that would restrain Huahan from expanding. For this was the alliance of the Piolcho, but eventually they united. Sasuke indicated that he would soon find a new guild that could thwart Huahan. Oke-san said she has already contacted Minas and the Shazrashian Federation. Parenz asked what Oka-san was saying about users from other countries. The girl replied that it is not necessary to contain force within one state. The man pointed out that this isn't a lab. I made a mistake aiming at the monsters. The two-headed monster tried to locate the man who carried danger to him. Raising a huge muzzle, the man said that since there was no dialogue, he didn't need the monster. The two-headed monster unleashed his hounds on the man who rushed toward him. The man fired a powerful shot from his huge weapon. The powerful charge struck the monster's body with a single attack. Mujina was satisfied that he had managed to destroy the two-headed monster and its pets with a single shot. The unidentified man suggested he'd have to chase rumors that this type of young man was good for nothing. Mujina intended to find a free gunman in this place. In the center square, players were looking for members to join their team. Hen heard the guy calling for one player to join the nearly assembled team of 5. Musketeer was happy to see a lot of players in one place. The guy suggested that there must be a lot of money rolling around in a place like this, pointing out that Hua Young is a cool girl. Earlier, Hua Young asked if Hyun would turn down her business proposal this time too. The guy said it's good that she understands everything on her own. The girl offered high-on powers at the level of Vice Guildmaster Huahan, but he was surprised by the offer, adding that he would be paid the same amount as Vayu. Ram Hua Young said that she learned about Haiyan's life all through this war and therefore matched him accordingly. Moreover, she wanted to keep the heel by her side out of self-interest. Hen replied that the conditions are good, but he has to help Kijong, who is now sewing up the order in Piolcho. The guy told Hua Young if she wanted to interest him, then let her offer him a share of the profits at Castle Dale. She agreed to give him 10% of the profits. Hen was surprised that the girl agreed to his proposal so quickly. Mucketer was pleasantly dumbfounded by the percentage of profit offered. Hen got the achievement of the true master of the castle. Dale indicated that the guy will receive 10% of the profits of the castle that is located in the kingdom of Pubiel. The inhabitants of the Boar hope that he will further improve their estate. The guy realized that the income from this mast would be counted and flow to him. Hen accidentally stepped on a passerby's foot, after which he apologized. Suddenly, a passing guy recognized Hen and started shouting all over the street and pointing his finger at him. Surrounding people noticed the freelance gunman and were shocked that he visited the place. The guy realized that he was going to be surrounded and asked for a picture. The guys noticed a shooter with a silver gun. The girl was shocked by such a meeting with the legendary and popular shooter. The man pointed out that this is a real free shooter. Recognizing the musketeer, the whole crowd rushed towards him in hopes of taking a screenshot with him. Hen didn't expect such popularity and didn't know what he should do in such a situation. The people around him started groping him, asking him what the new pendant around his neck was, and Hen tried to order people to stop groping him. There was an explosion in the sky. Tolka didn't realize what had happened. The surrounding people were surprised to hear the guardsman's order to disperse to the sides. The guard was on his way to talk to the musketeer. The man asked if he was Hen. The guy nodded affirmatively. Placing a hand on the lecos, the guard asked the musketeer to follow him. Hen didn't realize what had happened. After using the teleportation scroll, the guardian and Hen left the crowd and didn't understand what had happened this time. The man was already looking forward to the musketeer's arrival at his estate. The guy assumed that he was called here to say something about the guild war he was sitting against the stranger. The man pointed out that the guy was 30 years old and was of the same Korean nationality as Hua Young's mother. The man said that Hen's real appearance was the same as the game's and asked if the guy had any chronic illnesses. The man said he was just checking up on Hen. The unidentified man said he knew about his service in the Korean army, asking what Hen is doing now. The guy stated that he didn't have to answer all these questions, asking where the man got all this data from. Mujina responded that learning who becomes part of Ramron Company is a necessary process. Hen responded that he did not apply to Ramron Company. The unknown person replied that there was nothing to worry about because Hen's side would not suffer any losses. Mujin pointed out that it doesn't matter if it's Mrs. Ramhua Young or Mrs. Ramhua Jung. Walking into their office, the girl pointed out that someone's tongue was too long. The two sisters were furious at the servant who talked too much. They used their techniques on him. From such a powerful attack, not only the servant was injured, but also Hen. The guy was upset that the ladies didn't think he was still in this room before the attack. Hua Young apologized for recently saying that Cha Jung likes to jump to conclusions. The girl inquired that Hen had come to Dale from behind the dungeon-sealed groundwater. Hua Young asked if he had enough weapons, and Pud Hen replied that it was enough, after which she asked if the breaks had passed at all of the skills. The guy nodded graciously. The guy didn't understand why there were so many questions, assuming she was his mom. Hua Jung suggested that the guy take the magic spheria. Hen didn't understand why the Ram sisters were giving him expensive artifacts, since he had intended to go through the dungeon on his own. Hua Jung pointed out that she had bought the crystal and scrolls a long time ago, but Hyung didn't understand why she would give it all to him. Ram Hwan Young told her companions that they had arrived at the dungeon the musketeer was looking for, adding that especially for Hen stole precious time and came to an instant dungeon of sealed underground waters. The guy thanked them for their help, because they wouldn't have to search for Hua Young, and was surprised to realize that Hyung was going to go there alone at the 120th level. The gate opened, and Hen said he was going to see the Ram sisters later. Hua Jung asked if everything was okay because her sister looked really weird. Adding that it wouldn't be enough, the sister didn't know what Hua Jung was talking about. The Ram sisters, having taken stock of the situation, decided to go ahead. Sitting down at the table, Hua Young asked Cha Chan how Haiyan was doing. The man reported that the guy was still in the underground waters and was fine. The girl was worried about her companion, because he had been in the dungeon for the 3rd day already. The man pointed out that Hen's concentration impressed him. The man pointed out that you shouldn't worry about him because the guy has raised his game level a lot and will be able to deal with monsters. Hua Young informs Cha Jung that she's not worried but says that he purposely refused the dungeon pass. The girl doubted that Hen wouldn't die with his current stats. The man asked how she knew about Hen's stats. Hua Young pointed out that her sister had already verified it by tearing the scroll of reading information. The girl asked Cha Chong if he had dealt with the guild that is connected to the donations of Armio City and Rekhez City. The man said that he could organize a meeting about it any time. Sister asked Hua Jung if there were any suspicious rankers or outsiders around. Hua Jung replied that she noticed the 3 first were the King's Guild members hanging around Dale Castle. Hua Jung realized that Igor was probably waiting nearby. The girl asked Cha Chong who runs the King's Guild. She was curious to know why those mages were following Igor around like glued. Cha Chan found out that they belonged to the Russian forces, indicating that this guild was led by soldiers selected for cyber warfare. The man stated that Russia supports Igor on a national level. Hua Young's well-known secret pointed out that Pekin has touched off a veritable beehive. Once the Fire Dragon Guild prevented Igor from leveling up, Russia couldn't stand it, and eventually implemented the Tsar Guild. Hua Young asked what about the other 2 discovered. Hua Jung replied that the second one is Slippin' Kid. Cha-chan reported that it was an outsider using guns, assuming that Haiyan knew about him. The girl asked who her sister had discovered third. Meanwhile, Kid was walking through the empty streets of a town square. The unknown man approached Slippin' Kid from behind. Kid turned around and saw an unknown man with a huge weapon in his hands. Ram Hua Jung, that the third person she found was Luger, looked at her sister with seriousness. Cha Chong did not believe what he heard. The girl calmly said that it was the same Luger mercenary warlord. Cha Chong realized that he was a psycho with a peculiar view of fighting, who would fight anyone for money. The girl asked the Interchina if Luger is strong. Cha Chan said that he saw his face, adding that there are different rumors about him. Hua Young asked, "What rumors are these?" Cha Zhang replied that the military mercenary has another nickname, Luger. The Dragon Slayer is the nickname he got after the battle with the dragon. Hua Young was surprised by such information. Her sister was quietly drinking tea and listening to the dialogue. Luger wouldn't have been able to get such a nickname if he had simply participated in the raid. He was measuring strength with the dragon Knight Alexander. Knight Alexander was at the top of the world rankings. Musketeer managed to successfully retrieve the insides of the destroyed monster. Killing a huge toad monster, Musketeer managed to reach 144th level, which he was very happy about. The monster tried to approach the man, but the Musketeer managed to fire an accurate shot at the hulking toad. The Musketeer remained vigilant until the very end, as the director of the Musketeer Academy had told him to do. In just a few days, the guy was able to climb as much as 26 levels. He thought it was time for him to quietly leave this dungeon. The guy was worried that he might cut short his dungeon run because of his low level, but the cleanup was much easier than he expected. The Musketeer was very sleepy because he had not slept for several days. The guy realized that since 5 days had passed in Midros, in reality it was 24 hours, he really wanted to go to sleep, but decided to finish what he had started. Hen was pleased to see that his agility had passed 1,000 points. Each piece of equipment had its own conditions for wear, so after distributing points to the different stats, he was sure that gaining 1,000 points in one stat even at level 180th was unrealistic, and assumed that with such high dexterity points, he wouldn't need the fine hand movement skill anymore. The guy decided to look at one more open skill at Zapranaya Anger. He has no level or rank. Hen was not satisfied with sacrificing 40% of his stamina to increase his attack power by 20%. Assuming that if you use the skill Forbidden Anger, it's better to invest points in stamina, because if the total number of points will increase, it means that the breadth of increase in attack power will also become more. Suddenly the guy got a notification of a message from another Midros user. The musketeer was surprised that Kid had called him and asked him to come to the south gate of Castle Dale as soon as possible. The guy didn't believe it was definitely him. Kid asked the guy to just come to him as soon as possible, indicating that he needed help. Hen was curious to know why the man had turned to him for help. So spontaneously, Hen rushed to the south gate of Castle Dale. Suddenly, the connection with Kid broke. Hen was annoyed that with the one who failed to explain everything normally heading towards the specified point. Mukator was able to make a quick trip to the south gate of Dale's castle. Not seeing Kid, he started shouting his name, trying to locate him. Hen got a message from Kid to be quiet and pointed to a tree to his left, and the guy looked at it, puzzled. Walking up to the said place, the guy asked Kid why he called him to this place and so urgently. The musketeer found the wounded Kid sitting under a tree, bleeding. The guy rushed to the injured acquaintance to give him first aid and save him from death. Hen suggested that Kid take a cure potion, but the man pointed out that it was useless, adding that one must go to the temple for the cure. Kid reported that he had been cursed. Hen was surprised to hear the news. It was the first time he'd seen such a wound, assuming that Midros had a weapon capable of leaving such a clear hole in a player's body. After analyzing all the facts he saw, the guy concluded that it was a so-called penetration. Kid confirmed his hunch by pointing out that it was necessary to create a team as soon as possible by teaming up with Hen. Hen was surprised at this turn of events. Kid pointed out that they needed to get away as soon as possible, before Luger returned to the place. Musketeer didn't quite understand what Kid was telling him, but accepted his bid to form a team. He decided to listen to Kid's instructions. Kid sighed heavily, indicating that it was too late for them to kill behind Hen. There was a powerful flash. The musketeer didn't realize what was happening. Carrying a huge weapon on his shoulder, the man moved toward the two steelies that were near the tree. The musketeer noticed in the distance the formidable silhouette of a man who was approaching them. The guy realized that whoever they were trying to escape from was already here and intended to finish the job. Luger. The penetration follower continued to approach Hen and the injured Kid relentlessly. Kid ordered Hen to shoot Luger. The guy couldn't believe he was being ordered to shoot such a strong player. Hen indicated that he understood their familiarity, saying he didn't want to create a common enemy. Kid replied he would see what Hen had to say after Luger punched him in the lung. The musketeer started loading his gun in a rage. He didn't know what was going on between these two, and he was angry with Kid. Hen realized that the player who shot Kid was a master of runaway fire and a follower of the Browless One. Looked at Lusher and realized he was stronger than Kid. The guy was 100% sure of his arguments and tried to aim at his approaching opponent. The musketeer determined that the distance between them is about 10-50 meters. If he shoots now, he will definitely not hit. Luger looked at the lad with his fierce gaze that frightened his enemies even before the battle began. When he saw his gaze, the guy was shocked and scared of such an enemy who looked at him with a dead look. Musketeer asked Kid what that look was, and he said he could obviously feel Luger's energy. Hen realized that the moment he pulled the trigger, or even sooner, he would have died. Realizing the wounded Kid stated that alone the musketeer would not be able to deal with this powerful foe. Kid pointed out that for a successful shot, one must wait for the right moment. Hen did not understand such battle tactics. Pulling out his musket, Kid told Hen that he wouldn't be able to hold out against Luger alone for long. Luger, with a huge barrel, continued to slowly approach the guys who wanted to open fire on him. Delivering his weapon from behind his back and beginning to aim, Luger offered Kid a play. Luger said he respected Kid, for not everyone would dare to fight him in such a ragged state, and pulled the trigger. The guy only had time to shout to Kid to be careful before a powerful shot rang out. Hen saw a massive explosion occur where Kid had previously stood. He didn't know what to think. Luger said he wasn't interested in Kid because he came here for a free shooter. Kid stated that Hen is not yet. Hen is just a nickname given to him by the players after Igor was killed. Watching them fight, Hen didn't see how he could resist a strong gunner like Luger. To begin with, the musketeer decided to stop the fight of these strongest players by preparing his gun to fire. Musketeer realized that Kid was fighting for him, and he must help him by deciding to bitch-slap Luger in the leg. Kid ordered Hen to aim, indicating that he would no longer be able to resist him. Upon learning that Hen was a freelance marksman, Luger declared that Kid was no longer needed here. He loaded a huge projectile into his weapon. The guy realized Luger wasn't aiming for the head or the torso. After all, the muzzle was lowered too low for that. Hen hurriedly pointed out to Kid not to move away from Luger's shot. Kid was surprised at this instruction from the musketeer with a look at him. Luger fired a huge projectile at the guys who were nearby. A huge projectile fell near the feet of Kid, who didn't move at Hen's instructions. Seeing the huge projectile sticking into the ground, Kid remembered. Hen indicated that this tactic was taught to him in NCO school. The guy couldn't have thought he'd see that move at Midros. Luger fired armor-piercing, high-explosive rounds at them like a tank. The guy realized that since the shell didn't explode right away, it had a delayed fuse. Hen looked at Kid, who was slowly losing his strength. The musketeer rushed to his axeman's aid, attempting to create a protective barrier with his magic ring. There was a second before the explosion before Hen had time to use barrier magic. There was a massive explosion from an armor-piercing shell. Hen had time to use the magic of the lozenge to protect them from the explosion. Kid asked if the musketeer who saved him was intact. The guy noticed that Luger had managed to break through the defense barrier with his projectile. Hen couldn't believe that the barrier that could withstand even a blow from a brass golem had been shattered. Taking the injured Kid, Hen suggested they leave as quickly as possible. Kid's eyes and wound were affected by the piercing effect. Hen realized that their affairs were very dire and Kid would not be able to move quickly. The guy realized that it would be hard to get away from Luger carrying the wounded Kid, so he decided to hide him in the bushes. The musketeer was going to shoot Luger so they could get away from him. Luger was trying to take aim at the guys who were trying to get away from him. Aiming at Luger, the guy cast a soul-bonding spell. A bright glow began to shine out of the ground that dazzled the entire neighborhood. Luger didn't realize what the sudden glow had appeared. A huge bear appeared in front of them, summoned by the musketeer. The man speculated that this beast was caused by a freelance shooter. Smiling, Luger stated that it was just a random misunderstanding. Taking aim, the man made a powerful explosion with his projectile. Luger manages to get into the hugely overweight body of the bear that has emerged in Musketeer's defense. The man pointed out that it wasn't a bad trick, because with the help of some skill, Hen was able to summon the bear and block its view. Luger smilingly pointed out that the gunner couldn't see anything from behind the bear either. But the musketeer was already taking aim at his opponent. Hen's shot managed to hit Luger's leg, who wasn't expecting that turn of events. Luger was shocked that the Kid managed to hurt him. Hen was happy with his hit because it made Luther lose his balance. With each shot from his huge cannon, Luger secured his arms and legs in distinct positions. Hen realized that if he hit even one leg that served as a support, his weapon would become a useless piece of metal and he would no longer be able to fire it. Taking the wounded Kid pointed out that they needed to get off the battlefield faster. Looking at Hen, Luger realized that this guy wasn't as easy as he looked. He realized that Hen had figured out his location in the fog and hit his leg with pinpoint accuracy. The man tried to remember the name of the guy who hit him in the leg. Luger was very curious to fight this musketeer, yet he remembered him. Castle Del Temple musketeer waited until Kid could be healed. Hen was shocked by the opponent they had encountered, and after that, he immediately felt sleepy from the adrenaline rush. Remembering the battle, Hen pelted Luger with a demon that didn't even squeak when he was hit in the leg. Hen realized on reflection that he could have taken one more shot at him and finished him off. The musketeer was pleased that they had both managed to survive this fight with such a strong opponent. Kid left the chamber healthy. Kid indicated that he had a lot of things to say. Hen looked at the man with misunderstanding, but instead of 1,000 words, the guys just shook hands. Hen pointed out to Kid that there was no cause for embarrassment realizing what Kid was trying to tell him. Once outside the castle walls, they decided to talk. Hen asked why Kid had come to this place bringing Luger with him. Kid replied that Luger had come to this place first. Kid reported that Luger the penetration follower was looking for clues about the free shooter. Hen was shocked to hear from Kid and continued to listen to his partner. The musketeer asked in what sense he was talking about a free gunner. Kid pointed out that Hen is now all called a free gunner after the recent war. Kid reported that Luger is trying to find some similar moniker and wants to steal the original. All the deeds were unknown to Kid, adding that this achievement or rank was also unclear to him. But the essence was clear: it was about a man able to shoot magic bullets. Hen realized that a similar achievement during the massacre of Igor had appeared to him, and it would disappear if Hen was killed by Igor. The freelance shooter has the exact same scheme of killing another, and stealing the achievement. Luger thought Hen owned the achievement called freelance shooter and wanted to take it for himself. Hen asked that Kid had come to his rescue. He nodded his head affirmatively, adding that he was going to tell Luger that the information was false, but he wouldn't listen to him. Kid concluded that it was hard to dialogue with Luger. Kid recommended that Hen continue the will of the late Elizabeth as soon as possible and take her marksmanship test, asking the musketeer to be careful. Becoming the next generation of shooters, they would always be busy about each other's location. Hen realized it was something like adding them as friends. Hen reported that it was good to see Luger. Kid didn't understand why the guy was happy to see them. The guy replied that thanks to Luger, he had found a very important clue, adding that he had a favor to ask of Kid. Hen asked Kid to show his rapid-fire musket up close. After the Luger fight, Hen had to apologize several times to the Kid he set up for the shot. Kid refused to show the guy Swee muskets. Hen was frustrated trying to talk him down after all he was his savior, and even showed him a secret skill that had nothing to do with the 3 shooters. The guy kept pointing out that this was dishonest behavior. Kid sighed heavily. After a little persuasion, Kid agreed to show Hen his muskets and asked if his companion was afraid of Luger. Kid reported that it looks like Luger has gone outside the kingdom of Pubiel. Leaving the village, Kid added that Luger realized he might lose after he healed his wound. Hen ran after him. Once outside the ancient city, Hen wanted to test Kid's muskets and tried to find someone to test them on. The boys saw a wolf sitting nearby. Hen suggested to Kid to show him the power of his muskets. Kid replied that this animal was not powerful enough. Hen was just asking him to show what his skill was without realizing what difference a weak monster made or not. The guy was angry because of this conviction. He didn't understand what kind of joke Kid Hen decided to make. He didn't notice someone approaching them. Turning around, the musketeer saw a squad of unknown men approaching. After taking a closer look, the guy realized that these were people from the King's Guild. One of the mages used the hunter tracking technique on the guy. Hen received a notification that user Ivan had attacked him. Hen's movement speed from the attack dropped 20%. Musketeer didn't understand what this guild was doing here. He indicated to Kid that he would attack them first. Kid replied that all was well, because now he would be able to demonstrate his musket skills to Hen on a strong enemy. The gunner began to deliver his muskets that hung from his belt. Pulling out his weapon, Kid indicated that these were the guys he was going to show his skills on. Surprised by these words, the musketeer asked Kid if he knew who these people were, and he said he had no idea. Hen reported that with these mages, the Rising Sun Guild were just bugs. The man ordered the second group to block the escape routes of these musketeers, pointing out that the first group was acting according to a plan. Their goal was to capture Hen. The King Guild needed to hurry before the Wahan Guild came to the rescue. The guy took aim at the enemies that were approaching him. One of the attackers the musketeer managed to shoot, but the others did not give up their intentions to capture Hen. Hen didn't want to make a team with Kid anymore. Musketeer asked him to help him in any way. Kid asked if Hen knew the song Deuce in the Wind by the Kansas Grippa. The guy didn't know what his partner was talking about during the fight. The musketeer managed to preload and fire another accurate shot at the enemy while Kid stood unmoving. Kid reported that sandstorms are frequent in his home area. Aiming, he added that this element sweeps away all weak creatures in its path. Looking at his partner, Hen didn't realize if he was sober. Hen suggested that Kid was specifically cuckoo. The boy noticed that the shape of Kid's weapon had changed. Hen was curious as the weapons suddenly changed shape. Kid held revolvers in his hands. The guild approached the musketeers. The head of the squad ordered the capture of Hen. Kid calmly said the name of the bulletstorm technique. Instantly, many enemies were shot in the head before they could react. Hen was surprised to see Kid fight his enemies so quickly. Kid tossed one of the revolvers into the air to reload it later. Then he took out 2 more loaded ones and continued to make accurate shots at the enemies. The survivor saw Kid instantly kill his comrades and didn't realize who the gunman was. Kid fired a series of rapid revolver shots at his surviving opponents. The mages of the King's Guild did not have time to counter the gunman's fire shots. Slippin' Kid continued to make sighting vesters at a rapid pace. The guy watching Kid single-handedly interrupting everyone was surprised at his skills. One by one, Kid has been firing shots at his opponents. After realizing the power of the archer, the members of the King Guild rushed to run away from the accurate and fast cowboy-looking guy. With a quick and dexterous movement, the medium managed to reload his revolvers. Afterward, Kid informed Hen that he hadn't used the technique in a while. Looking at the weapons, the guy realized he had 4 revolvers. After dealing with the guild enemies, King Kid stated that this battle was not a bad battle. Slippin' Kid got a lot of questions from Hen, who was trying to figure out how he did it. Kid looked at the guy and asked what exactly he was asking. Hen was sure Midros was 17th century. Hen rushed at Kid with questions trying to find out how he changed from musket uniforms to revolvers. Kid replied that Hen was asking this after seeing Luger. The guy remembered the shells Luger Kid was firing and pointed out that he was more likely to have super technology than he was, adding that compared to the Cobalt Blue Python and Crimson Gecko, his revolvers are not amazing. Hearing these names, Hen didn't understand which Luger's lizard men Kid was talking about. Hen asked why he didn't use his revolvers in the fight with Luger Kid, replied that his MP was at 0 due to Luger's attacks. Kid asked if Hen was jealous of him, and was surprised at such a question. The guy pointed out to Hen that if he was jealous, he should go after him faster, indicating that Kid would wait for new skills from Hen left him. The guy stated that he had noticed an unknown person watching him as of late. Hen asked to stop hiding and come out, indicating that he was counting to 3. Cha-Chan realized that Musketeer Hen had known about his surveillance all along. The man was curious at what point the Musketeer had managed to notice him, for when Kid had swept away everyone from the King's Guild, he had missed the right moment to leave. Cha-Chong apologized, saying that he was going to help them when he heard the news of the King's attack. Hen didn't realize how he wanted to help him just stare in the bushes while Kid and Rains dealt with him. Hyeon wondered what would happen if Ram Hwa Young found out that Cha-Chun was caught like this. The guy reported he couldn't trust Hawken anymore after this, and that he was uncomfortable allying with them. Cha-Chong was quick to assure that such an outcome would be disadvantageous to both sides, and offered to do the guy any favor for his surveillance. The man gave him his magic scrolls and potions, then asked what else he could do to help Hen. The guy thought for a moment. The musketeer asked Cha-Chong to put his head up. The man didn't realize about such a request from Hen. The guy kindly asked Cha-Chong to put his head up. He was determined to shoot. Hen was telling Cha-Chong how to set up the distance. Cha-Chong put his subordinate in his place. The musketeer asked them to stand at that distance. Taking aim, he wanted to see what the distance between them was. The guy with the measuring rope said he was ready to listen to the musketeer's instructions, after which they began to measure the distance. One end was held by Cha-Chong. The guy said the measuring tape was out. The aide reported that Mr. Cha-Chong was a few steps away from Hyon at 444 meters. The guy didn't realize how much longer he had to do this. He was sure he was wasting time on some bullshit. Hen understood that it was possible to destroy the enemy at this distance, and understood that he was able to measure about 450 meters by eye. In the task of the Will of Peace, Elizabeth's need to measure the distance is not 450 and exactly 444 meters, but even without any help, is difficult to do it. With the Army scope, which was an electronic laser-type rangefinder, it was convenient to take measurements, understood Hen. Hen realized that he would not be able to recreate such a site in Midros. Walking up to Hyon, Cha-Chong suggested the guy use a different method. The guy asked what method. Cha-Chong suggested using something like binoculars. The guy pointed out that the man was right, adding that thanks to the skell, his eyes were already as binoculars. Hen reported that his eyesight is much more accurate than a simple pair of binoculars. The problem was that it's not a skill that determines location. Suddenly, an assistant intervened in their dialogue and wanted to clarify everything. The guy proposed to create binoculars that would mark exactly 444 meters. Hen thought about his suggestion to create a scope not with the usual markings, but with the distance he needed. The musketeer, after thinking it over, turned to Mr. Cha-Chong to see if there was a Huahan vault in Dale Castle. Meanwhile, the players were calling for experienced players to join their team. Mr. Cha-Chong congratulated the musketeer on his success. Just as Hen wanted, he was able to create a sighting at 444 meters. Holding the scope in his hand, the guy was pleased that he had managed to create one. He's not without trial and error, of course. Hen thanked Mr. Cha-Chong for the assistance he had given him. Cha-Chong replied that it was nothing, but he was glad that he had been able to help Hen in some small way. The guy asked if Cha-Chong would help him next time and was surprised at what next time he was talking about. Hen pointed out that he was joking because if he asked for help again, Huahan would sit on his neck. Mr. Cha-Chong indicated that he would be very happy if he could do that. Hen was surprised at the man's candor. Mujina stated that frankly that's what Huahan wants. The musketeer was startled by such frank phrases in his direction. Cha-Chong reported that he simply believes that Hen will be a huge force for their guild. The man knew that if he said that he wanted things to work out with Hua Young-sama or Hua-sama Zhongcha-che-chong, was sure that a spell would come from somewhere and hit him again. Cha-Chong inquired of Hen. He stopped and prepared to listen to the question. Mr. Zhong asked about the dialogue he had with Mr. Kidd. The guy looked at him questioningly. Cha-Chong said that a long time ago among fishermen there was a story about a lizard and a snake inside the belly of a caught bass. Hen didn't understand what Mr. Cha-Chong was suddenly talking about. Mujina replied that in his youth he was fond of fishing and just remembered this story. They said goodbye, indicating that they would see each other again soon. Using teleportation, Hen said goodbye and thanked Cha-Chong for his help. Mr. Cha-Chong saw the musketeer off and was left alone. The man realized that it was time for him to go back too, assuming that Madame Hua Young was already looking for him. Cha-Chong decided to report Hen to the chairman of their guild. Opening the doors, a satisfied Hen said hello to the director of the Musketeer Academy. The guy was surprised not to find the browless one at his workplace. Hen heard sounds coming from the training ground. When Hen got there, he noticed a stranger who was reloading his gun and the academy director standing nearby. The director pointed out to the guy that lucky him to reach the capital city. He didn't believe that the guy was able to destroy the Golden Eagle with such a skill. Hen was surprised to see a newcomer at the Musketeer Academy. The musketeer was glad to see such a stern headmaster's gaze. Hen remembered the principal's murderous eyes when he first came to the academy. Browless was glad Hen had stopped by the academy. The guy, realizing it was Hen, was very excited to see him at the academy. The rookie asked Hen to sign his musket, and the director told the rookie that if he didn't return to the spot and finish 5 days of shooting, he'd kick him out of here. The director of the academy indicated that he sees Hen has improved a lot in his skills. Hen realized that his skill was bound to improve with his adventures. Seeing how to aim, the rookie principal wondered why Hen had come here. Hen said he was ready to accept the will of the late Elizabeth, adding that he wanted to go on her mission and get a musket. The musketeers came to the canyon. Hen asked the director what this place was. The man replied that he used to come here often with friends as a child, adding that he loved this cliff. Hen realized that in a game that was released only a year ago. Looking at the targets, Hen realized that the rest of his thoughts were not important. and he needed to focus on the targets. The guy looked at a lot of targets and tried to determine which of them was at a distance of 444 meters. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the guy realized it would be ideal to get a better look at all the targets. But the musketeer realized that things were not so simple at Midros. He pointed out to the director that it wasn't fair. The man asked why that was because with Hen's skills he should be able to do that. The director stated that Hen has 3 tries, wishing him good luck. Hen was glad that he didn't have any time constraints beforehand. The man was surprised to hear that Hen was practicing. The guy decided to determine the direction of the wind. The guy realized that he needed to imagine the worst situation is the foundation of the basics for a shooter. Earlier, he had called a helper not to measure the distance but to practice shooting in high winds. Aiming at the target, the musketeer was a little nervous in anticipation of the shot. Hearing everything said about Hen's training, the academy director was very happy to hear it. The musketeer stated as he began his mission. The guy used the eagle eye technique for the Pritzel shot. Hen looked at the targets and realized that the first trap of this test was the countless number of targets, which are arranged in rows, but the one Hen needs might be in the very first row. The second trap is a strong wind aiming. He tried to realize the third trap. On the other side of the cliff, the guy noticed something strange. The detected target exceeded a distance of 430 meters by eyeballing, but it didn't get to a distance of 450 meters. It was very close, even when viewed through the scope. Hen assumed it was the same target at 444 meters. The guy was hesitant to shoot her or not, because he still had 3 tries. Hen decided to shoot at her, concluding that if not her, he would try another target to shoot at. The musketeer realized he didn't just get 3 tries, he got 3. The shooter tried to come to his senses if you take the variability of wind speed as a variable. Hen realized that you can't rush to pull the trigger. Analyzing, Hen realized that the size of the target was about 175 centimeters, and there were 6 suitable targets for the distance. The guy didn't know which target he needed to hit. Musketeer looked at the targets with his eyes to appreciate the circumstances. Hen noticed branches swaying between said branches. The direction of the leaves' flight is southwest. When aiming, the guy took into account the distance and realized that the trajectory of the flight would be significantly influenced. Hen gradually calmed his breathing and heart, leaving the worry behind. Applying the CIP technique, he pulled the trigger of his gun, after which he fired a shot at the target. The clattering sound of the shot rang out all around the cliff where the musketeers were. Hen manages to hit the chosen target with pinpoint accuracy. Such an accurate shot made the academy headmaster smile. The man clapped and congratulated the shooter who managed to hit the right target on the first try. Hen continued to aim for the stirrup on the opposite side of the cliff, then looked at the principal, who stated that it didn't take Hen 3 tries, adding that the guy only needed 1 shot. By completing the precision hit task, Hen gained a new level. The principal congratulated Hen once again, repeating that 3 attempts were too many for him. Browless was surprised and didn't think Hen could pass this test the first time. The musketeer replied that he didn't expect it of himself. He didn't know he could do it. Shaking the boy's hand, the headmaster pointed out that except for the days they had spent with Elisabeth, he and Baroun rarely had moments like this. Bezbrawi reported that Elisabeth said the skill of those who hit the target the first time and those who hit the target the third time are different from each other, assuming that's why Hen's level has risen so dramatically. The guy realized that trying to hit affects experience points, so he raised 2 levels at once. The director advised Hen to be prepared for hardships, pointing out that he has a long way to go. Hen got the achievement of the new generation 3 musketeers. Then the guy went to the academy as a musketeer to get the gun he got from Elisabeth's. The lad approached the new weapon he had received with all seriousness. The academy director carefully removed the last gun, then handed it to Hen, indicating that it was now his. Adding, the man indicated that he would entrust the weapon to Elisabeth's Hen. Hen received the black mez item. He was surprised that the rifle was so light. The principal gave Hen a new assignment and asked the browless man what he wanted Hen to do to find Miss Elisabeth. Browless nodded affirmatively, indicating that if she and Brown were part of the Demnic King's army, things were bad for them. Recently, news has begun to come out that on the borders of the states, monsters are very active. The director pointed out that the monsters on the borders are acting en masse. The boy suggested that the Demon King had made himself known again. The man replied that one could not be sure for sure. Hen realized that if the Demon King came out, another war was coming. Remembering how after the battle with Hewitka in the achievement, he noticed suspicious phrases along the lines of need to prevent a third tragedy. Hen sensed that the quest he'd received would lead him straight to the main story of the game. After all, the assignment had no failure conditions, and Hen had no reason to refuse, and so he accepted the assignment. Hen told the director that he would first find out in which direction the Demon King had gone. The guy asked the browless man how to use his new rifle. Hen saw Luger and Kid modify their weapons. The director realized what Hen was wondering about. The man looked gravely at the boy who stood opposite him. Hen was excited to see how his new rifle would change, but much to the director's dismay, he didn't know how to modify the weapon either. The musketeer was shocked to hear the principal's words. The man said that the black demon was used only by Elisabeth, and that he had also shot with this rifle. It was not possible for the academia director to modify this rifle. The man said, "You don't know until you try life. It's always like that." The guy realized that the principal had given him the assignment and dumped all the complications on him on top of it. Hen said he was leaving because the matter was important, so he should hurry. Looking out the window, the browless one added that the direction was probably the same. Looking at the principal, Hen didn't understand what he meant by reported direction. Bezbrovi advised the musketeer to go to the Adamandir mountain range, indicating that there he could find the answer. The boy tried to think over the information he had received from the principal. Hen realized that the browless one was most likely talking about the dwarves who lived on the Adamandir mountain range. The lad's assumptions have come true to some extent. Before heading out, the guy decided to test a few things with his new rifle. Hen looked at the musket Miss Elizabeth was wielding. The Geo-Inja of the Kingdom of Pubiel was rumored to be a weapon that could have been created by legendary dwarves. The guy was surprised to see that the weapon was hero rank again. The pendant that he had gotten from Igor was also of hero rank, and Hen was pleased that he now had a weapon of the same rank. Hen was curious to know what about the attack power of this weapon. The guy knew that the attack power of the special rank hummingbird he was currently using was less than 5,000. Hen realized that Kid and Luger were just crooks with cool guns. The musketeer realized that if he had gotten his black bez much earlier, this rifle changes all dexterity points into attack power. A call came in indicating that Hen had finally succeeded in passing Elizabeth's assignment. Hen was glad to hear Kid. The guy asked if he was alive. Kid said that time he had just been sneak attacked. Looking at the map, Hen asked what Kid was going to do at the inn, and he said he was getting ready for bed. Kid advised Hen to check Luger's whereabouts from time to time, and he thought the misunderstanding about the freelance gunman had been cleared up last time, letting the guy know he can't get too comfortable anyway. Kid pointed out that Luger is difficult to dialogue with. He always becomes a nuisance and likes to insist on his own. Hen thanked Kid for the information provided. Musketeer asked if Kid was going to Adamandir Ridge, and he replied that he didn't need shells. Hen was surprised that Kid didn't need the withdrawal of the conversation partner disconnected and went to bed. The guy was proud of himself for being able to parse information from this douche nozzle in such a natural way. What he must know about new weapons and ammo when he meets dwarves means that Hen needs to go to the mountain range right now. But the first thing the musketeer decided to do was to look into Dale's castle using a magic orb. Hen's mom indicated that she was already home from work. The woman looked into her son's commando and saw that he was now busy. As she got closer, she realized that Hen was playing her virtual game again. The son's mom was very pleased that he was no longer discouraged or sad. She was very happy that her son was once again shining with the colors of life. Hen remembered the first time he entered the game as he was greeted by a girl calling him a stranger. His soul was warmed by the memories of meeting new friends. The guy realized that the day would come when he would play with his acquaintances together. Wei Young came up to him and said she'd see him again. The boy looked at the girl with particular misunderstanding. Castle Dale, where Musketeer Hen had gone, was quiet. Using the magic orb, Hen managed to find himself on the main street of Dale Castle. Hen didn't realize what kind of events had surfaced in his mind using this magic orb. Earlier, when he used that orb, memories came flooding into his head. The boy realized that he was holding the Ram Huajung crystal. Meanwhile, the girl was interrupting all her stuff. Huajung was very upset that her crystal was nowhere to be found. Hua Young asked what happened to her sister, who was nervously looking for something. The girl replied that her crystal was missing. She'd searched the room. Hua Young didn't often see her sister lose items. She indicated that she would buy her a new one. Hua Young lamented, pointing out that that wasn't the problem. The girl realized that she had mistakenly given it to Hen in the dungeon earlier. Hua Young screamed at the whole house that her crystal was missing. Holding Krista, Hua Jong-hyun assumed that the girl had mixed up with the one she originally wanted to give him. He was surprised to learn that this ice witch had such a side to her. Once in the forest, the musketeer decided to ignore it and go about his business, knowing that if he walked a little farther north, he would reach Sezrashian. After all, getting to the Adamandir mountain range would be quicker via minis. Hen didn't want to cross paths with that whacked-out psycho Luger. Because 3 shooters can see each other's location, Luger will chase after Hen as soon as he's in minis. The followers of the 3 valiant shooters and the weapons of the best sniper were in Hen's possession. Upon looking, Hen pointed out that from the looks of it, it was a regular frontline musket. He didn't understand what he had to do to get it modified as a Kid or Luger weapon. The guy decided to see if he had the necessary skill for such a transformation. He saw the PVSN weapon modification skill that removes the legendary seal of the dwarf. Hen realized it was a special-purpose scoped rifle, a top-of-the-line weapon equipped with a telescopic sight, a rifled rifle that was previously impossible to create in Midros. The boy looked at the weapon he had received with anticipation. Hen applied the PVSN weapon modification and his gun glowed. The glow was so bright that the guy couldn't see what was going on with his rifle. Hen realized that now Luger and Kid couldn't be called cool. Near the fork of the fork is where the Kratmen live. The guy realized that here, and will test his new weapon because being one of the 3 musketeers of the new generation, The musketeer began aiming his improved black demon rifle. Hen tried to aim sitting in ambush at the monsters. Noticing the kink, Hen was surprised at this outcome. Looking at the muzzle of the arrow, there was no scope with which he could aim at the monsters. The monsters smelled the presence of a human in the neighborhood. Then the musketeer realized he didn't have the necessary bullets for this rifle. No one gave him a rifle and improved bullets. The guy noticed that the monsters behind him were starting to approach him. Hen realized that he had trapped himself by not checking the readiness of his new rifle in time. The musketeer asked the monsters to give him time to reload, but they didn't care. The guy started defending himself against the monsters, trying to use the bayonet of his rifle. Hen tried to fight off the monsters that were chasing him. The guy went to the Sazrashian city of Wonudevo out of necessity. The musketeer, who had barely managed to get away from the monsters, was heading towards the designated point. Even as a new generation shooter, he still had to repeat what he did back at level 1. Entering the city, the climate was much harsher and colder than the musketeer was used to. A group of 4 were looking for a healer to hike to Salia Cave. Another group was recruiting people willing to go to Snowy Rabbit Mountain. Hen heard that someone was going to Adamandir and decided to join them as a traveling companion. The musketeer indicated that he too was going to Adamandir. Turning, Hen recognized his old comrade. The boys were both surprised at such an unexpected encounter in this place. Jin Kong was happy to see his old friend. Hen was also happy to see him like this. Ji Kong asked what Hen was doing in this place. He replied that he was going to a place and asked what Ji was doing here. Hen asked Jin Kong how long he had been in this place, and he said he had just arrived, because where there are animals, there are druids. The unidentified man was standing on the roof of a building watching friends who had just met. The man on the roof noticed the red robe on the boy and the silver musket. Concluding that his external features matched the user Hen, who was seen with the giant, assuming he was a healer. Sazrashin, snow-covered mountain. Hen was happy to have the opportunity to play with Jin Kong in a group again. Ji Kong pointed out that he saw Hyan on the video and said that he fought coolly. Ji Kong asked what video he was speaking for, and Jin Kong said that he liked the video of Hwahan fighting with Pyolcho. Hyan asked how his crow dance Dan. Jin Kong said her name is wrong. The druid indicated that since it was such a topic, he wanted to show his friend how much she had grown in the meantime. The druid began to perform the summoning dance again, summoning his crow. The musketeer laughed at the call he saw, but the druid continued. Suddenly the snow rose into the air. It was Jin Kong's summoned crow that landed. The lad did not revive such an appearance of a kick-ass comrade. Due to a powerful gust of wind, the snow was up in the air, and no crow could be seen. After the snow descended in front of the musketeer appeared the crow. Hen was surprised. The huge Pritza opened its beak and let out a welcoming cry. Jin Kong pointed out that it was because of her size that he couldn't summon her in any village. Hen asked how much Jin Kong had raised his level so that the little guy was so huge, and the friend replied that he was at the 89th level. All of them have pumped up nicely since their co-op has Beam and Jin Kong's game sense after all. Jin Kong replied that there was no one else here except snow rabbits. The musketeer inquired to know why Jin Kong wanted to know why Jin Kong had these snow bunnies. The druid reported that he needed a new companion, adding that snow rabbits don't like druids or birds. Jin Kong pointed out that this was the reason he needed a companion man. Hen realized that the druid had brought him along as bait on the snow rabbit. The druid asked Hen to help him on the promise that he wouldn't get hurt for anything. Jin Kong asked Hen to just stand still until the rabbits were no longer afraid. Hen decided to help his acquaintance. As it turned out, people rabbits are really not particularly frightened. While attracting rabbits, Hen wanted to find the charges for the black BEs, as there was no point in transforming the musket until then. Musketeer discovered the people. He realized the color of the robes was different, but their movement was weathering the king's guild that had previously pursued him. Hyan informs Jin Kong that this is the perfect moment to catch the rabbit. The rabbit noticed someone approaching him from behind. The druid managed to successfully capture a huge snow rabbit. Suddenly, Jin Kong began to jump and run briskly, but the druid was trying to stay on the body of the trapped beast. Hen informed the druid that they were being approached by the king's guild, who would be here in 5 minutes. Jin Kong asked Hen to wait a little while. He calmed down the rabbit. The druid informed him that he must make friends with the rabbit. The musketeer was surprised by such news. Asking how long it might take him, the druid replied that about 5 minutes probably. Hyun asked Jin how he was so sure he could be friends with a rabbit in 5 minutes. The musketeer suspected that Jin Kong was in league with the king and was deliberately stalling until the others ran up to them. Thinking back on the past, Hyan realized that Jin Kong couldn't have done that. The musketeer quickly managed to reload his rifle, prepared for battle. Aiming, Hen heard Jin Kong say that a little more, and the rabbit would run out of steam, promising that he would send Hen to Adamandir afterward. The commander ordered that Hen be captured alive, indicating that they could destroy the healer. Hearing this, the musketeer began to worry about his friend, who was trying to tame the rabbit by hopping all over the neighborhood. The druid clutched his zoops and tried to finish off the rabbit quickly. A man managed to successfully tame a snow rabbit. The commander-in-chief of the squad from the guild, the Tsar, ordered the musketeer to be taken. The druid, using magic, tried to get a response from the snow mountain. The musketeer didn't quite understand what his comrade who spoke to the snowy mountain was up to. The druid, sitting on the back of a huge snow rabbit, used the call of Mother Nature indicating Hen to be ready to run. A huge avalanche of snow began to descend shore. The druid pointed out that this was why he didn't let Hen shoot. The musketeer looked at his butt and was shocked at what he saw. He continued to run away. Huge clumps of snow bunnies flew down the mountain at breakneck speed, sweeping away everything in their path. The druid reported that the rabbits of the snowy mountain have a very strong love for their mates, so in an emergency they can call on the entire pack. The guild king only needed Hen the commander to point out to the crocs to ignore. Shin Kong pointed out that Hen should run. Hen asked where to. The druid replied that the next destination was the Adamandir mountain range. The musketeer pointed out that there was a flock of rabbits in front of them, not realizing how they could get through it. The friends found themselves near a cliff with one side of them surrounded by the King's Guild and on the other side by the snow rabbit Satya. The druid asked to trust him and follow him. Jin Kong grabbed the musketeer's arm and they ran straight to the cliff. Hen didn't realize what his comrade was about to do. They jumped off the cliff together, running away from the King and Rabbit's Guild. The musketeer didn't understand Jin Kong's Palin and so, flying off the cliff, shouted at the top of his voice. The members of the King Guild were surprised at such an unexpected act by the guys. The snow rabbits were approaching the King Guild warriors who didn't know what to do with them. The druid turned into a huge bird that grabbed Hen by the mantle and carried him into the sky. The boys managed to successfully leave the cliff in one piece and out of harm's way. Jin, being a bird, thanked Hen for trusting him. The musketeer didn't fully realize what was happening to him. He was a little excited by this outcome of events. The boys flew toward Adamandir. Hen was surprised. Hen was pleased that they had managed to break away from the King's Guild, pointing out that it was cool that the U-Druids had the transformation skill. The friends managed to successfully reach the foothills of the Adamandir mountain range. The druid transformed back into the form of a man on the ground. After looking at the surroundings, Jin Kong indicated that this was the place where he had still at least managed to land. Letting Hen know that he couldn't land any higher was the limit for the giants. Hen said that he knew what the relationship between the giants and the dwarves was, saying that it was enough that Jin Kong had dropped him off, and thanked him for it. The musketeer asked Jin Kong where to go next, and he replied that anywhere there were plants and animals. The druid reported that even though his level is Nida Hen, he has visited far more vengeance than his friend. As he sold himself, Hen indicated that he hoped to use the flying cab service someday. The druid replied that he had no problem starting to transform back into a large bird. After saying goodbye, Jin Kong flew away, leaving Hen by himself at the foot of the mountain. The musketeer escorted his friend with a kindly glance in anticipation of the adventures to come. In parting, Hen wished the other dude a good flight. Hen came to the gnome town of Heronville to place an order. The guy was surprised at the technologically advanced nature of this city. Realizing how cool the dwarves are that they could build a huge workshop in a cave, Hen stood in front of Bottleneck's finest forge, specializing in small paraphernalia. As far as Hen knew, only here knew how to properly handle such supplies. A guy walked into the smithy and asked if anyone was here. The man asked what kind of idiot came here because he had a lot to do. Looking at the guy, the gnome pointed out that to humans they seem like bugs. Hen apologized for interrupting by saying he wanted to place an order. The dwarf asked that this portly man was a musketeer. Hen nodded happily, confirming that he was a musketeer. The old man asked that he needed simple powder cartridges. Hen replied in the negative. Hen drew his weapon using the weapon modification technique. The dwarf was surprised at this turn of events, for it was not often that such people came to them. The entire workshop was flooded with a bright glow from the weapon modifications. The old man was glad to see the third gunner of this world. The musketeer replied that he was the third gunman. The dwarves couldn't believe it when they saw it was Elizabeth's gun. The musketeer indicated that he needed the proper shells for it, stating that he already knew the device. The chief blacksmith ordered his assistant to close the smithy, looking forward to a new and unusual order. The old man asked if Hen knew the beardless one, and he replied that if he meant the director of the Musketeers' Academy, he knew him. The dwarf declared that the browless one was a thrower, and not the director, saying that he had worked like a dam, and that he had never come to him afterwards. Hen showed a drawing of the cartridges, asking if the old man could make them. In addition to the bullets, the musketeer wanted to order a magazine for them. The old man reported that in this generation of boring shooters, all the fun disappears when they bring him a ready-made plan. Turning to the bearded brothers, the old man asked if they could make shells and a magazine for 5 shots. The dwarves agreed, pointing out that this order was much simpler than the order for the cobalt blue python. The old man pointed out that the bearded brothers would do his order. Hen asked how much it would cost. The gnome indicated that 5 gold per set. Hen didn't understand why so expensive, realizing that for 1 shot, he would pay 100,000 won. The old man pointed out that if he didn't want it, it was his problem, saying that shrapnel was expensive and brass was hard to come by even on their mountain range. Muscato asked if it was the lack of brass. The old man said that was it. The guy leisurely reached into his invention, trying to get an object out of it. Hen pulled out an ingot of brass and offered to lower the price on the order. The old man was shocked to see such a huge piece of brass. It was a brass ingot from the brass golem. Hen activated a bargaining skill that raised the probability of a successful agreement by 38%. Saying goodbye, the musketeer said he would be back in 3 days, asking them to be careful with the musket. The old man was angry at the impudence of the guy who had managed to lower the price of the order. In the end, 1 gold coin came out for the set, and the store at all at the expense of the establishment. Hen would be very happy with this outcome. Hen contemplated modifying his rifle into a pistol. The guy realized that for this shape, ordinary iron ammunition was not necessary. But for the gun, buckshot. Hen got a call from Kai John, instructing his brother to turn on the computer as soon as possible and check out the new information. Hen doesn't understand what shock content his cousin is talking about after asking what war he's talking about. Kijan indicated that he was talking about the war in Diros, adding that the game has entered its second phase. Hearing this, Hen was very surprised at this new information he got from his brother. The heirs of the heroes had been determined, and they needed to hurry because the best defense is offense. Meeting in the game, Kijan asked what Hen seemed to be one of the heirs to the heroes mentioned in the ad. Henu said it was his guess, but it was probably true, because he was a follower of one of the 3 valiant musketeers involved in the war between humans and demons. Users who continue the will of their predecessors also inherit weapons. Hen reported that about what's out there in the other classes, he doesn't know what other heroes there are. Kijan indicated that the war between humans and demons had been mentioned from time to time in his quests, but he was not particularly interested in the subject, indicating that the heir to the Templar hero was someone else. Hen told his brother that his class might not have any heroes at all, and John replied that the Templar hero's spot was taken by some cool guy at the very beginning of the game's launch. Kijan added that he didn't know much about the second war between humans and demons, but he had heard about the other 2 gunmen. Hen asked what he knew of Kid and Luger. Kay replied that Kid's personality is quite popular, but Luger is the military mercenary. Hen asked if he was popular too. Kay said he thought that in order for Hen to equal Luger's reputation, he would have to defeat a clan like Rising Sun 10 more times. Kay reported on rumors that Luger was fighting on par with the top-ranking leader. Musketeer asked about the phrase in the ad that the best defense is parading the brat, replied that it was something like striking first. Reasoning Hen realized that there will be an enemy that cannot be defeated by defense alone. He asked Kay what invincible enemy there is in Midros. The guys speculated that it might be the army of the Demon King. Hen indicated that they were being hinted at a demon invasion, like there was in the Second War. Kijan asked his cousin what they should do in that case if it turned out to be true. For a moment there was a pause between the brothers as they thought seriously about the problem. After drinking the drink, Hen replied that he didn't know what to do, assuming that everyone would be forced to hunt demons. Powerfully putting a mug with a drink, the guy declared that he didn't care who the enemy was, demons or monsters, he was ready to fight any. Having concluded that after all their main objective is grind, asking my brother if that's not the case. Overjoyed, Kijan pointed out to Hen that he was cool, and he replied that it was an aurory of strong players. After eating all the food, the guy looked at his watch and saw that it was late. He told his brother that it was time for him to leave the game. Kijan asked his brother to show him his new rifle that he had gotten for completing the mission. Elizabeth Hen agreed to the offer. Arriving at the workshop, the musketeer was surprised that it was still closed. Hearing the sounds coming from the workshop, the guy realized that someone was inside and was still working. Knocking on the door, the guy asked if his order was still pending and gave his name. The tired gnome opened the door, pointed Hen to go through, for the boss was already waiting for him. Looking at the gnome, Hen asked what had happened to them, assuming a howl of some sort had swelled up. The dwarf pointed out that it was the very beginning of the war, and the first time they had such a difficult order, saying that Boss Henu would explain everything in detail. Approaching the old man who sat silently alone with Hen's rifle, the lad realized that their affairs were deplorable. Hen saw that the gnome boss had been bandaged, peddling that he had hurt himself in the process of doing his bidding. The old man said the musketeer was the cause of the whole trade debacle. Dwarf stated that this never happened, pointing out that the Luger and Kid cases were generally chains compared to this. Strake gave the rifle to the musketeer and ordered him to take it out of his doyen's sight. He was furious at this order. The gnome informed the legend of the dwarves about the shining hammer, indicating that they did not seal this relic in vain. Hen did not understand what the old man was telling him. The musketeer suggested that this musket was not made by a legendary blacksmith. The dwarf called the guy an idiot and ordered him to look at the weapon himself. Hen remembered that after Black Demon transformation he hadn't opened the explanation to this weapon. He decided to look now. The musketeer was surprised to find nothing about the range speed, not even the conditions of use. Moreover, impact strength is expressed in dexterity points multiplied by 8. The guy asked the Norm what weapons the Cobalt Blue Python and Crimson Gecko had. The old man replied in a rage that they had hero weapons, and Black Demon made definitely demon. The dwarf added that if Hen had a wish, he would have to follow the will of the legendary dwarf. Hen realized that Luger and Kid had heroic weapons, and he had legendary weapons. Musketeer was very happy with this news because it means that he hit the jackpot. Hen said that he was obliged to use the Black Demon and promised the dwarf that he would handle this weapon carefully. The old man replied that this musket may not have been meant to appear in the world at all. Having ascertained the information about the rifle, the musketeer kindly asked what was wrong with his ammunition. The old man was furious at such an insolent fellow. Hen pointed out that it was perfect because it was expected from the best blacksmith to the dwarves, and the old man told him to take them and get out of here. The boy thanked the gnome and said that the old man would visit them again, so that the musketeer would not dare to visit them again. The old dwarf pointed out that on the level of shamelessness all in the Browless succeeded. The second dwarf was in agreement with such a statement. In the Tenero copper mine, Hen was walking and realized that he needed more brass to get a steady supply of Black Bisa ammo. The musketeer waited for the barb golem to rise to collect the brass from it. Hen heard the players shouting about the appearance of the bar's golem and realized that he was very lucky on this day. Taking the position, the musketeer was able to determine the distance of 330 meters to the target and the wind speed of 10 meters per second. The musketeer realized that the conditions for shooting were not very good, and he should have calibrated his sights. Thinking being his old self, he would have slept like that, but he took a aimed shot. Hen didn't expect such a recoil from the shot and was very shocked. Looking at the golem, the musketeer was surprised, not expecting to notice such a thing. From a single hit, the leopard golem shattered into many small pieces. The musketeer couldn't believe he could take out the monster with one shot. The barb golem's core was pierced with a single shot from his new rifle. The musketeer sat on the cliffs and couldn't believe that he had managed to destroy the stone monster with a single bullet. After that, I realized that it's not the time to go nuts. I need to pick up the items and resources dropped from him. The guy picked up the shell casing so other users wouldn't know about his cool gear. Humming a cheerful song, the musketeer headed towards the monster to retrieve whatever had fallen from it. Hen couldn't wait to see what he could get out of this barb golem and was excited. As the guy approached, he saw brass boots and a huge slitter of lettuce for crafting. Hen looked at the brass bar and realized that it was 100% likely to fall from a monster. The musketeer was pleased with his catch, for one such ingot could get 100 bullets. Hen overheard the other players discussing the bar's golem and realized that you couldn't use super speed spells. The musketeer found that he was being watched by a crowd, and realized this, he decided to get out of the place as soon as possible. Because otherwise it would make a lot of noise, he used a scroll of displacement. One of the players looked at the battlefield and didn't understand where the brass golem had gone. Approaching players did not find a large stone monster in the canyon. The players didn't understand how this was possible since a minute ago the bar's golem was here. The guy put the boots up for auction with an initial bid of 120 gold coins. Walking into the sewing shop, Hen asked for a long gun case. Hen has managed to get to the point where he can take down a monster like a barbarian golem with a single shot. The guy wondered why he was not in the Hall of Fame, which meant that there were many who could destroy the same monster with a single blow. Hen joined the ranks of the new shooters. He decided to check out all the field bosses and catch up with the rest of the players. The guy received a notification of his first successful hunt using Black Bess. He had a new quest open to him. Hen was surprised because there was no accept or reject key, just do what the quest said. From the task, the guy realized that the Black Demon was still in sealed form, and moreover, there were 7 seals on it. For a level 146 Hen, it was very difficult to fulfill the conditions specified in the task. The guy assumed that if he did manage to print the rifle, he didn't know how powerful it would be. In anticipation of his speculation as to the power of the rifle, the lad was very excited to take up the task. Hen realized that there were no conditions for failure in this task anyway. The musketeer realized that since that was the case, there was no problem to remove the seals from the rifle. The guy needed to find a place where the one-shot achievement would work and where the monster bosses hang out that would help him complete the quest. Looking at the ledge of the game world, the musketeer thought for a moment. After thinking it over well, Hen decided to contact the guild that shared useful information with him. In place of Henno indicated that Madame Zhu was having a meeting. Now the guy was waiting to be called to Madame Zhu's place. The musketeer assumed that someone else in this place had started mining for information like him. Hen realized that users mostly gathered quest information from simple NPCs. The NPCs themselves sought out information through the conversations of visitors. The waitress turned to the guy, who turned sharply when he heard his name. The girl said that Hen could go up because Madame Zhu was waiting for him. Entering the office, the musketeer did not expect to see there his acquaintance, which was very surprised. Shin Nara was very happy to see a musketeer she knew. Hen pointed out that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, asking how she was doing. The girl said she was fine. The guy realized who Madame Zhu had been in the meeting with before him. Hen understood that Shin Nara rancher and member of the night squad raising her level in the capital realizing that the sacred grill knows her worth. Madame Zhu told the guy that Shin Nara told her that she and Hyun knew each other, and he was surprised. Miss Zhu indicated that she didn't know Hen was such a catcher. The guy was outraged by such a statement about him. Madame Zhu asked what the guy was nervous next to the two hotties. She suggested the guy sit down. The musketeer looked at Madame Zhu with misunderstanding. As he sat down, Hen realized that their conversation wasn't over. Judging from the fact that Shin Nara hadn't left yet, he didn't understand why he had been let in. Gentleman Zhu truthfully reported that the meetings here should be one-on-one, but Shin Nara didn't mind calling Hen. The boy was surprised to hear such a thing, and realized that Shin Nara trusted him. The girl replied that her case was important, but she trusted him. Hen asked what case she was speaking for. Shin Nara reported that the king had received one strange letter. The letter stated that the king would soon be assassinated. The musketeer was surprised to learn that someone was planning to destroy King Pubiel. The boy took the letter and decided to see for himself what he had heard by reading its contents. At first glance, this letter looked like a silly prank. Madame Zhu pointed out that if you consider one of the facts. After all, the letter was found in the doorway of the royal chambers. Hen realized that this was no joke. Miss Zhu asked if her interlocutors agreed on the serious intentions of the letter. The musketeer was disturbed to hear the news that someone wanted the king dead. Hen interjected that there was this note in the doorway of His Majesty's chambers. The girl pointed out that if the stranger intended to destroy the king, it would have been easier for him to do so without any mysterious notes. Shin Nara was in agreement with Madame Zhu's statement like that, so Nara came here hoping to find out who the stranger was and his motive. Madame Zhu pointed out that a man who can sneak quietly as a mouse into the royal bedroom. The Assassin Guild mercenaries Midnight Gypsy and one famous dancer come to her mind. The girl realized that the head of the Midnight Gypsy NPCs, all the rest of her members are real users. Shin Nara wondered if the culprit wasn't a NPC, but a player. Perhaps there was a possibility that the culprit could be a human. The musketeer made his assumptions nari that the dancer had nothing to do with this case. The girl was surprised and asked why Hentaku was thinking about it. It seemed to the guy that the culprit must have the same level as Shin Nara to sneak into the palace, but maybe his level is even higher than Nari's. Hen pointed out that the dancer is inferior to Shin Naru in ranking, and she wouldn't have been able to cheat and get so close to the king. The guy realized that in the ranking of Midros's top players, the dancer was ranked 7th, while the mercenary was ranked 5th. Hen realized that it was logical to focus on the mercenary whose skills surpassed Nara's in the seat. The girl, hearing the musketeer's arguments, agreed with him. Madame Zhu suggested that the dancer could possibly fool a few knights, adding that she was unlikely to break through Shin Nari Hyun's steely defenses. He realized that there were clear limitations on the dancer's skills. Shin Nara was surprised to suddenly receive a message from Hyeon, who said that he had another suggestion. The guy said that maybe the mercenary is on a quest to kill the king. The girl realized that if the stranger was on a mission, then the note trick became clear. Hen pointed out that it was only a hypothesis. He doubted that Midros even had quests for such murders. Shin Nara pointed out that Midros was so always the quests of this game pursued the development of game characters, and each time exceeded the player's expectations with its content. Madame Zhu asked why the two were silently looking at each other, assuming they were secretly keeping secrets from her. The guy apologized to Madame Zhu, indicating that they were just working out their hunches. Shin Nara thanked Madame Zhu, adding that it was thanks to both of them that she had come to a conclusion to some extent. The girl asked if Madame Zhu could get information on the top player of the guild Midnight Circus. Madame Zhu said that it was quite a complicated figure. Mrs. Zhu indicated that she would try, as she is also a citizen of Pubiel. Shin Nara thanked her on behalf of the entire squad of Sacred Knights. The girl said that since there were some clues, she had to leave. She wanted to stay here longer, but there was no time. As Shin Nara thanked the musketeer, he was surprised. The girl pointed out that he had been able to determine possible motives, adding that if Hen came to the palace, she would be glad to help him. Shin Nara suggested to Hyun that from the next meeting they switch to the first name, and the guy didn't mind the suggestion. Left alone, Madame Zhu asked what brought the musketeer to her. Hen wanted to ask her a few questions. Opening the map, the guy asked the first question about the boss monsters of the kingdom. Musketeer said that he needed information about the leaders of the monsters that dominate certain territories, adding that it was desirable that the level of the monsters exceeded 150th or higher. Madame Zhu understood what kind of level Hen meant. Mrs. Zhu showed the location of the position and information about the period of the monster's appearance. Answering the place, she said that's all she could tell you for free. The musketeer said that this was enough, because there were places with bosses from 110th to 190th level. Hen asked the next question, which was about the second war between humans and demons. He needed information about the location of the Demon King's disappearance and other available information from that time. Madame Zhu reported that she does not like to talk about the old days, especially for them. It is difficult for them to learn about such, adding that it is too high a risk. The state maid pointed out that it would be quicker for Hen to flush the guy himself, and asked where he could find out about it. Hen finds out that Madame Zhu is telling him about the royal family's information vault. Madame Zhu was sure that Hen would succeed because he did. Getting that weapon that was hanging on his back, Hen didn't expect to hear that. The musketeer realized that Madame Zhu knew about the weapons of the 3 gunmen, one of whom he possessed. Hen realized that if Madame Zhu said so, he should find out the information himself. Looking at the boy, Mrs. Zhu pointed out that her guild wasn't omnipotent, which Hen didn't believe. Looking at Madame Zhu's smile, the musketeer realized that she was not telling him something. Meanwhile, in the central part of the Sentinel mountain range where strong monsters dwelt, Kijan's unit fought the trolls. One of the warriors pointed out that hunting them had become easy. All the guild members were grateful to the new guildmaster Pyolcho, pointing out that he was the best tank. Kay was embarrassed to hear such a thing. Tae-il realized that Kay didn't have time for himself, prioritizing the newcomers. Because of the past incident, Pyolcho might have fallen apart, but thanks to Kay taking over the leadership role, their guild had become even stronger. The boy heard a stanza sound coming to his ear. Kijan also heard a powerful howl coming from over the hill. Everyone was shocked that an ogre had shown up next to them. Kay ordered the whole team to get ready for battle. One of the guys who was running towards them pointed out that everyone should run away. Turning around, the guild members realized that it was Psychus running towards them. Everyone saw a huge monster crush their comrade. The Pulcho Guild didn't expect to encounter such a monster here. They were frightened. Kay realized that the newcomers wouldn't be able to handle it. This monster was a huge Cyclops field boss that was heading towards the humans. The whole team started running away in a panic, all screaming that it was a Cyclops. Kijan informed all members of the Pulcho Guild to retreat. One of the guys tripped and couldn't run. He was in the greenhouse looking at the monster. Grabbing a huge boulder, Cyclops intended to throw it at the guy who didn't run. Tae-il pointed out to the master, who rushed to help, that it was already late, but he didn't listen to him. Kaijan hurriedly applied the sacred defense stance technique. Cyclops threw a huge rock at Kay, who tried to shield his comrade with a magical shield. The rock fell right on top of them with a loud pop. Tae-il didn't believe Kay did, that they believed the guys were able to survive. Cyclops shouted, uttering the word human. All the players were subjected to a state of fear because of Kikaran's shouts. They couldn't move for 3 minutes. One of the warriors said that the vice master must be saved. The guy stated that they couldn't leave anyone here, indicating that he is a master of the Pyolko sub-guild and he does not intend to just give up. Attempting to attack the monster, Tae-il pointed out that if living together, then dying together too. A huge column of dust rose into the air and covered the entire neighborhood. The guys in the monster slurry didn't realize what had happened. Tae-il, looking at the monster, also like the others, didn't understand what happened. The Cyclops was destroyed by an accurate headshot. The guys have been notified that Kakero, Lord of the Sentinel Mountain Range, has been defeated for 1 hour. All humanoid sentinel monsters become 30% weaker. One of the warriors assumed that it was Tae-il who had managed to destroy the Cyclops. Everyone was surprised that a Highlander had single-handedly slain a 180th level Cyclops. Tae-il pointed out that it wasn't him. Then he quickly rushed towards the rock that had crushed Kaijan and another member of their guild. Tae-il sensed the energy of the players. He informed that he intended to cleave the boulder. All the warriors were surprised to hear that their master was alive, and Tae-il was trying to help him. With one powerful strike of his sword on the boulder, the guy managed to shatter it. Kijan exhaled a sigh of relief as he stopped resisting the huge boulder. Kay pointed out that he kept wondering when they would get them out. He knew that Tae-il had the skill of capturing energy. Kay thanked everyone for their help. Kijang was surprised to hear that Kakero didn't kill Tae-il. He thought that they had split with the monster using the skill of cheetah control. The guy tried to guess how many Midrose users could take out a Cyclops in one hit, thinking it was one of 10 rankers. Tae-il said that it was possible, because judging from the fact that the monster wasn't even knocked out, it was a ranged player. Kay pointed out that there's only one player in the 10 ranchers who is like that. Assuming Kay added that it was a ghost archer, Kijan began to look for her, indicating that her attack radius was 250 meters. Guild leader Pulcho spotted an archer who was able to take out a Cyclops with a single shot. Kijan was surprised to see his cousin who killed the monster. Walking up to them, Hen asked what they were doing here. Kay asked that it was the musketeer who killed that Cyclops. The musketeer decided to leave all questions for later and pick up the items since the corpse might be missing. Kay asked what Hen was telling him. In all seriousness, the brothers were sitting in one of the drinking establishments. Kay was shocked to find out that the main character in the stories about that the field bosses started disappearing for no reason was his cousin. Hen replied that apparently he was with the guild not far from where he was hanging out with him. Kay replied that he wasn't done yet. Kay asked at the top of his voice that Hen has a 157th level musketeer smiled sumptuously. Kijan was shocked because 10 days ago, Hen had 120th level, adding that at this rate, Hen would soon devour all of Midrose. Hen had high characteristics that were raised through achievements, but he chose not to tell his brother about it. Kijan began to realize that a man like Hen could handle monster bosses. Tae-il silently listened to the conversation between the brothers. Kay indicated that that wasn't why he called Hyon here. Kijan informs Hen that Shin Nara is undergoing the Royal Musketeer quest, a little surprised. Hen was surprised that the hearses had time to disperse. He was curious to know how the girl was doing after their last meeting, because then she seemed very tired to Hen. Kijan added that players say this quest is a group quest. Adding that Hen is close with Shin Nara, the musketeer didn't understand what Kay was trying to tell him. Kay asked his brother to try asking Shin Nara to include them in her quest. Hyon asked that Shin Nara wants to pardon this assignment, along with Kijung and Tai Il. Kay nodded positively, informing him that he had heard about it by chance. The brother added that the girl is looking for fighters among her acquaintances because of the royal family, and that's why Shin Nara can't find anyone. Kijan asked to put in a good word for them. Shin Naru Hyun thought about such a suggestion. Hen was curious to find out how it was going, because it would be nice to visit a friend once in a while. He realized that by visiting Shin Naru, he could help Kijong at the same time. Hyon agreed to help his brother by saying that he would go to the capital and talk to Shin Nara. Kijong thanked his brother. Using the magic crystal, the musketeer moved into the Stolzu. Musketeer decided to check out a past assignment with Cyclops. Hen managed to break one seal with a black imp. There was a new task rewarded with the skill mana clairvoyance. Looking at these task expressions, Hen realized that he was being blown again by a skill without rank or level, assuming that it's like the rifle itself uses this skill. If Hen's assumptions turn out to be correct, it'll be just as he knew it would be. Musketeer got a skill like infrared rays, and with this skill, hunting will be more interesting. Hen realized that this was only the first seal to be removed from his rifle, and was curious as to what would happen in the next tasks. Opening the task, Musketeer came in shock from what he saw. He had to deal with a monster level 160 or higher from a distance of 1,500 meters in one shot. The Musketeer was shocked by the terms of his new assignment. To hit the target from a distance of 1 5/10 of a kilometer was not so easy. The level of monsters increased by 10 units and the distance by 500 meters. The guy hoped the next assignment wouldn't have him shooting from 2 kilometers away. Hen supposed it would not be a bad idea to enter Castle Abelstoke as a hero with fame and exploits. Upon entering the castle, the musketeer noticed a multitude of guards, suggesting that it might be related to the attempted assassination of the king. Hen noticed that the sacred knights and guards. His eyes looked very stern and ready for defense. The guard indicated for Hen to wait here while he informed the lady of his visit. The musketeer did not mind this instruction of the guard. He was curious what would happen if he failed to prevent the murder of the king. Walking into the office, the guy assumed the game had entered Chapter 2. On Ra, through private messages, asked if he had gone to the castle. Hen replied that he had, asking if she was busy right now. The girl said she was done with her business and was on her way to him, asking him to wait a bit. Suddenly the door opened and the guy saw his friend Shin Naru. Seeing her, the guy was shocked at the look on her face and asked what happened to her. The girl asked her face looking worse than usual. Shin Nara reported that since their last meeting, she had never logged off or slept once. 24 hours had passed since that day, which meant that Nara had not left the game for 48 hours in real time. The girl asked to know what happened in Henna since he came to her. The guy replied that he had heard about her looking for people to go on a mission. Nara didn't know if it was okay for Hyun to say that, because his level wasn't high enough for such a task. Looking at the musketeer, the girl knew she could trust him. The girl knew that Hen was willing to sacrifice his life for people he didn't know. Hen was the only user she could trust right now. The girl asked if he was ready to hear what she had been doing all this time. She showed Hen another letter. Ra pointed out that thanks to him, the number of suspects had been reduced to 1 person. The guy assumed the killer was one of the top 10 users. He was the 5th-ranked crazy clown in Ira's ranking. Hyon learned that the killer was on good terms with Shin Naryu. The girl replied that it was a disadvantage to her, saying that the problem was more than that. The girl reported that now the guards don't believe the note about killing the king. Hen asked why. Ra replied that the knights consider it political games of the sacred knights. The royal guard doesn't have a good relationship with the holy knights, and for that reason all the royal NPCs in the castle are so tense right now. Hen asked that both orders should guard the royal castle. The girl replied that according to the lore, the sacred knights are called to protect the entire capital, adding that the guardsmen are in charge of guarding the royal castle. The royal guard think it was all made up by the knights to get inside the castle. The musketeer realized why the atmosphere in the castle was so tense, realizing that the king could be attacked and the NPCs are sharing the trough. Ra pointed out that to convince them proof was needed by saying she went to the head of the mages, Rothzak. Hen realized that this was the one that covered up the fact that the musketeers had betrayed him during the second war between humans and mages. The girl reported that Rothzak refused to meet with her, even though it was an official request of the Order of the Holy Knights. So Naru had to ask the knights to help guard the castle, but in fact failed to achieve any results. The girl showed the guy his assignment. The musketeer realized that if he failed to prevent the king's assassination, a bloody and brutal war between the two kingdoms could begin. The girl added that compared to the punishment, the reward is not attractive, so it is very difficult to find people. Shin Nara indicated that she had managed to find two. First it was herself, and the second was her friend. Frankly adding, Nara informed that she herself didn't even go on such an assignment. Hen offered to assist Naru with this assignment. The girl was surprised at such a suggestion from the musketeer. The guy pointed out if she agreed to take him on, he could put together a team to help them win. After hearing this conversation, Ki-jung assumed that Hyun and Naru had kissed. Tae-il was shocked by this behavior of his captain. A pause arose between the guys. Hen pointed out what kind of nonsense his cousin was talking about by asking if he was even listening to him. The latter replied that he was naturally listening, and that's why he asked such a question, adding that the girl who found herself in a dangerous situation and the guy who helped her is the chance Henu was sent by the heavens themselves. Tae-il listened to Ki-jong making jokes about his cousin, and the cousin didn't understand such jokes and was angry at him. Kay asked how about his request if everything worked out. Hyeon said he got permission to do the assignment, and also Shin Nara promised that no matter the outcome, it'll help him when Hyung gets into the Royal Guard. Hen asked Kay if he was sure he was going to complete this assignment, indicating that there would be virtually no reward and that the punishment for failure was very serious. Ki-jong didn't understand what Hen was trying to say because he had asked him to do just that. Tae-il added that the most important thing is that this assignment is related to the king. If word spreads, the Pyeolcho Guild will gain fame and recognition. After saying that, the musketeer indicated that they were both on the team. Ki-jong and Tae-il were happy that they had managed to get on the team for this mission. Afterward at Castle Dale, the streets were quiet and peaceful. Opening the doors, Hen greeted Master Cha-chong. The man didn't expect to see Hen in their castle, which he was very surprised about. Cha-chan pointed out that the guy came to them again unexpectedly. Hen asked what he meant again. Hwa-young asked Cha-chun who was opening the door so unceremoniously. The man said Mr. Hyung was here. The girl behind the paperwork was very surprised that Hen had come to see them. The girl tried to hide behind the table so as not to show her unprepared appearance. The guy didn't understand what was going on, pointing out that even the local government doesn't work like that. Hyeon pointed out how good Hwa-young was and asked him not to look at anything, pointing out that there were not only Dale Castle documents, but also Ramrin Group documents. The musketeer politely replied that he wasn't going to watch anything. The girl asked why he had shown up here so suddenly. Cheon assumed that Hyun had come for money. The man pointed to the pouch and said that the boy had come just in time. Hen asked what it was. Cha-chan pointed out that it was his share. Hwa-young added that here is 10% of the castle's net profit. Hen received 581 gold coins. The guy was shocked at the amount of money he received from Ram Hwa-young. The girl pointed out that the war with the alliance was having a good effect, so there were more visitors than expected, saying that next month there might be less. Hui-young pointed out that Hwa-young didn't say she had written down the numbers incorrectly or didn't put a period in it, but the girl said that if he became the master of their guild, he would also get a salary. The guy realized that the amount he received in the game was equal to about 70 million won. Assuming that Dale Castle's net profit is around 700 million won a month, Hen realized where everyone's interest came from. Hyeon asked where Ram Hwa-jung was. The girl looked at him questioningly, not understanding why he wanted her sister. The guy asked to call her Hwa-young asked what Hyeon was up to this time. He said it had to do with the royal palace. Hwa-young asked why Hyeon was proposing to take part in such a dangerous endeavor, and said it was an opportunity to meet the royal family. Musketeer pointed out that if a close relationship develops, a tax rate for the castle or town could be negotiated. Hwa-young pointed out that there are advantages to it but need to find out, but she was interrupted by Hwa-jung, who indicated that she was willing to accept the assignment. The older sister was surprised at her sister's ill-considered and quick decision, pointing out that it was what they wanted. The guy pointed out that since they wanted to do it, he would be very grateful for any material and spiritual support from their side. The next day at 6 in the morning, all the players began to gather at the main gate. The girl resented Hen for gathering them here and walking around. He apologized for not having time to talk about it in person, and Hwa-young was surprised. The musketeer brought his old friend BM to the meeting. Ki-jon asked Hen who the lizard musketeer was and replied that he met him in the first location. The musketeer introduced BM to all, indicating that he would help them with their task. The Ram sisters were horrified at the mere sight of the lizard. Kay had never heard of such a thing, assuming that nothing would happen if he got involved in their mission. Ki-jon was surprised by BM's question, who asked that the Pyeolcho Guild had been very busy lately because of the newcomers. BM pointed out that users with this level should be sent to the Pachula jungle rather than the Guardian Desert. Then the level will rise faster. Ki-jon asked Beam how he knew about these places. Hwa-young asked where the other member of their team was and said that if there was no one else from Shin-nar-yu, then they needed one more person. Hyeon replied that another person is not far away here, Il replied that he can't sense anyone. The guy jumped off the roof heading towards the assembled team. Everyone turned around when they heard an incomprehensible sound behind them. They saw an unknown male Situate approaching them. Cha-Chong realized who that unknown person was. Rounding out their team was Slip and Kid. Shin Nara thanked everyone for coming. Seeing Kid Nara didn't understand what he was doing here, tried to pull out his sword. The girl was furious when she saw Slip and Kid. Hen hastened to reassure her that he had called him, thinking he would be useful to them in this endeavor. Kid indicated that he hates it when there are problems. Looking at the girl, he added that he hated putting off solving these problems even more. Slip and Kid suggested that we have already begun to address this problem. BM said they didn't have much time for the meeting, suggesting they get to it. Exhaling heavily, the girl was in agreement with such suggestions for the meeting. Shin Nara once again thanked everyone for coming. The girl ordered everyone here to follow her. Everyone sat at a large table across from each other, waiting to discuss their joint assignment. Ki-Jan stared intently at the girl sitting against him. In response, Hua Young sang with a glare at Ki-Jan, who was looking at her. Bim saw that some sort of unhealthy look had formed between the two of them at each other. Kid pulled his hat over his face and tried to sigh. Shin Nara looked sternly at everyone present. Gathering them all together, Hen thought they would make a great vigilante team, but Nara was determined to get revenge on Kid. Looking at everyone, Hen began to doubt whether they could handle the task. Hen didn't know if Kid would be able to play on their team properly. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and Shin Nara indicated for him to come in to see them. Cha-Chong was once again surprised by the sudden encounter of a person who was ranked 10th in the Midros rankings. It was the ghost of Miss Boba's beau, who was very nice to meet everyone. Hen asked about Boba being Shin Naru's best friend. Tae-il speculated that the two could have met most likely in Terran. Sitting down next to the couple, Bob asked that his name was Hen. He replied positively. Bob revealed that Shin Nara told her a lot about him, adding that she's only been talking about Hen lately. Shin Nara was surprised that her friend told Hyon everything. Rosti Nara ordered Boba to sit down quickly and not to talk. Their entire team was in full force, and Shin Nara decided to hold a meeting. The girl assumed that Hen had already told them all, but she decided to tell them everything she knew about the mission. Shin Nara asked everyone present to listen to her carefully. Reporting that their suspect is a 5th-ranked clown. The royal palace is guarded by guards and mages, but the NPCs do not believe in the fact of the murder, so they refuse to help. The condition for passing the task is to protect the king. The condition for failing is the king's death, Shin Nara added with a look at all 10 people gathered here. That for 46 days they would stand watch day and night. The girl pointed out that there is a high probability that Pietro does not act alone because he has fanatical followers. Shin Naru interrupted, pointing out that it wasn't just a possibility, but an accurate fact. The girl didn't expect to hear such a thing. Raising his hand, BM pointed out that in Midros's circus, the clown stands even higher than the religious leader, adding that the palace is watched over by several dozen professional assassins, with a level no lower than 150th. Bim reported that each of them could easily handle the assassins if confronted face-to-face, asking what if they attacked suddenly. The lizard added that if we talk about extreme ways, the assassins could turn into a chair and attack them. BM suggested that everyone see what kinds of disguises assassins can use. Looking at the menu, Hen couldn't believe what he saw and didn't know how to react to it. Musketeer was curious to know where BM had such data, because even on the internet it is difficult to find information about the skills of the most popular classes. Ki-Jan interjected that about turning into a table or chair, it's not cheating. BM replied that the assassins do not turn into a table or a chair, but fold themselves so that their bodies take the shape of a chair or table. Looking at BM, Hua Young wondered how this lizard had learned the techniques of the assassins. After opening the information, Hen realized that he wouldn't be able to use the intelligence skill for 2 to 4 hours straight. Opening the personal reports, Hen couldn't believe his eyes. Hyun pulled out his rifle. Hua Young asked what he was doing, assuming he had read everything. The musketeer turned to Hua Young in all seriousness, but Hua Young didn't understand what the guy was up to. Looking at the girl, the guy asked if she would trust him. The girl smiled and replied that of course she trusted Hen. The guy said that was enough and fired a shot. Hen hit the chair. The girl didn't even have time to realize what the guy had done. Everyone was shocked by the musketeer's behavior, and they didn't expect him to shoot Hua Young. Hua Young instructed her sister to be more careful while aiming her ice attack at her. The musketeer ordered everyone to stand, indicating that the assassins had already infiltrated this place. One of the assassins took the form of a chair, but the musketeer discovered him and wounded him. Hen indicated that they needed to take this assassin alive. Hua Young pierced the enemy's body with her ice spears. The assassin's mask cracked from the ice attack, and the enemy's face showed. Everyone got out of their seats and prepared to fight. But the assassin was killed. The girl apologized for not sterarajayutsia and killed the enemy before he had time to get information from him. The guy pointed out that there was no other way to split it anyway. Byam reported that the Midnight Circus should not be underestimated, adding that if the assassins had gotten in, he asked Shin Naru if she understood what that meant. The girl assumed that the trap protecting the royal palace was useless. Bob asked that there was no help from the NPS, indicating that everything was fine yesterday. Tae-il suggested that it was probably because of the conditions of the mission, during which the NPCs had become negligent. Bobby asked what they should do in this situation. After looking at Cha Jung and Hwa Jong-hyun, he pointed out that they shouldn't get discouraged because they have something that needs to be done, adding that if they can't trust the NPCs, then they need to protect the royal palace themselves. The musketeer stated that he had one idea that would get him through this assignment. Cha-chan was instructed to put provisions at Hwakan. BM relayed the information about the midnight circus to all who were present. Everyone split up into a few people and made their rounds around the kingdom. Hen indicated that the borders would be guarded by him along with Boba. The musketeer asked the girl at the back of the palace if everything was okay. The girl gave a positive answer. She used the detection skill in scrolls. This place was fine. Hen decided to check the other places. Hyeon contacted Hwa Young and asked what the situation was on the west side of the castle. The girl nervously replied that all was well, pointing out that Hen had been following his post, and she was jealous of Hen and Bob. Hwa Young didn't understand such jealousy from her sister towards Hyun, who was freaking out and clinging to the guy's words. The guy pointed out that there weren't many traps on their side. The girl asked that he didn't trust Hwa Jung, pointing out that although she wasn't level 200, she wasn't inferior to the outsiders. Afterward, Hyeon said that he didn't want Hwa Young to get hurt suddenly. Their correspondence stopped. The girl was glad that Hen was worried about her, which made her a little embarrassed. Hen didn't realize if he'd done the right thing by putting BM and Kid together, but he had faith in them. The musketeer believed that these two could handle it because they had strong skills. All the posts in the castle were quiet and clear of assassins. No one was watching. Suddenly, a message came to Hen about Kijan, who was very worried. Hen replied that he understood his cousin. He is, after all, protecting the king himself. Hen asked that there was nothing unusual. Kay answered negatively. Kijong reported to Hen that someone was approaching the king. Hen heard that the head of the mage community had come to see the king. Rotzak walked into the hall where the king was sitting, guarded by Shin Na-ra and Kijong. The man raised his head and asked how His Majesty the king's health was. Kneeling down, Rothzak indicated that he had come at the summons of His Highness. King pointed out that Rothzak always puts in a lot of effort. Assuming that the mage had already heard about Shin Na-ra's case of reinforcing traps, the king asked what Rothzak thought about it. Rothzak replied that the magic of the community was strong enough that no one could bypass it. The girl reported that they had killed an intruder who had gotten past the mage's traps and broken into the palace grounds. Rothzak asked what purpose Na-ra had in causing a commotion in the castle based only on some strange note, and then tells him about the assassin who broke through the border. Rothzak pointed out that there is no enemy body. The man indicated that he just had some doubts about Shin Na-ru. The girl said that if his conscience was clear, let him show the list of items he used to summon spirits. The rod hitting the floor, the man pointed out to stop the buffoonery that Shin Na-ru was doing. In the throne room, there was silence from the heard words everyone thought. The head of the guards pointed out to the girl that Sir Rothzak was the leader of the mage community. Adding that she was being too rude and letting herself go too far, Shin Na-ra apologized. The king indicated that he had listened to her report and she could go, ordering Rothzak to continue to further monitor the borders of the kingdom. Rothzak obeyed the king's order and left the throne room. Leaving, the man added that Shin Na-ra had expressed doubts about the traps. Rothzak suggested she check the magic traps personally if she didn't trust him. The girl interjected what Rothzak had suggested she do. The man pointed out that if she doubted the reliability of the traps, she should test them herself, adding that after checking Shin Na-ra, we'll know for sure if they work. Kijong was shocked by the behavior of the NPCs, who want to find out who is stronger by inferring 100 are acting like children. To begin with, the guy decided to report it to his brother Hen. After Kijong's report, Hen realized that Rothzak couldn't be trusted to talk with certainty about the traps that had missed the enemy. In fact, the traps work intermittently. There was a chance that the killer could have gotten in when they were turned off. It was Rothzak who had kept it a secret that the musketeers had surrendered to the Demon King for reasons Hen didn't know, but he knew he was disrupting something. Hen was curious as to what purpose Rothzak was pursuing. After all, so openly confronted Shin Na-ra for suggesting that Rothzak had put the guard captain up to it. The musketeer assumed this had all been planned in advance. It is likely that Rothzak is the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on the king. Hen continued to watch the boundaries of the castle, pondering the topic. Tae-il pointed out that the watch isn't that difficult. Cha-chung replied that at that age, it's hard to keep up the communication all the time, but he's still hanging in there. Kid and Beam were also on guard and guarding the castle walls. It had been 5 days, and in the outside world only a day of assassins. Hen concluded a whole day of assassins did not connect to the game. When BM discovered one of the assassins in the ambush, the other assassins could immediately get out and escape. However, they do not know how the situation in the game might have changed. Without their presence, Hen suggested that the assassins would not be able to stay offline for long. Addressing everyone, Hen said that everyone was doing a good job, adding that he wanted to tell them something personally. suggesting that they get together. Everyone had gathered in the conference room at the request of the musketeer and were ready to discuss the new proposals. Hen reported that they all had a hard time with the first assassin, who managed to successfully infiltrate the females. Looking at Shin Naru, the guy pointed out that they would now work in shifts. The girl was curious to know how Hen was going to do it. Hen suggested that they take shifts every 2 days. In real time, that would be 10 hours. Kaijan indicated that he would only have time to sleep and eat a piece of bread in that time, and then go straight to the net. Musketeer reported that it would not be easy, but reasoned that they had 42 more days in front of them. In real time, it would be about 9 days. Hyun suggested that he, Naram, Hwa, Jung, Tai, Il, and Biemi would be on duty first, indicating that those he didn't name could leave the game and rest. The sister pointed out that Hwa Jung was tired and offered to work in her place. Hwa Jung said she wasn't tired. Hen pointed out that such a substitution will not affect anything, on the contrary. The second team will be even more comfortable. He looked at the list of players. The guy assumed that Hwa Young was very worried about her sister and replied that she should rather put Hwa Jung to sleep. The girl in tears rushed to Cha Chong-hyun, indicating that they would all see each other in 2 days. Half the team left the game at the musketeer's instructions. He wished everyone a good rest. The guy was surprised that Kid didn't leave the game, asked why he didn't follow the others, assuming he was tired too. Kid replied why he should sleep outside, pointing out that if he stayed, he could rest for 2 whole days here. The musketeer received a report that Rothzak was behaving very strangely. Hen was wary of such a report. Hen replied that Nara said the man was fine. The guy indicated that he watched him every time Rothzak approached the fortress wall. Kid pointed out that no matter which side of the garden Rothzak walked every morning, Biemi said that this behavior was like he was setting traps. Hen asked, "And what's the big deal?" Kid replied that Rothzak didn't do anything like that today. Musketeer was surprised. Shin Nara looked at the musketeer, who had assumed that Rothzak had removed the magic traps with misunderstanding. Kid responded that it is unknown. Perhaps Rothzak had not previously installed anything. Hen realized that if it was a friend of a friend, he wouldn't have noticed it. But since it had to do with Rothzak, in this situation, it is necessary to think wisely. Hen realized that it was impossible to pass by, but excessive action would be a waste of energy. The musketeer thanked Kid for this information and advised him to get some rest, and he agreed to the lad's suggestion. Kid got up from the table and left the conference room. Shin Na-ra looked at him with a blazing look of hatred. The guy realized that Kid wasn't going to help him from the start by reporting the information to him to let him know. Walking down the corridor, the girl approached the guard's office, greeted Shin Na-ro, who approached them in the night. The girl thanked the guards for their service. She wanted to put members of her order in this place, because then she could go out and sleep. If Shin Na-ra knew that it would turn out like this, she would have gone on a solo raid like other users. Because politics is a confrontation of interests, and she didn't think she would get involved in it. Suddenly, the girl noticed some sort of glow at the end of the corridor. The guard asked who might be here at this time of night. A glittering orb like magic sphere stopped near the man. Bending over and picking up the balloon, the guard saw the image of a clown on it. He didn't understand what it meant. Noticing this orb, Shin Na-ra ordered all the guards to hide in cover. The balloon glowed brighter. Mochina didn't realize what was happening. A poisonous vapor came out of the balloon that put the guards around it to sleep. The girl heard someone start singing in the hallway. She realized she had inhaled a little of that smoke. The girl's eyes began to close. She noticed the silhouette of a clown walking through the smoke. Shin Na-ra knew she couldn't close her eyes, but the poison had taken effect and she fell to the floor. The unknown beast was pleased that it had managed to neutralize the guards. The beast asked the girl if she was having a good dream, indicating that it was time for a fun hokey-pokey. Walking into the Pokey King, the beast would be a gift that he had won for him, was the funniest moment. The demon intended to make an extraordinary surprise for the entire mainland. Suddenly, Shin Na-ru turned to the clown and swooped down on him. Turning around, the clown saw a multitude of attackers rushing towards him. The beast managed to deftly dodge all of the girl's attacks, indicating that the soporific gas couldn't have run out so quickly. Deshwoka intended to counter the vicious plans of the enemy. Shin Na-ra silenced Pitro by informing him that he was arrested for attempting to destroy the king. Trying to ATK Pitra, the girl asked to hurt his majesty. The girl pointed out that it was the perpetrator who wanted to hurt him. Shin Na-ra was assuming that she had managed to protect the woman because she had used a magic scroll. With Pit's help, she managed to find out that Rothzak's trap had been bypassed. The girl turned to the king, who didn't look away. Pitter asked Shin Na-ru if she thought the king was already dead. The girl did not believe the words of the enemy who had broken into the king's chambers. Looking at the king, Shin Na-ra assumed that Pitro had used the sleeping gas on the king as well. The monster lunged at the girl, shouting the word surprise. The girl realized that she had reacted too late to her opponent's attack. BM released a poisonous cloud at his enemy Pitra. The assassin didn't expect such a venomous attack and was very surprised. Pitter assumed it was the toad venom BME released on him. Tae-il and BM rushed to Shin Na-ru's aid. The girl offered to finish off the enemy together. The man indicated that together they would do it quickly. Tae-il drew his sword and used the flame technique to strike at Pitter. The enemy didn't expect such a technique from Tae-il, which was surprising. Dodging the assassin asked the men that this was all they were capable of. Bayem hurriedly released the poisonous resin into the enemy. Pitter indicated that he knew of the lizard's intentions. The assassin managed to successfully dodge BM's poisonous resin. Pitter looked at the lizard and didn't understand where he was aiming without hitting him. On a wearable attack, the lizard indicated to his opponent that it was too early to laugh off his attacks. Pitter didn't know what the lizard was talking about dodging a punch. Taking out his blade, Bem struck at his opponent and jumped backwards away from him. Pitter realized that BM was using a dagger he was familiar with, much to his surprise. The killer stepped on the poisonous resin that Bayem released earlier. The lizard reported that his tar contained a poison that would affect him. Now Pitra's evasion skill wouldn't help him that he was angry at the lizard. The assassin indicated that this dagger and also that he had managed to anticipate his movements by using poison resin to seal his prick skill. His musings were interrupted by Tae-il, who tried to strike with his choldo blade. Pitro realized that BM knew him. Pitter reported that BM knew him as he was before he used the technique to change the shadow. Tae-il didn't understand why the enemy suddenly began to glow brightly. BME was surprised at their enemy's new skill having unexpected this turn of events. Looking at his pocket watch, Pitter indicated that he was sorry. The assassin informed everyone that it was time for the soporific gas. Tae-il couldn't move. Pitter gave all the names of those who fought him in this room. The killer asked if they were sure they could stop him, adding that the 42 days were just a warm-up. Pitter smilingly indicated that he would see them next time. After the killer disappeared, the girl was ready to attack, but it was too late. Tae-il pointed out that their enemy to vaporize, and now all hope is now only for Hen. Hen realized that the information about the trap and the plan of the royal palace was only visible from the sky. Plus, when you consider the target is moving fast, the musketeer ordered Hua Young to open fire on their enemy. The girl was ready to use her fire magic. Hua Young used the magic flash technique, blinding the entire kingdom. Pitter assumed the fireworks were a surprise. Aiming for the assassin, the musketeer indicated that this was not the real surprise that awaited him. Taking an aimed shot at the enemy, Hen pointed out that this was the real surprise. The monster's body was pierced by the musketeer's powerful shot. Pitro didn't expect such an attack. Pitter screamed from the resulting body shot. Hen received notification that his proximity to the pupil kingdom had been increased by 5%. Pitter indicated that he would remember the name of the Hen who shot at him. The guy was pleased with his shot, indicating that he remembered his name properly. Pitter's body fell breathlessly to the ground from Hen's accurate hit. Hyon told Shin Naru that he managed to destroy the enemy girl was surprised. Tae-il said he knew Hyon could handle it. The musketeer noticed that the corpse of the murdered man began to slowly disappear. Hen was surprised that Pitter didn't leave anything behind. At the scene of the murder, his body disappeared, leaving no evidence behind. Hen saw Pitter's death notification, but his body disappeared. The guy didn't realize what happened. Taking aim, the musketeer Sona discovered the body of the slain man, ordering him to stop. Ram Hua Young was surprised by this turn of events. As the girl went down the stairs, she heard more ladders, and she became anxious, for she was sure that Hen had killed Pitter. The girl heard an evil laugh and decided to go back upstairs. The musketeer continued to aim at the enemy, indicating to Ram Hua Young that it was dangerous. The lively Pitter indicated that this was another surprise for the musketeer. The guy tried to aim at the enemy, not realizing what was wrong with him. The musketeer shot off Pitru's arm, but he continued to live. Hen looked at his enemy, not realizing who he really was. After becoming dark matter, Pitter managed to stealthily sneak up on Hua Young, who was watching Hyon. Taking a knife, the enemy took hostage a girl who didn't notice his presence. Pitter declared that he pulls off surprises better than anyone else. Hen was terrified that his girlfriend had been taken hostage. As he took aim, Hen didn't understand why Pitter was still alive, since he had mortally wounded him. The musketeer didn't understand how the enemy managed to survive 2 shots, with an attack power of 17,000 and stay alive. Hen ordered Pitter to let Hua Young go. The beast spit out what the guy is saying about this madam. Pitter stated that he didn't want to let her go and was ready to continue the battle. Beast asked what the musketeer would do in such a case. Pitter suggested that Hyung might destroy them along with Hua Young. The girl stated that the musketeer was shooting and didn't think about her pointing out if they captured him, they would complete the mission. Hen realized that this was a serious problem. He didn't know what to do in such a situation. BM heard the conversation, and the situation seemed strange to him, which was why he came here so quickly. The lizard pointed out that Hen had grown up managing to load his rifle as many as 2 times. Pitter asked what they knew about it. He didn't understand what kind of movements the lizard was using. The guy took aim at the enemy and was ready to take a shot. As he fired a shot at Pitter, he cried out in terrible pain. Musketeer managed to shoot at the enemy without hitting Hua Young. Pitro's body fell motionless to the ground again from the roof of the building. After the shot, Hen raised his level, and his proximity to the Pubile Kingdom increased by 5% again. Hen got the Rancher Hunter achievement and the Midnight Circus target. Hua Young asked Hyon if he wasn't going to stab her too. Hugging the guy, the girl said she was afraid Hen would kill her too. Shin-Nara looked at their embrace with annoyance. Beam informed everyone that this time Pitter was definitely dead. The lizard informed Hen that items had fallen from the dead man. Hyeon asked to get away from him, saying that she was heavy. Hwa-young was outraged, saying that guys don't dare talk to a lady about her weight. BM advised Hyeon to come down soon or it would all come off. The girl reported that the captain of the guard personally checked and verified Pitro's death. Shin-Na-ra added that there's no way for Rutsak to escape responsibility in such a case. BM pointed out that since the fact of death had been established, Peter would not appear in the castle for another 10 days, adding that it would be difficult for members of the Midnight Tsar to breach the guards. The girl asked if she could breathe a sigh of relief, and BM nodded positively. Hen asked Beam what he was talking to Pitter about. The lizard seemed to know the enemy. The lizard had not expected such a question, answering that the one was a famous ranker. Looking at the girls, BM added that it was unusual to meet him. The poet just decided to exchange a few phrases with Pitro. The lizard realized his excuse wasn't working and got a little worried. Shin-Nara asked BM what the backup character was, assuming it was a smurf. The girl pointed out that she also knows the character Gehen, the one Pitro was talking about, who is paired with him, an assassin specializing in poisons. Tai-il said that after the launch of the game for a month, he was one of the top 10 rankers, suggesting that if there is a huge Igor in Guild King, then in Miao it is Gwen, adding that at some point he disappeared. Given that BEM knows about the skills of assassins and is well acquainted with the Midnight Circus, and the fact that the lizard chose a class related to poisons, looking at BM, they assumed he was that Gwen. Hwa-young indicated that she had heard several times from her sister that Gwen had tried to destroy Hwa-jung under the pretext of hunting down Midros's top rankers. BM replied that Hwa-young was Midros's genius, since this was the first failed destruction they planned with Pitro. Shin-Na-ra asked why BM made a new character, since at that time Poison Gen and Pitro with surprises were at the height of their popularity. Hen stated that from the look on BM's face, the story was very unpleasant, suggesting that it was a betrayal by Pitro. Guy asked that BM came back to take revenge on Pitter. BM replied that Hen almost guessed it. The lizard reported that he would gradually tell everyone everything, adding that there would be nothing funny about his story. Beam said that when everyone starts the game in the starting location, they learn that each tribe has its own secret. Hen asked what secret he was talking about. The lizard replied that it was a quest related to the legends and folktales of the tribes. A special quest that cannot be completed by other tribes' achievements or items that Mono get as rewards are beyond imagination. Hen assumed it was the same with BME. The lizard pointed out that the guy's assumptions were correct about him, adding that this quest involved destruction. From the beginning, Midros Pitro, who was first in every metric, and Gwen chose not to compete but to cooperate. They both reached the secret place of the Miao tribe. In Western culture, there's this belief that cats have 9 lives. BM reported that this was the reward for the quest. 9 lives were given to the player for completing this task. Each time the condition was met, 1 life appeared and Pitro got them. Il realized that it was pure fraud to have 9 lives. Hen asked if it was worth destroying Pitra several times and he would eventually die anyway, suggesting that if he kept coming back to life, it would be worth cutting off his arms and legs and he wouldn't be able to do anything. Biemu happily pointed out that he had seen the magnificent power of Hen's attack, letting everyone know that Pitro didn't do anything horrible to Hennu. Earlier in the battle, BM sealed Pitra's skills by pointing out that this is why he didn't use them when he fought Hen. Hen made sure that Pitter kept coming back to life, but it wasn't hard to defeat him. The lizard reported that the items of this secret place have a legendary rank about which even in Midros, little is known. In order to obtain these items, it was necessary to commit treason. The musketeer looked at BM in surprise after hearing those words. Byam added that in this quest, the one who is betrayed loses his character. Hen did not believe what he heard. He pointed out that this was not the way to do it. BM pointed out that before confirming the quest, this rule was detailed. When BM thinks about what happened, it felt more like defeat than betrayal. Being Gwen, he didn't want to lose, so he fought with his last strength. Pitro and all those involved with this quest. Beam really wanted to kill everyone connected to this. Hearing Beam's story, there was an awkward pause in the hall. Lizard pointed out that Hyun had gotten the achievement tag received. Circus Guy nodded positively. Il pointed out that he had gotten it too. Hwa-young was surprised that she hadn't gotten such an achievement. Shin-Na-ra reported that she also received, asking why suddenly everyone was talking about it. Beam replied that this is the reason why he is involved in this quest. If the lizard is thus connected to the Midnight Circus, they will come to him themselves, adding that those who come Beam will destroy. The lizard reported accepting the quest just in case, but he got lucky. Han understood that the game's system could display a player's rights. The guy realized that Midros was turning out to be a scary game. Before morning came, the musketeer decided to stand guard at the castle. Hen was sure that without disarming Pitra of skills, they wouldn't have caught him without Beam. Musketeer realized that if poisoned poison, BME could not do anything with sealed skills in the darkness, would not see the mark of the enemy. Hen realized that he needed to invent items that are in reality and in Midros as much as possible. The guy realized that the item he took from Pitro was probably agility-related. The rare Algarai goatskin bracelet increased dexterity scores by 700 points. After putting on the bracelet, Hen realized that it could only be used with a scroll sold by a traveling merchant. The guy thought it over and realized it didn't add up. Heroic necklace, rare bracelet, legendary weapon seemed suspicious to the guy. The old cloak seemed strange and unusual to him too. The cloak was old because Hen had darned it once and continued to use it without changing it. Hen hoped to find armor to fit himself someday. In the afternoon at the castle, everyone was waiting for Rothzak to come to them. The king was told that Rothzak was on his way to him. The king was ready. Shin Naru was sure that the mage had been told what had happened last night. The commander of the guards had personally seen Pitro's body and should have reported it. Nara was sure that Rothzak could not escape responsibility. The king asked why Rothzak had been away from the castle for so long. Kneeling down, the man apologized to his majesty. Rothzak said he heard what happened last night, so he stayed up late all night checking on the mage units. The commander of the guards pointed out what kind of nonsense the head mage was talking about, because that's not what he should be worrying about right now, adding that the magic traps didn't work and his majesty was in danger. Rothzak pointed out that this is what he was talking about, and the guard commander didn't understand what the mage was trying to convey. The chief magician said that besides him, several other people can control the magic traps. Looking at the king, Rothzak pointed out that he was ultimately responsible for this. Rothzak was willing to be punished for jeopardizing the king's safety by asking for a chance to clear the air. Shin Nara heard that the king had given Rothzak the go-ahead to take care of the situation. Rothzak said he heard the bad news last night and immediately found whoever was using the spirits to control the traps. The chief magician's men attacked him all night, interrogated him, and finally got a confession. The king asked what the captured man confessed to. Rothzak replied that he had barely managed to get the information out. Shin Nara was surprised that the one caught turned out to be a spy from Minis. The king listened to Rothzak's clarification of the night's events. Everyone in the throne room couldn't believe this information. The girl couldn't believe that the traitor turned out to be from Minis. The king wasn't sure if Rothzaka was telling him the truth. The chief magician replied that this information was true and accurate, adding that the one caught confessed to being under orders from the ruler of Minis. This assassination attempt was 7 years in the making, Rothzak proudly proclaimed. Rothzak called the Minis' kingdom their enemies because they were trying to destroy the king. Shin Nara understood that this was a state that was fighting the Pubial kingdom for supremacy. Deshuvka realized that in this situation, they were trying to dump all responsibility on Minis. The king declared to all that their kingdom of Pubial could not escape war. The king then ordered that all commanders in the kingdom be contacted. Clenching her fist, Shin Nara assumed that it had been pre-planned to happen this way, regardless of whether or not she would complete the quest. The king declared to all to prepare for war with Minis. Hen asked Naryu what the notification window was about, assuming that the task was completed. The girl replied that everything as they had seen the quest had been completed. Tae-il asked that now they didn't need to guard King Shin Nara, positively nodded in response. The girl suggested that the possible purpose of the quest was different in starting a war with Rothzak's help. Hen was surprised to hear of the coming war. Shin Nara reported that Rothzak blamed the Minis' kingdom for what happened, and the king didn't deny it. The musketeer realized the whole purpose of what had happened. Hen realized this was all just a provocation to start a war. Hua Young stated that Rothzak wasn't going to reveal the truth by doing things his way. BM reported that Midros is full of such quests. There are decisive moments in them, but the result cannot be changed, no matter if they would have passed the quest or not. The war between Pubial and Minos was predetermined in advance. Midros just set the stage, the rest is up to the players. Thuel suggested that this was the second part of the game. Hitting the table, Shin Nara pointed out that it wasn't fair. The musketeer tried to calm the girl, but she didn't understand what she had to endure so much for. Taking out his sword, Shin Nara stated that they needed to win and end this war. Suddenly, the girl's face changed as she realized how to accomplish what she had planned. Shin Nara indicated that she would let everyone know about her pollen when the second team arrived. She was very grateful for everyone's help. Tai-il indicated that they too were pleased to learn a lot of new things in this quest. BM said that through this quest, they received the marks of the received Circe. Ramhua Young also increased her closeness to the Pubial kingdom through this assignment. At Ra asked that Hen wanted to go into the kingdom's archive, the guy gave a positive answer. The girl indicated that she would escort him and talk to the manager to let them in. Ramhua Young started to get jealous of Musketeer with Shin Naru. Hen was glad he could get into the kingdom's archives and find out the information he needed. Heading to the archives, Shin Nara pointed out that the king would have to do the same. Hen asked what she was talking about, and the girl said that the head of the mage community plays a very important role here. Even the king would have a hard time getting rid of Rothzak. The girl suggested that this was a chance for the king to stir up the Continental Union's ambitions. Shin-Nara pointed out that military action has not yet begun because it takes time to prepare. Hen thought it would take at least a month to prepare, pointing out that he needed to make potions and prepare supplies. The girl wanted to ask the guy something, but she couldn't find the right moment. Shin-Nara wanted to find out what kind of relationship Hyung has with Ram-Hwa Young. The girl really wanted to know about it, but she was too shy to ask. Shin-Nara said that she would make a request for a pass to the archives, suggesting that Hyun rest for now. The doors to the archive opened the girl, and the guy was surprised. Coming out of the archimage, the man pointed out to Hen that he was the intruder who had been here earlier. Rotzak asked Shin-Naru what matter they came to the royal archives for, indicating that he thought she was far from the books. The girl indicated that Rothzak was in a joking mood. The man silently looked at Shin-Naru with disdain. The girl asked that after what happened, Rothzak was in the mood for jokes. The man replied that His Majesty had shown him mercy and given him a chance to correct his mistake on the battlefield. Rothzak indicated that he didn't particularly want to hear rebukes from a Templar who couldn't even apprehend an intruder. Shin-Naru looked at Roztak, feeling angry at his words. Rothzak added that she called in all sorts of rabble to the royal castle. Unable to stand it, Hen pointed out to Rothzak to stop being rude to the girl. Looking at the guy, the man asked who he was. Hen replied that he was one of those who saved the king. Hen reported that Shin-Nara stayed up nights to correct Rothzak's mistakes. The guy pointed out to Rothzak that he shouldn't treat Shin-Naru like that. The girl provided Clark with the document and asked to let them into the archives. Looking at the document, Clark had no doubt that it was the king's seal. Rothzak looked suspiciously at the musketeer with his rifle hanging behind his back. The man was building that the three musketeers had appeared again. The girl asked to be let in because she had a permit, and also asked to take Hen where he needed to go. The girl said goodbye and wished Hen to find what he needed, and thanked Shin-Naru for his help. Shin-Nara pointed out that if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have passed the mission. The girl asked him if Hen was from Seoul, and if it was time she offered to have dinner with him, but he didn't expect such an offer from the girl. He assumed it was a date, but remembering that he's actually disabled and can't get around without a wheelchair, Hen decided to turn down the offer, indicating that he wouldn't be able to make it anytime soon. The girl understandingly replied that Hen would be busy. Leaving, Shin-Nara said to call her when Hen gets a chance. Hen realized that he had offended the girl with his answer and was not happy about it. Because he couldn't walk, his self-esteem went through the roof. The guy decided to save up money for his recovery as soon as possible. Hen asked Clark. The man didn't expect to hear the guy ask the question. The musketeer asked me to show him books about the second war between humans and demons. Opening the book, Hen realized that the information about the start of the war he had seen last time. The guy decided to quickly look up information on what happened after the battle on the plain. The book stated that the Demon King's army had retreated to the strait between the Craven Kingdom and his territories. They were able to break through the sea area surrounded by Craven's ships. This was made possible by the Serpent and Kraken, which the demon army kept in reserve. These unforeseen circumstances led to the defeat of Craven's army. Next, the surviving remnants of the Demon King's army traveled to the Sea of Dawn, and a fast ship was sent after them. Hen realized that it was impossible to find any trace of the demons without the help of the Navy. The boy realized that the Sea of Dawn is in the east where the sun rises. The musketeer was curious to know that demons had crossed the sea. When the boy finished reading, he saw that in this sea was the very same assignment. The assignment of finding a new continent with Fernand. Hen realized that if this assignment is still active, that meant no one had found Fernand yet. The Demon King's army left in the eastern direction crossed the Sea of Dawn. Hen realized that Fernand had sailed to the same place. The terms of the assignment are complete, but the guy realized he could use a chance to check out the new mainland. The musketeer learned that the distance to the Demon King's army was about 5 nautical miles. Reading further, it was said that this distance could well be covered by a fast ship. But suddenly, a strange noise was heard on the ship, and the helmsman's head suddenly exploded, and no mana action was felt, as well as no strange phenomena or presence of magic was detected at that moment. After reading this, Hen couldn't believe how such a thing could happen without a single trace of evidence. One of the sailors was temporarily entrusted with the helm, but his head was also blown to pieces. The distance increased to 6 miles. According to the assumptions of the Wood Elves, among the remnants of the military forces of the army of the Demon King were Free Arrow's pursuit was impossible to continue. Hen didn't understand why the Free Slicer appeared in this story, realizing that 5 miles was about 9 whole and 6/10 of a kilometer. The guy was sure that it was impossible to hit accurately from this distance even in real life. The musketeer realized that such a shot was taken from a distance, considering the curvature of the horizon line. Concluding that this was a game and not the real Earth, Hen realized that if the free gunner succeeded, he would succeed too. The guy was confident in his target shooting skills. At the Musketeer Academy, the headmaster wasn't happy that Rothzak was involved in the story either. The guy added that Rothzak looked suspicious, but the problem was the lack of evidence. Bezbrovi replied that the head of the mages in these matters is very sensitive and decided to try to contact the royal palace. The director interjected the information he had heard regarding the records of the Demon King's army. The man wasn't given any last words on the matter. Hen didn't know what he was talking about. The director replied that he meant the words about the free shooter. Bezbrawi had heard both legends about the free shooter version of Brown and Elizabeth, adding that hitting a target from such a distance couldn't help but fascinate him. The director pointed out that the testimony from the archives is a little strange. Hen was surprised to hear it. The man asked why nothing had been heard of the free riflemen throughout the Second War, and he suddenly decided to show up after the retreat. The director pointed out that first we need to check this legend, assuming that the one who defeated the deity and is able to control the power of the demon is a free shooter. Bezbrovnimi seemed this legend is implausible. Hen asked that the free archer is a legend of another race. The director replied that is exactly what it is. Mujina reported that the dark elf was most likely a legend of the cursed tribe. Coming out of the academy, Hen realized that finding out for sure was not going to be easy. Find these dark elves on Meterik and find out about the free archer. Earlier, Bezbrovny reported that the elves are not particularly friendly to humans, and the place of their habitat is unknown. The guy wanted to know if it's true what they say happened during the Second War. There was a mention of a free shooter in the assignment, not knowing how far Kid and Luger had progressed in the assignment. Hen realized that if he asked them, they wouldn't give him an answer. Remembering how the rest of the musketeers dialogued, the boy realized they wouldn't help him. The guy checked the stats and realized he had been in the game for 36 hours. Before leaving the game, he wanted to stop by the auction. The guy was sure that the items he was auctioning had already been sold. Hen was curious how his mom would react to the new amount of money he would drop into her bank account. Mom shouted out her son Hen's name. She didn't expect that. Showing her son the amount of money she got, she tried to find out where it came from. The woman didn't know what to think about where her son got such a large sum of money from. Hen cheerfully replied that he had earned that money in the game. Sish said it was a Christmas present and asked his mom not to worry about it. Mom was very happy that her son could earn money playing games. Hen suggested to his mom that next year, with the money he earned, they should go to Germany together. After all, the surgery he needs on Henna's legs can only be done there. Hen was glad he could just think of such a thing at a time like this. At present, it is very difficult to find out any information about Founder King. Majamzu reported that the war was getting very close. The girl indicated that in return, she would label the data on the Dark Elves. Musketeer accidentally found out that Sion was also a new family. For a long time, there was a wasteland. But after it was discovered by the king of NPCs, began to build a small village there. This land does not belong to any state. The inhabitants lived there on birds' rights without protection. Realizing this, the musketeer understood what he was about to face. Madame Zhu pointed out that even if Hen finds dark elves there, let him not hope to get into their settlement. The musketeer realized that once he had spoken, he had to act. Hen thought 100 shots would be enough, but he had to spend 40 already. The boy suggested that 60 shots might not be enough to hit the dark elves' lair. Using a teleportation scroll, the guy went on an adventure. The joyful guy opened the doors and said hello to everyone. The blacksmith dwarves did not expect such an encounter with a musketeer. Hearing his voice, they came to panic. The guy didn't realize he had caused the dwarves to react to him in such a way. The brothers abandoned their work in their haste to report to the boss that the musketeer had arrived. The head of the blacksmiths asked angrily why Hen had come to them again. Hen replied that he had come for the bullets. The dwarf sighed in relief. The musketeer put down the brass bar he got from the golem bar. The dwarves were wary of a guy who could do something very complicated. Hen wanted to make another order. The old man angrily asked which one. The guy replied that he wanted to do a scope and night vision. The dwarves were surprised to hear an unusual order from a musketeer. Hen tried to put his ideas on paper so the dwarves would understand him. The musketeer mimed the even of the scope and night vision device he needed. The old man replied that he couldn't do such a thing. Hen asked why. The gnome asked what Hen meant by the device that allows you to pinpoint a target, even if it is at a great distance. The old man asked what the musketeer intended to aim for from a distance of 1.5 kilometers or more. Looking at the boy, the craftsman replied that in this case, there was nothing to be done with an ordinary lens, so Hen assumed that he needed the eye of an eagle or a falcon. The dwarf replied that birds' eyes weren't good for this either, suggesting the boy drop the idea. The guy panicked because he really needed that scope. Hen replied that he couldn't give up on this idea of getting a scope and a night vision device. The old man assumed that such items required resources from monsters. They started thinking about monsters with really big eyes. Hen was pleased that he remembered that he had recently killed one such monster. The musketeer asked if a cyclops eye would work for the masters. The gnome laughed, pointing out that no matter how capable Hen was, he wouldn't be able to reach the cyclops eye. The brothers didn't understand how Hen could stutter about a cyclops. The dwarves pointed out that it is a vicious guardian lord of the mountains, and Hen will not be able to get his eye. The guy started pulling out an item from the inventory. Placing it on the table, Hen asked, "Is this the same needed item from the cyclops eye?" The old man asked what it was. The musketeer replied that it was the crystal linza of the cyclops. Hen asked if it would fit. indicating that if he needed more, he could get it. The dwarf was shocked. Having activated the bargaining skill, the musketeer asked how much the artisans would charge for the work. Looking at the frightened gnomes, the guy assumed that they would be busy and offered to close the gate behind him. The musketeer ditched the dwarves' workshop, satisfied that they would do his bidding. The guy managed to successfully destroy the boar monster with one accurate headshot. The result was different than the musketeer had expected, and he was very surprised. Hen was unable to pierce through the two stone monsters with a single shot. Remembering that Luger was able to hit the target at that distance and punch through it, Hen was satisfied with the power of the attack, deciding to increase the characteristics at the same time. Using his magic technique, the musketeer noticed something strange in the area. The guy didn't understand why there were 4 trees in this place with mana energy emanating from them. Looking at the tree, Hen didn't realize what the strange silhouette was. Musketeer took a shot at a strange tree in the area. The assassin took the form of a tree and followed the musketeer. The wound made the guy's mask fall off and he screamed in pain. The musketeer has discovered that the assassins are following him and want to destroy him. The guy ordered everyone else to come out and show themselves to him, calling them pathetic actors. It didn't take long for the enemies to head towards the guy trying to attack him in a group. Taking aim, the musketeer made a precise shot with his rifle. Hen hit the head of one of the assassins attacking him, and the other used the dagger throwing technique. Dodging, Hen informed his opponent that such an attack lacked him. The guy took out his loaded muskets. The guy pointed his weapon at the enemy who didn't expect this outcome of events. Musketeer fired a lot of shots at his enemies. One of the assassins managed to survive and jumped onto a rock preparing to attack the musketeer. Guy throws a shot, but assassin manages to get out of the way in time to avoid the shot. The enemy tried to strike a treacherous blow in the musketeer's back. Anticipating this attack, Hen had already taken aim at the attacker's head and was ready to pull the trigger. The musketeer was able to successfully destroy all the enemies that attacked him. The last of them fell to the ground before he could strike. Hen looked at the slain man and pointed out that the hoba had warned him when he jumped out. The guy was pleased that he had the habits to constantly load his weapon. Hen was content to listen intently to Biemi as he talked about the skills of the assassins. Earlier, after successfully shooting Pitro at the palace, Hen began to keep a close eye on the Midnight Circus Guild. The musketeer realized that he still had a few hours to go before he reached the Syand base. A few hours later, Hen managed to reach the Syanda base. The guy decided to watch her from a distance to make sure he wasn't followed. Hen used the magic eye technique, checking the entire surroundings. Looking at the men, he hoped there were no clowns or members of the King's Guild among them. The musketeer didn't notice anything strange in the vicinity of the Syanda base. Hen was surprised to notice one unknown person beside him. He didn't realize whether this person was a monster or from the Midnight Circus. Taking out his musket, Hen pointed out that there were no other suspicious creatures visible besides him. Hen realized that he still needed to go there for the quest, realizing that he needed to be careful while there were other users there. One player suggested practicing one-on-one dueling with summoners or tamers. The musketeer walked past the crowd of players who had gathered in the square. The guy noticed that the people in this place were a little rough. Hen decided to gather information related to the mission, and for this he went to a local bar. Going into the pub, he was sure there were NPCs who knew something. Walking into the room, the guy was shocked by what he saw. A host of assassins from the Midnight Circus were waiting for him in the pub. The guy asked what they were sitting here waiting for him. Hen was surprised that there weren't any non-player characters in this place. A column of smoke billowed from the pub. The musketeer announced that the show was starting. A man noticed the fight and started cheering for one of the sides. Musketeer suggested that the place originally had that atmosphere. One of the assassins managed to wound a musketeer who was distracted from the battle. Because of the wound he received, Hen's movement speed was reduced by 40%. Using the soul bonding skill, the musketeer summoned his bear. The bear began fiercely defending his master by fighting the assassins. One of the Vriags announced that there's a new animal in their circus. The players were shocked that the musketeer managed to summon this bear. They were sure it only attacked at long range. Unknown managed to spot a powerful musketeer battle. Hen tried to reload his rifle as quickly as possible. Reloading, the guy intended to shoot one of the attacking assassins. Hen noticed that there was one assassin behind his back who was preparing to strike at him. Assassin stated to the musketeer that he was behind him, then laughed not normally. The musketeer realized he wouldn't have time to dodge the attack of the assassins sneaking up behind him. Suddenly, the unknown man ordered all the clowns to move away from the musketeer. With a deft move, the unknown man managed to chop up the bodies of the clowns who were attacking Hen. Many flashes and lightning bolts appeared around the body of the unknown man. Hen looked at his savior in surprise and didn't realize who he was. People around here were starting to guess who this guy was who helped the musketeer. The unidentified man tried to cover his face from the circling men, but everyone managed to recognize the magical swordsman, Li Ji-wan. A magical swordsman appeared in front of everyone, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Li Ji-wan was ranked second in the world rankings. The bear was happy to see his master and looked at Li Ji-wan cautiously. The swordsman held out his hand to Hen, offering him his help, but the musketeer said he was fine and didn't need any help. Li Ji-wan was glad that the musketeer wasn't hurt badly. The swordsman offered the musketeer a healing potion for recovery. Hen received a health potion made from rare holy water. Li Ji-wan wanted to ask the musketeer something. He was ready to answer his question and invited Hen to join the team. Meschin said that they will discuss everything elsewhere, because there are a lot of unnecessary eyes here. Ra-hyun was fine with Li Ji-wan using the teleportation technique. The guys were immediately moved from this place where all the people were shocked by their encounter. Users were surprised that both guys disappeared. One of them didn't believe it was Li Ji-wan. The man pointed out that next to Li Ji-wan was a so-called freelance shooter. The boys ended up in a cave. Hen didn't expect to move here. Hen realized that Li Ji-wan was ranked second in the Midros rankings as a magical swordsman. The musketeer had heard that the swordsman shunned humans and wondered why he saved him. Previously, Hyun had seen an interview with Li Ji-wan on Centerlink television. The host pointed out that there was a significant difference between Li Ji-wan and the first-ranked player, asking if Li Ji could beat him in a meeting. The guy replied that he defeated his enemies very easily. Then Hen was surprised at such carefree faith in his own strength. Previously, Hyeon Li Ji-wan seemed like a very opinionated and immodest person. The guy asked what the musketeer's name was and introduced himself as Hen. Li Ji-wan was surprised to point out that he was also Korean. The swordsman wanted to ask how Hen managed to summon a field boss. Li Ji-wan asked me to teach him the same invocation. The swordsman also wanted to summon a beast, because as a musketeer he was able to summon a brown bear. Hen asked if Midros kept such things secret, saying that if only he knew about it, it would be his trump card. Li Ji-wan was surprised to find out that Hyung wouldn't help him even though he saved him. The musketeer thanked the swordsman for the rescue, pointing out that he could have done it alone, adding that he also had a brother-in-law. Li Ji-wan would be shocked by such a claim, indicating that he definitely saved him. Hyeon realized that unlike Ramhwa, John Li Ji-wan had no social skills at all. Looking at the guy, the musketeer realized that he was no more than 20 years old if he behaved like that. Hyeon said that since they were both from Korea, he could tell him as a fellow countryman Li Ji-wan was happy about the offer. The musketeer indicated that in noting his secret would ask him a question. Li Ji-wan was willing to answer any question. Hen asked the magic swordsman if he knew where Fernan was. Li Ji-wan clarified that he's about the one who looks like Indiana Jones. Hyeon was happy to hear that Li Ji-wan had seen Fernan 5 days ago. The musketeer tried to find out in what mestre he had seen Fernand. Li Ji-wan opened the map and showed the approximate location where he met Fernand. Hen asked Li Wan if he knew where the Dark Elves were, and he said he didn't know their lair, 6,414, telling the musketeer that this place is near the new settlement, adding that he killed some elves today. Hen was surprised that Li Ji-wan had killed the elves because it was impossible to let the elves fear humans even more. The musketeer grabbed Li Ji-wan, who did not understand what he intended to do. Hen guy asked the musketeer to tell him about the summoning skill. Hen replied that he wasn't sure if he had told him all the information about the elves. Li Ji-wan said that Hen was petty, asking him to tell him about the skill already. Li Ji-wan stated that Luger was a marriage, pointing out that Hen has a terrible temper. The swordsman asked what all musketeers are like. The guy asked if Li Ji-wan knew Luger, and he said that how could he not know him, because Luger was always clinging to the swordsman. Li Ji-wan said that Luger is bored with him, even though he's strong as who knows who. Hen didn't understand why Li Ji-wan wanted to know about his skill, since he was considered the strongest swordsman player, was shocked by what he heard. The guy replied that if he learned how to summon, Li Ji-wan will be able to defeat Alexander in battle. Hyeon assumed that Li Ji-wan wanted to summon a bear and raise his level. Li Ji-wan replied that it wasn't what the musketeer thought it was. After informing him that raising Alexander's level wouldn't win anyway, Hen asked what Li Ji-wan was going to do then. Li Ji-wan has stated that he will kill Alexander and cut his level until he is first. The musketeer was surprised at such a statement from his interlocutor and did not know how to answer him. Li Ji-wan informed Alexander has a dragon, which is the main problem. Magical Sword pointed out that if he had a beast that would last in battle for at least 5 minutes, he would definitely be able to get the victory. Li Ji-wan added that he feels like Hyun can summon more than just a bear. The musketeer was shocked to hear this, for he could only summon one beast. Kid is the only one who became Hen's best friend in this game. Hen hypothesized what would happen if he didn't care about him. Musketeer didn't know what happened if he had cared about another monster. Hen noticed that the player in second place in the rankings had different thoughts than the outsiders. Li Ji-wan asked to show him the summoning skill, indicating that he would help him next time too. Hyeon asked that it was true. Li Ji-wan assured that if he didn't fulfill his promise, he would delete his character. The musketeer was glad of such a promise and was ready to help the magical swordsman. Li Ji-wan was glad that the musketeer had agreed to help him learn the summoning skill. Hen indicated that Li Wan would be obligated to help him. Li Ji-wan was surprised by such a request from the musketeer. The musketeer indicated that he would show the swordsman 2 dexterity achievements. Li Ji-wan indicated that he didn't need much. The boy was startled by the expression on the musketeer's face. Not far from the Xi'an base, the musketeer went into the woods. There were rumors that there were no survivors left in this forest, but he knew he had to be careful. One of the monsters was watching the musketeer from the tree. Hen wouldn't mind a night vision device. The monster didn't attack Hen, continuing to follow him. The musketeer heard a strange sound and began pointing in the direction from which the sound was heard. The guy was able to detect the enemy using the technique of magical vision. Hen noticed a large number of unknowns who were hiding in the trees. The musketeer assumed that if he pulled the trigger, he could catch one for sure. Realizing that dark elves live in this forest, the musketeer did not fire a shot. Hen realized that the shot might cause problems with the assignment. The unknown man shot a poison needle into the body of Musketeer. Hen did not expect to be attacked like this. Because of the poison, the musketeer's body was partially paralyzed, and for 2 minutes, he would not be able to move the affected limb. Hen had his rifle ready to fire, but he didn't understand why the attackers were lurking in the trees and not showing themselves. The unknown man asked the musketeer if he was sure one gun would be enough. The guy replied that he didn't intend to fight them, pointing out that if the unsubs want to follow him around, let them try to do it. The musketeer ran lightning fast in a direction unknown to him, trying to break away from the tracking. The clowns made their way in pursuit of the musketeer. One of them declared that if he was caught, he would drive. Hen decided to use the teleportation scroll and decided to get it beforehand. The musketeer running away realized that the enemies were using a distraction on him. The guy was ready to take a shot, but one of the clowns was too close, trying to attack Hen. Suddenly, a quick slash was fired towards the musketeer. The arrow hit right in the head of the clown who was trying to attack the musketeer. Stopping the musketeer noticed that the unknown archers had killed all the clowns that were chasing him. There was a loud clap in the forest that shook the whole neighborhood. All the clowns were killed. The guy was expecting his saviors to show up and didn't realize who they were. The elves reported to the commander that it was the same musketeer. Hen managed to locate the dark elves in this forest who helped him. The guy said hello to the elves, trying to let them know he wasn't some trespasser. To begin, the musketeer offered the dark elf to accept his gift of delicious food. Hen said he had brought it with him to befriend them, for he had heard that dark elves liked meat. The dark elves were excited about this gift and wanted to try it out as soon as possible. Seeing the meat, the elves gorged themselves on such a delicious dish that Hen had brought them. The elf girl ordered everyone to stop resenting such inappropriate treatment of her guest. All the dark elves obeyed her command and stopped eating meat. The elfess reported that Hen had no need to give them anything, but were willing to accept any gift with gratitude. The dark elf pointed out that Hen had adopted the hero's power and they were willing to trust him. The guy didn't expect to hear such a thing from the elf. Hen didn't understand what hero power the dark elves were telling him about. Not only were the elves friendly, but they were talking nonsense, half-mal musketeer. Musketeer? Asked the elf girl what hero power means. The dark elfess replied that it was the one who contained the rage of the clan, adding that in the past when the musketeer family was in danger. Pointing to the pendant, the elfess declared that Hen was the one who proudly declared the will of the clan. Taking the suspension off and looking at it, Hen realized that this was what they called hero power. Hen knew that this medallion was dropped by the huge Igor after he died. He saw that the medallion gave 100% to the affinity level with the dark elves. The elfess said she was just about to meet him when she saw Hen nearby. The musketeer realized that that figure was this elven woman. Moving closer to the boy, the dark elfess turned to him with a suggestion. She offered to take Hen to their village if it was okay with him. The musketeer managed to make it to the dark elf village, where they walked down the slope with the elven woman to the lava tribe. Tartar stated to the elder that she brought someone who has the power of a hero. The head of the tribe ordered him to bring it to him as soon as possible. Looking at the guy, the headman realized that he was the one with the hero power. The elf asked their tribe's anger still spreading to the Rouge. The musketeer introduced himself to Hen in front of the head of the elves. The old elf asked Hen why he had come to see them, asking him to take a seat. Hen realized that the elf's friendliness was on account of his 100% medallion effector. The guy stated he came here to ask about the free shooter. Hearing this, the head of the dark elves was quite shocked. Letting out a puff of smoke, the elf indicated that they should look to the legend for clarification. Hen didn't expect to hear that someone wanted to destroy the damned wood elves. The head of the dark elves replied that their tribe knew little about the free archer now. Hen assumed that these elves knew something about him in the past. The head of the elves said that they loved books, and there was no way they could not keep records of legends. However, all the records that contained data on the legend of the freelance gunslinger were stolen by the pointed elf. The dark elf said that it was 100 years ago, and now the young elves don't know much about the free archer anymore, pointing out that old men like him remember him. The musketeer asked the old elf to tell him this legend of the free archer. The old elf replied that it was a long time ago, and it was told to him by an elder. This information could not be found on the Midrose website or anywhere else on the internet when God and the devil created different races. The elder indicated that they were watching the created races with a satisfied face. This was the joy of the creators, however, the peace did not last long. And the main reason for that was that there were two creators, God and the devil. In order to prevent strife between their creations, they needed to hide Midros. The devil didn't like the idea. He enjoyed seeing creatures worship him. In the end, The devil offered God a wager with the condition of following the will of the winner. The bet itself was simple. Whoever created the more destructive thing would win. And so began this demand that destroyed many lives. God's creations destroyed demonic ones, and they destroyed God's. 6 times in a row, they took turns displaying power, but no matter where they aimed, nothing could surpass the Creator's power. Finally, on the 7th time, the demon managed to use stealth, pointing out to God that his 7th target was himself. The demon told God to shoot himself. His words were unthinkable. They didn't break the rules, so God couldn't answer anything and just gave up. Victory was not yet decided, for it was the devil's turn. God has indicated to the devil that the 7th target is himself. If he commits suicide, he will win, and God alone will return to the upper earth. But if the devil does that, he'll be the one who outdid God. Without waiting for God to finish, the devil smilingly aimed his own blow at himself. The demon conjured power in the form of bullets, and the 7th bullet pierced his head. God was astonished, but it didn't matter now because the devil was gone. The satisfied God returned to the upper earth for further existence. The elf elder pointed out that this was why it was impossible to see the mixing of the powers of God and devil in Midros right now. The dark elf reported that that bullet was the last thing the devil created. Even God is unable to defeat it. Hen was surprised at the words that a free archer possessed this power. The musketeer pointed out that they could have seen it if they remembered the war between humans and demons. The elf pointed out that this was a true statement, adding that this was the devil's plan. The devil had separated a part of himself beforehand and sealed it. Then out of her was born one who would do the devil's will. The elf elder pointed out that the demons had been planning this from the beginning. Hen asked what the Owla Demon King meant in this world. The elf pointed out that if you follow their legend, this is the devil's son, but at the same time the devil himself. The elf elder's story was very interesting to Hen, but that's not what he became interested in. Hen asked during this legend who the free archer was to the dark elves. The elder replied that the free gunman was their savior. The one who would protect them from the halfling forest elves was a free archer. The forest elves have long oppressed the dark elves for their fondness for meat, which gives them a darker skin color. Smoking his pipe, the elder added that the dark elves were physically stronger than the wood elves. The wood elves were outnumbered, and they knew how to use magic. The elder of the dark elves said that the wood elves knew how to lure people. The wood elves were telling people the dark ones were a tribe cursed by demons. One day, a dark tribe of elves found themselves in a critical situation. On the defense of the dark elves was a free archer who struck at the wood elves. The free archer saved the dark elves from the attacks of their enemies. Hen assumed that the free archer was a dark elf. The tribal elder replied that this was incorrect. The elder replied that the dark gunman was human. The dark elf tribe elder was confident in the words he said. Henna was surprised that the gunman wasn't an elf, but a human. The musketeer asked when that was the dark elf said a long time ago. The guy realized that this was not during the second war of humans and demons. Hen asked how a free archer managed to become like this. The dark elf pointed out that their tribe liked to keep records starting with minor conversations. The elves have books that contain the words of the free archer. Hen asked if he could see the books. Guy was stunned to hear those tapes were stolen too. The musketeer guessed that the dark elf would give him just such an answer. Hen was offered the task of finding the lost records of the dark elves. Reward was unknown. Realizing that he wouldn't just hear what happened next, Hen was forced to personally go in search of those records of the Volk shooter. The elder indicated that he could tell the boy everything he remembered about the Volk shooter. The elf asked if the musketeer would find the records in exchange for the information he would tell him. Hen asked where exactly to look for the records. The one who stole the records was named Castor from childhood. He had a curiosity and was a very greedy dark elf. The elder assumed that Castor had set up his lair somewhere inconspicuous. The elf held out his hand to the boy and gave him an item that would help him find Castor's tracks. The elf elder nodded positively, adding that Castor had made it himself as a child. The musketeer was surprised to learn that the dark elf tribe didn't know how to control mana. Castor was different from the rest because of his abilities. He sometimes made some unusual objects that the elder himself was surprised by. The elder asked Hen, a powerful hero, to find Castor and return the records to their tribe. Moving into the forest, the boy realized that he would need to complete the task of the Browless One. But now he had another assignment with the dark elves. Hen didn't understand why there were so many of them to find. Musketeer decided to start easy and set off to the designated point. For starters, Hen decided to visit the artisans to pick up his order. Hearing Hen knock, the dwarf told him to get lost, and the musketeer was surprised that the old man recognized him from the knock. The dwarf indicated that he had no idea how he could make the thing Hen ordered. The guy forgave him to let him into the workshop. The musketeer said he brought the money for the successful order. Hearing the clinking of coins, the dwarf was ready to let the musketeer into the workshop. The old man looked silently at the musketeer who had come to them for his order. Hen was surprised to see that his order was ready no matter what the circumstances. The scope lay on the table waiting for its owner. Hen took the scope, indicating that by the looks of it, it was already clear that it was working. The musketeer asked what was wrong with the gnome's face that this sight did to him. The old man replied that the guy was running ahead of the Parasov, asking such questions. The gnome reported that he had been working hard and staying up nights, which was acceptable. But the prices for magical technology proved too high for the dwarf. He was terrified. The old man reported that he had to use these incredible Kikero crystals. The musketeer didn't understand such a reaction from a dwarf who used magic crystals. The old man ordered the musketeer to use this site carefully, for it was much better than they had agreed. Musketeer thanked the old man sincerely for his order. Hen said that next time he would like to make a night vision device. The old man was horrified and ordered the guy out of his workshop. Musketeer decided to try out his new scope on his rifle. The distance to the rock was within 600 mestrov. Hen was ready to take the shot. Hen continued to adjust his new scope, trying to hit the target accurately. The musketeer used the maximum magnification of this sight of 30 times. Hen stated that with this scope, he would be able to see even the surface of the moon. Suddenly, the guy gets a notice he didn't expect to get. The reporter said there are rumors about Hen again. Musketeer asked what rumors were already known about him. Jin Kong said hello to his comrade. Hen indicated that he hadn't seen him in a long time by interjecting what rumors he was speaking for. Jin Kong said he arrived at Xianda's base and immediately made some noise there. The druid reported rumors that someone was fighting the midnight circus and disappeared with Li Ji-wan while everyone heard unusual gunshots. As soon as he heard these rumors, Jin Kong immediately thought of Haiyan. The guy realized what the druid was talking about, pointing out that they just happened to meet Li Ji-wan. Jin Kong asked if Hyun would come to Xianda's base again. The druid indicated that he would look forward to seeing him at this location. Jin Kong wanted the musketeer to help him like last time with taming the rabbit. The musketeer replied in that case they could help each other. The druid asked what help the musketeer needed from him. Hen replied that Jin Kong could help him with his wings. The friends decided to meet and talk things over when they met. The musketeer decided to move to Xian's base where Jin Kong was waiting. The guy noticed that someone was talking to him, and he was surprised. It didn't take long for the druid to see the musketeer immediately approach him. Haiyan noticed that his comrade's equipment had changed. Jin Kong replied that it wasn't the best, pointing out that he had gotten it when he was on a mission. Jin Kong thought that Hen's gun had gotten thicker. The guy looked at it. Hen replied that his rifle had become a little stronger than before, realizing that Jin Kong had guessed despite the fact that the rifle was in a case. The musketeer wanted to hear the details of Chin Kong's request. The druid informed him that this time he would need to tinker with the plant. Hen had not revived to hear such a thing from his comrade and was surprised at his task. Jin Kong added that this plant is an ogre. While flying on a druid mission, Hen noticed that there was no Castor in the vicinity of Xian's base. Hen realized if Castor was anywhere around here, the dark elves would have found him themselves. The guy was pretty surprised to see what was going on in this place. Hen pointed out to his companion that the place they were flying over looked like the Amazon. Being the big bird Jin Kong is, Jin Kong asked if Hen guy could see what exactly he was talking about. The druid pointed out that there was something that looked like a bud on top of that tree. The guy noticed the bud and was quite shocked by what he saw. Musketeer asked Jin Kong what kind of monster that was. The plant opened its mouth and made a sound. Hen indicated that what was happening disgusted him. Hen didn't understand why this plant was so big. Drewhide reported that one of the seeds that spread the world tree. Jin Kong added that the problem is not the flower but the monsters that are near the plant. A hypnotizing powder was sprayed from the flower. One of the monsters noticed a huge bird. With this powder, the plant controls monsters. Hen asked that monsters catch people and take them to the flower. Jin Kong added that the flower then corrodes the bodies with liquid. The musketeer realized why in Midros this is considered one of the worst deaths. Jin Kong replied that this is why he needed Hen's strength. Jin Kong asked Hyun while he would make the connection with the plant, let the musketeer shield the monsters from him. Hen asked the druid if there was any way to remove the hypnosis from the monsters. The druid replied that to do so, the pollen-dispersing organ must be destroyed. The yellow thing in the middle of the plant's mouth was spraying sawtooth all over the place. Jin Kong indicated that it should be ripped out, and the rest would be much easier to deal with. The musketeer was delighted at such a suggestion from his comrade. Hen asked if it was difficult for Jin Kong to stay in the air in one place. Jin Kong replied that in the body of an eagle, it wasn't really possible, asking what Hen was going to do. The musketeer asked him not to drop it or he would curse the druid. Jin Kong couldn't believe that Hen wanted to shoot while in the air. The druid said he couldn't get any closer, adding that a musketeer at that distance wouldn't hit the bud. The musketeer began to take aim at the plant bud while on the back of a huge eagle. The conditions for shooting were terrible. Hen realized that as long as he was in the air, his life was in no danger. If he gets to the core of the plant, it could die, which is not Jin Kong's plan. It made it difficult for the musketeer to get a shot off, but he didn't give up his plans. Suddenly, Hen began to slide off the eagle's back, but did not fall. The musketeer did not realize what had happened. He held on the back of the huge eagle. Jin Kong asked that after something like that, Hen was still going to shoot. Being an eagle, the druid indicated that he would help the musketeer take an aim shot from his back. The musketeer was glad that his friend would help him. Hen thanked Jin Kong. Aiming again, Hen said that there was no cause for concern, indicating that he would definitely hit the target. The musketeer's body shook with the sweeps of the huge wings of the organ on which he sat. Hen determined that before the next jolt, 7 seconds the wind was blowing in a northwesterly direction, the distance to the target was 280 meters. Aiming, the musketeer realized that the wind speed increases with altitude, so it is 13 meters per second. The guy applied the magic eye technique for a successful shot. With precise aim, the musketeer fired a shot at the bud of the huge plant. The alert stated that Hen hit the target from a distance of over 250 meters at a height of over 50 meters. The creature on the ground died without any resistance. Hen was pleased with his hit. Jin Kong didn't realize what had happened. The druid asked how Hen managed to hit the bud. The boy replied that he was only half sure he would hit it. The musketeer succeeded in making an aimed shot at the plant. The boys were very pleased with this state of affairs. Hen was glad to be on the honor roll after such a hit, realizing that he was the only one to shoot on the druid's back. Jin Kong said that it was now necessary to go down and finish the job to the end. Thanks to Hen, the druid made quick work of the task and befriended the huge plant. Jin Kong said that since they had completed the task so quickly, he would give the fruit to Hyun. The musketeer asked his friend what the object was. It was a rare seed of the contaminated world tree with the effect of controlling the monster that would eat it. Hen didn't expect to get a control item, and yet a rare rank. Jin Kong pointed out that he was sorry that this item only lasted for 6 hours, but it could be used to tame even a high-level monster. The musketeer asked to be given some more of these seeds. Hyun asked for 3 pieces, but Jin Kong said he couldn't give him more because he needed the rest. The musketeer said he was joking, indicating that since they had completed Jin Kong's task, they could now proceed to complete his task. Drugid pointed out that since Hen was looking for someone, it was his turn to help. Hen realized that if there was no reaction from the crystal, then there was no caster in the area. Musketeer decided to find the user first, not the NPCs. Hen gave the name of the Fernand he's been looking for lately. The friends flew into the wasteland in search of a user with the nickname Fernan. Jin Kong, looking down, pointed out the horrible sight below them, asking if Fernan was definitely here. Hen gave a positive response, adding that the information was provided by a reliable person. Earlier, Li Ji-wan said he saw Fernan at this location. Musketeer was trying to see the bone temple that Li Ji-wan had told him about. The crystal seeded, indicating that the elf Castor was nearby. Jin Kong asked what happened. Hen said it was hard to explain, but he needed to find someone else. The musketeer has decided to search for Castor now that he's on his trail. The druid indicated that he would help his friend, and they began to sit down. Jin Kong stated that this was the first time he had seen such a huge dragon skeleton. Hen noticed the closer they got to the core of the bones, the brighter the orb became. It seemed to the musketeer that these bones were lying around something. Jin Kong touched the bone, and everything around it sewed. Hen didn't realize what the druid had done. In his defense, the druid pointed out that the bones looked so beautiful. The guys noticed that something had opened up behind them, which he was surprised about. The friends discovered a passageway to the unknown man's secret hideout. Both guys were shocked by the find that they were able to find with Jin Kong's help. The druid asked that he hadn't done anything wrong, had he? Hen replied that he only made it better. The friends bumped fists. Entering the shelter, they found there was a pile of dust and a dilapidated floor. A crystal illuminated their path. Jin Kong pointed out that this place apparently hadn't seen people in a long time. After becoming a bear, Jin Kong asked Heng to stop. He found something in front of him. It seemed to the druid that there was someone in front. Jin Kong decided to go first. The musketeer experienced hope that perhaps it was the one he was looking for. Being on the alert for dire circumstances, Hen took aim at the lip of the corridor. Hen used the clear vision mana technique to assess the situation. Looking through the scope, Hyun told Jin Kong that there was definitely someone here. The musketeer pointed out to the druid that he didn't know who it was and asked his friend to stand by. Moving closer and without lowering his muzzle, Hen continued to aim at the unknown man. Hen ordered the unknown man to raise his hands or he would shoot him. The boy didn't expect such instructions from the musketeer, which was surprising. The unknown man asked how they got here, assuming that Hen was the master of this dungeon. The stranger asked if the musketeer could open this door. Hen listened for half an hour to the stranger, who was sure there was something behind that door. The musketeer asked the stranger that he was also a player, and he nodded affirmatively, asking that Hen was not the dungeon master. The guy asked the musketeer if he knew Li Ji-wan, assuming that Hen had come to destroy him. Hen assumed it was Fernand, which is what he asked him. The boy looked in surprise at the musketeer, who was standing next to him. Fernand surprisingly asked Hen how he knew him. The guy was curious to know why this door wouldn't open. His key wouldn't even go into the lock. Fernand didn't realize what to put into this castle. This guy reminded Henu of a thief. The musketeer informed Fernand that he was looking for him on a mission ordered by the kingdom of Pubiel. Suddenly, Fernand asked Hen what he was holding in his hand. Fernand asked the musketeer what the glowing thing was, and he replied that it was an orb connected with his mission. Hen looked at the orb that was emitting light very brightly. The boys decided to insert this ball into the lock of the door to the dungeon. With the help of this sphere, the guys managed to open the door to the dungeon. Everyone was surprised to see the team that opened up in front of them. The musketeer realized that this was the hideout of the Castor he was looking for. Hen received notification that he had discovered Castor's lab. He realized why the orb was reacting. Hen was curious to know how many similar rewards Fernand had received, since he had single-handedly explored more than half of the uncharted lands. Fernand asked Hen what class of musketeer. He was not expecting such a question, adding that judging by the fact that Hen had the key, his assignment must be very important to Midros. Pointing to his rifle behind his back, Hen replied that his class was musketeer. Fernand asked if Hen had anything to do with the three musketeers. The guy indicated he's been in lab number 2 for a long time. In the second lab, Fernand managed to find the letter. Earlier, some user asked Fernandez if he had taken any items and ordered him to give them to him. Suddenly, Jin Kong told the musketeer that he had discovered something. The druid assumed that this was what Hen was looking for and asked to see it. After reading the note, the musketeer realized that the dark elves needed the help of humans. From the note, Hen didn't understand what divine sword it was talking about. Having managed to read some words about the demon who created the bullet, Hen assumed that the deity had created the sword. Fernand pointed out that this note didn't say much, saying that it was the same in the past labs. He assumed that there was a 7th lab somewhere. The guy told Hen that they could get to the eastern mainland if he got a lot of hits. Hen didn't understand what Fernand was telling him. Fernand pointed out that the western continent is not yet fully discovered, but here he gets bored. Jin Kong asked Fernand which eastern mainland he was talking about. Fernand replied that it was just a name he made up himself, indicating that this was the western mainland. Hen realized that Fernand was talking about a new continent across the sea. The musketeer asked what this continent beyond the sea Fernand calls the Eastern Hen, repeated that he had been sent on a special mission from the kingdom of Pubiel to him. Fernand was shocked to hear that the king of Pubiel himself wanted to hire him. Hen added that Fernand wanted to be hired as the leader of an expedition to the new mainland. The musketeer suggested that the lad go with him, and he thought about it. Fernand replied that he would like to go on the expedition himself, saying that it was not yet the right time. Prain reported that last time he had already gone on an expedition with the NPCs because the users were low level, indicating that the expedition had failed. Fernand added that neither magic nor weapons worked on the opponent's NPCs, called them sea monsters. The guy pointed out to Hen that since they didn't succeed, the average user wouldn't either. From Fernand's words, Hen realized that they had a cannon that they couldn't handle the sea monsters. The boys have been notified that a guard has appeared in Castor's Lab 6, and they need to get out of here before the lab doors close. Fernand pointed out that there was a guard in this lab too. He advised to move towards the exit. Fernand pointed out that if they didn't want this place to be their grave, they had to hurry. The skeleton of a huge dragon began to collapse, covering everything with sand. The boys were glad they'd made it out of the lab alive. The musketeer noticed something very strange that made him think. A huge bone dragon appeared in front of them and flew into the sky. Fernand indicated that it was a drake of presumably 220th level, with a weakness in the breastbone. As Fernand got up, he pointed out that they should run away because the 3 of them couldn't handle the monster. Taking out his rifle, Hen indicated that there was no reason to panic. Putting his pole on the trigger, the musketeer declared that he could destroy the drake. Hen asked if he killed the drake, Fernand would go with him to the new mainland. The huge skeletal dragon roared to the entire area. Fernand asked what Hen hoped to catch the drake. Looking at the musketeer, Fernand added that Hen didn't stand a chance against this monster. Hen, aiming at the monster, asked the guys to keep their behavior down. The musketeer was waiting for the right moment to take a shot to the breastbone. After waiting for a moment, Hen managed to throw the weak point of the bone dragon. From this kill, Musketeer was able to raise his game level. Fernand couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand how Hen could destroy a drake with one shot. The boys were happy that the musketeer had managed to kill the monster with a single shot. Drake is a guardian who is much stronger than an ordinary 220th level monster. 6,791. Fernand was sure that only Igorb or Li Ji-wan could do this kind of destruction. The guy was shocked that the musketeer was able to take down the drake. Looking at the guys who were rejoicing, Fernand realized that even Luger couldn't do such a thing. He began to find out who this Hen really was. Hen got the achievement for destroying the Drake Guardian. The musketeer couldn't wait to see the items that fell out of that monster. Hen got an engraved bone fragment. The guy thought the star on the bone fragment was familiar. Fernand asked Hen what his attack power was by asking how he knew about his weakness. Hen replied that Fernand himself had spoken of Drake's weakness. Fernand couldn't imagine a musketeer being able to get into this place. Hen indicated that he just got in because Fernand told him so, summarizing that they were perfect teammates. The musketeer indicated that together they could get to the mainland. The guy introduced himself as Fernand Maglus, indicating that Hen could just call him Fernand. Shaking hands with the musketeer, Fernand kindly introduced himself as Hen. Fernand asked the musketeer that he had come from the kingdom of Pubiel to find him. Guy added that he would be more than happy to participate in the Pubiel Kingdom's expedition to the new continent. After reaching the capital city of Ailstoke, Jin Kong said goodbye to his companions and told them to call him when they finished discovering the new continent. Hyon realized that Jin Kong was not at all interested in an expedition to the new mainland. The musketeer suggested to Fernand that they go together to the King Zaman. Fernand said he hadn't been to the capital city of Pubiel. Hen asked if he wasn't a Pubiel resident. The lad replied that he was a citizen of Eswin. The musketeer asked that it was a sacred state. The musketeer was curious as to why Fernand had chosen such a small country and replied that it was interesting and he liked small countries. Hen realized that all outsiders are unusual people in this world of Midros. Shin Nara pointed out to the knights that the intended gorge was very narrow. The guys were shocked by the screams that came from Shin Naru's office. Hyon realized from his voice that it was his acquaintance, Shin Nara, who was angry. When the girl saw that Hyun had come to see her, she immediately changed her mood to a good one. Nara asked why Hyun had not warned her that he was coming to see her. Shin Nara kindly pointed out that there was no awkwardness between them. Hen asked what her words meant between us and the girl realized she misspoke. Shin Nara asked the guys on what business they were here for asking who it was along with Hen. Hen informed the girl that it was the discoverer Fernan Magles. Shin Nara was happy to see Fernan for the first time because she had heard a lot about him. The girl could not believe her eyes that it was the same discoverer calling him Fernand's dog. Hen pointed out that calling the guy a dog was a little rude, and the girl apologized, saying she'd just misspoken. Hen and Fernand were suddenly approached and the boys looked at him. The snarker indicated to the guys that they needed to go this way. Hen told Shin Naru that they needed to go to the king. The girl wished them luck. The girl asked Henu in private messages that when he breaks up with Mr. Fernand, let him text her. A guard reported to the king that the discoverer Fernan Magles and the musketeer Hen had arrived. The king looked at the lads and asked that Fernand was the very discoverer. Kneeling down, Fernand gave a positive answer to the king, who thanked the discoverer for listening to his request. Fernand pointed out that there was no need to thank him since he wanted it himself. Suddenly, the king informed the boys that the expedition could not be realized. Both boys did not expect to hear such information and were shocked by the king's words. The king added that their kingdom is currently preparing for war, pointing out most importantly that Craven is in cahoots with the Minis' kingdom. The boys couldn't stop marveling at the information the king was telling them. The king reported that the Minis' kingdom was trying to attack them from the sea. War was imminent, so the king wanted to dispose of the military forces carefully by canceling the expedition. Hen realized that the king didn't want to touch the troops at sea. The king summarized that once he conquered Craven and Minis, he would give the boys his best ships for the expedition. Turning to Fernand, the king wanted to hear his response to all of this. Fernand was in agreement with the king's will, answering that he always keeps his promises. Looking at Hen, the king asked the musketeer not to take offense at him either. After making the promise, the king indicated that he would make sure Hen participated in the expedition to the new continent. Hen supposed that Fernand must be disappointed that the expedition had been postponed. Upon learning that the expedition had been postponed, Fernand immediately went off to make other discoveries. Hen thought he was an amazing man. Hyon looked over to Shin Naru. The girl asked if everything went well. The musketeer replied that it was nothing bad, just things were a little delayed. The girl didn't know what kind of things Hen was talking about. Shin Nara pointed out that the whole castle is on edge right now because of the war. The girl thought the war would start in a month at the most. Hen realized that users who learn information quickly had already guessed the war. Musketeer asked if players will participate in the war. Shin Nara said that perhaps players will get quests related to the war. The girl pointed out that you need to know the details to talk about such things. She wasn't sure if the players would take part in the war. Hen realized that in this war, the users would have to turn their blades on each other. Musketeer pointed out that 1 month isn't a long time, and Shin Nara replied that she was sorry to log out of her account. The guy agreed with the girl's assertion, deciding to ask why she called him. Hyon assumed that Shin Nara wanted to talk to him about the war, and the girl replied that she didn't call him for that conversation. The girl was trying to work up the courage to tell the guy what she thought. Shin Nara called out to Hyon that to discuss the past proposal to meet in reality. Looking at the guy, the girl added that if he was uncomfortable meeting in private, Hen was surprised by her words. The girl pointed out that Hen could come with his brother and she with Bob. Shin Nara asked how Hyon felt about the four of us meeting. The guy hesitated and was surprised at the suggestion. Hyon thought about his cousin Ki-jan, who was very dear to him. The guy realized that the girl was calling him for a 2-on-2 meeting. Hyon didn't know what to do because Nara is proposing to him for the second time. Guy replied that to ask Kay about such an offer to begin with. The girl suggested we meet after the war was over. Hyon said that they will see each other next time. Shin Nara said that she will talk to Bob. To begin with, the musketeer decided to think about how he could best prepare for war. The guy was happy that he had 160th level. Now his levels started to rise more slowly. Hen realized that for him, agility was the attack power, deciding to invest 2 points in strength and the rest in agility. Looking at the notification, Hen realized that he should complete the task with the forest elf. The musketeer remembered that the Browless One had said that a free gunner could be one of the 3 musketeers. Hen realized that the director of the Musketeer Academy wanted to confirm his fears. The guy realized he had to go to Elm. Where the Wood Elves live, Hen assumed it was inside the kingdom of Pubiel. Hen was curious as to how far those two had progressed in the quest, so he decided to ask them. Opening the map, Hen noticed that Kid was always sleeping in different motels. The guy sent a message to Kid. Hen asked what he was doing now. Kid replied that he knew his position by asking how he himself thought. Musketeer asked Kid if he had gotten the materials on the Volk shooter from Castor's lab. Hen said he found one lab, but didn't find anything there. Asked Kid if he knows anything and let him share it with him. Putting off sleep for later, Kid asked Hen what he had found lab number 6. Hen realized that all 5 labs were open and told Kid that Kid had figured it out correctly. Kid warned Hen not to tell Luger that he'd found her or he'd kill him. The guy asked that Kid hadn't been able to get his hands on the Castor materials, saying they were on his tail. Kid stated that he would find the 7th first, adding that he would become a free shooter. After this conversation, Hen had confidence. Hen realized that only one of the 3 musketeers could be a marksman. Following to the teleport, Hen was met by the girl who was in charge of the area. Hen thought he was one step ahead of the rest of the musketeers. Someone at the Wood Elf village was buying Tinto's fruit. A player in this village has stated that he is going to the polluted Zelkva calling for partners. People gathered in a bunch and welcomed visitors to Ronbo. The musketeer decided to start by removing the medallion of the huge Igor. After all, the pendant gave 100% intimacy with dark elves, but it could work differently with wood elves. The guy didn't want to go to the pub to get any information on his assignment. Suddenly, the musketeer was asked to stop by an unknown man holding a sword in his hand. The boy was approached by Elm's guards, indicating that he was emanating the aura of the dark elves. Hen didn't expect the forest elves to be able to recognize the aura of the dark elves. Guards asked if Hen was willing to help them. The boy tried to pretend he didn't understand what dark elves they were talking about. Hen thought it was strange because he took off the locket. The musketeer realized that Castor's crystal ball was emitting the aura of the dark elves. Elmana's guard asked permission to search the boy. Hen did not understand what he should do, because if they find Castor's orb, he will not be able to meet with the tracker. The musketeer motioned for the guards to look at this object he began to pull out. The guy showed them the fruit his friend gave him. The elves were surprised to see the seed of the polluted world tree. The musketeer knew that this was the homeland of all wood elves, the very place that had become cursed, and now it was impossible to get there. Hen indicated that this was one of the seeds of that tree. The musketeer knew that wood elves loved trees, so he took this chance. Hen informed the elf that he was researching the seed to return the world tree to its former state, indicating that if Elm's guards prevent him from doing so. The wood elves interrupted the guy, apologized to him for the mistake he had made. The elf inquired where Hen was going and asked for permission to escort him. The boy replied that he was looking for a man. The guy was perfectly content to avoid being searched. Hyon was very grateful to Jin Kong for giving him this seed. The musketeer was quickly escorted to his desired location by the guards, hoping that Hen's efforts would bring a good result for them. After saying goodbye to the guards, the boy decided to enter the house to which he had been led. After knocking, the unknown man opened up and asked the guy who he was. The musketeer said hello, saying that he had come to visit an elder who had participated in the second war between humans and demons. The elf replied that he lived here alone. Hen assumed he was the one he was looking for. Hen pointed out to the elf that he looked young. The elf replied that the guy was exaggerating. The wood elf asked the musketeer what brought him here. The boy replied that he had come to ask him something. Hen wanted to know about the war hero. The elf's ears twitched. The guy added that he was talking about a war hero who was in a pursuit unit. The elf pointed out that he feared in vain that his accomplishments had already been forgotten. The wood elf invited the musketeer to come inside. The elf asked what exactly Hen was interested in. Musketeer wanted to ask about chasing a demonic army into the sea. Hen pointed out that according to the records, some unknown force was holding back the pursuit squad. The guy asked the elf that it was true as a free archer. The elf replied that back then he had absolutely no sense of mana, adding that magic capable of operating at such a distance exists only in legends. The elf didn't know who the free gunman was, but the elf was sure it was definitely him. Hen asked that from what he said it appeared that the free gunner was a dark elf. The wood elf replied that such an ominous aura usually only comes from dark elves. The elf didn't know for sure if the free archer was a dark elf. In the house of this wood elf hung a reward for his participation in the second war against the demons. Hen received a notification of a new task and 20 experience points by mastering the skill chain teleport. The musketeer went to the academy to see the principal. The boy reported to the headmaster that the free archer was not a dark elf. With his hat off, the academy director assumed that the freelance shooter was. Since the free gunner wasn't a dark elf, Hen's conclusion was obvious. Bezbrawi stated that the person capable of such an attack was either Brown or Elizabeth, assuming that if either one of them is a free shooter, the worse for them. Guy didn't understand why these circumstances would be worse for them. The director of the Musketeer Academy stated that the new gunslingers should join forces. Hen assumed that Kid would accept the offer, but the dreaded Luger is unlikely to agree to join their forces. A mission window appeared in front of the Musketeer, and he accepted the new assignment of the Browless One. Reveal the available strength. Hen realized that by those words, the principal was referring to their weapons. The musketeer decided to test the skill he had learned. The guy was surprised to learn that the skill could only be used after activation. This skill only Hen had activated, and he didn't know if he could use it. At that moment, there was a lively atmosphere in Dale's castle. There were many useful weapons and potions for sale in the marketplace. The player was outraged that a normal health potion costs 5 gold coins in the trading shop. The seller pointed out that there is nothing to be done because he also has to pay taxes to this lock. The guy left saying he wasn't going to buy anything from that shop. Watching what was going on, Cha Chong reported to Ram Hua Young that it was because of the high prices that they had a bad reputation. The man asked the girl if things would be okay with this kind of thing. Hua Young indicated that she'd have to be patient. The goods they have now they can sell for 3 times as much when the war starts. The girl said they would restore the good name of Dale Castle. With free offers on some of their goods, they can quickly rebuild their reputation. Cha Jung pointed out that it's unknown when the war will start. Hua Young suggested that it won't be long before the war starts. Looking into the distance, Ram Hua Young knew that there would be a war and it could not be avoided. Madame Zhu was delighted to meet a musketeer she had not seen for a long time. Deshwoka pointed out that Hen looked tired. The guy replied that he just didn't sleep well. The musketeer said that all night he had been helping the dwarves to do something. Madame Zhu looked at him questioningly. Hen managed to get hold of Madame Zhu's night vision device, indicated that Hen is always busy doing something interesting. The girl asked the musketeer if he was ready for war. Hen was surprised that Madame Zhu knew about the impending war. Mr. Zhu replied that the palace requests information daily, indicating that she knows about the war. Madame Zhu added that in the castle itself, the situation is also tense because everyone suspects something. The girl knew that the musketeer had not come to her for nothing, and she inquired what Hen had come about this time. Madame Zhu offered to guess on what occasion the musketeer had dropped by. The girl suggested that Hen needs the locations of monsters that can be used to maximize his agility. The guy said he's really looking for monsters like this, but he had one condition. Hen needed to destroy a monster above the 170th level from a distance of over 1.5 kilometers. The most suitable monster that Madame Zhu pointed out was the king crab. Upon seeing the king crab, Hen suggested that with that size, it was more likely the crabs would eat a human than the other way around. Taking up his position, the musketeer realized that it had been a long time since he had shot at monsters from such a distance. 1,500 meters was the longest distance from which Hen had ever hit a target. Aiming at the monster, the guy realized that there was a strong wind at the sea. Considering the distance, Hen determined that the wind speed was 13 meters per second. The musketeer realized that he could not fire several shots at this monster, and intended to destroy the king crab with a single shot. On that basis, the guy decided to swat a huge crab very carefully. At this distance, Hen could hit the target without skill. The musketeer pulled the trigger, sounded a powerful shot from his rifle. The bullet accurately pierced through the body of the king crab. Because of this hit, Hen successfully raised his game level, killing this crab. Hen removed another seal from the black demon, gaining the camouflage skill. Hen managed to slightly raise his self-esteem, which had fallen after the start of the game. Midros had no questions about his accurate shooting skill. The musketeer was pleased that he had managed to destroy the Crab King and boost his self-esteem. The record that Hen set during the sniper competition in the army was 1,883 meters. And so far, no one has managed to break Hen's record in the army. The difference in distance was only about 33 meters. But he was filled with dignity. The feelings experienced at this moment by Hen were impossible to describe with ordinary words. Hen decided to check out what his next assignment was, standing next to a giant crab he had killed. The guy was surprised to see the condition of the task that said to destroy a monster above 190 levels from a distance of over 2 kilometers. From the description of the camouflage skill, it was clear that it was very similar to a camouflage suit. Hen realized that the reward depends on the level of difficulty, adding the points he just received for leveling up. The musketeer's dexterity level was 2,000 points, which he was very pleased to see such a figure. The only thing educated people can demonstrate to savages. The king gathered the people preparing for war. A preacher informed all that anger filled with blood and manners could point the savages to their place. The preacher asked Granwild to step forward. The man obeyed the order. The king appointed Granwild as commander-in-chief of the land and sea forces in the coming war. Taking the sword from the king, the man was agreeable to such an order as he had received. The king, in a rage, ordered the names of Minas and Craven to be erased from the map, alerting everyone to the outbreak of war. The warriors were encouraged by the said speech of their king and were ready to rush into battle. Pubiel's war against Minas and Craven was on. Granwild led Pubiel's army and was ready for battle. Grisnvield intended to bring his king victory in this war. Even Steppe Fox Minis and Drake Second Storm Craven from each state were appointed commanders-in-chief. Pubiel against the alliance of Minis and Craven, the war was on. A lot of players have been getting notification that they want a war. Kijan was surprised at what was happening. Not expecting such a turn of events, he watched as the war progressed. All players were required to enlist in the armies of their kingdoms. Enemy country users were equated to monsters. Players could get additional quests on the battlefield. Hen was shocked that there was no specific description of what the players had to do in the war. The guy decided to do an optional quest first. The guy assumed that the drop-off of items and the inability to connect at 48 hours would stay the same. After thinking over the information he received from the system, Hen realized that there were only 3 conditions for losing: the death of a king, the death of a warlord, or the declaration of surrender by one of the parties. Concluding that Warlord Granville was now not far from the battlefield, Hen decided to go there. The musketeer was heading for the Nitai March plain as fast as possible. Moving over, Hen saw many people who were preparing for battle. Musketeer didn't realize there would be so many people in this place he needed to get to the field camp. Heading through the crowd, Hen thought he could get an additional quest at the field camp. The musketeer was pinned down by a crowd that wouldn't let him go any further. Holding out his hand, Hen asked for help to get someone to pull him out of this crowd. Hearing Hen's voice, Bam managed to get the musketeer out of the crowd with his tail. The lizard, who saved the musketeer, asked if he was all right. Hen hadn't expected to meet Beamy, and was very happy to meet him. Hen asked BM that he had been drafted too. The lizard replied that he couldn't miss such a major event. The guy asked BM how he was doing, and he said that he was doing well thanks to Hen. The lizard assumed the musketeer hadn't heard the news. BMU joined the Pyolcho Guild, which he was very happy about. The friends were joined by their comrades, and also greeted the musketeer, who had not expected such a meeting. Hen replied to Tai-il and Ki-jan that it had been a long time since he had seen them, and he was glad to see them too. Hen asked when BM joined Pyolcho. The lizard replied that right after finishing the last quest. Ki-jan pointed out that Hen had prepared very well for the war. The musketeer replied that he didn't think of being a slacker. Hen didn't expect to hear an offer from Ki-jan to join their team. Ki-jan pointed out that since Hen doesn't want to join the guilds, then accepting him into the team would be another matter. Hen was waiting for his cousin to send him an invitation. He was willing to join their team. In Nitai's boneyard, the field camp was ready for war. The man informed the lads that they were part of the Army of the Plains of March, and would now be listed in the 1st Platoon of the 2nd Company of the 3rd Battalion of the 4th Regiment of the 5th Division. Hen received a task in which it was necessary to stick his flag in the enemy's lands. He was given 15 days to achieve the marked 2 reward depended on achievements and captured territories. Musketeer was fine with Ki-jan being their team leader. Tai-il was glad that they would fight together. Ki-jan thanked his friends for believing in him. He began to command his squad of knights. Kay informed the squad that they were fighting a worthy adversary, adding that in such a war, the quests are easier than the battles themselves. Commander Ki-jan advised everyone to remain calm. A squad of warriors and mages listened to their commander's speech. Ki-jan didn't know what to tell his squad next, asking Hen what he should do next. Hen asked Kay what the NPCs had explained to him earlier. The guy advised his cousin to get the mission scroll. The guys decided to all look at the map with the quest together. The map showed the enemy positions and how Ki-jan's team should attack Hyun, pointed out that this map could see the situation in real time. Hen pointed out that judging from the fact that the 1st Company had circled the area and moved through the forest, concluding that they were preparing for an attack. BM asked that Hen could read maps. Musketeer replied that there needed to be at least one who could read maps. Hen suggested moving toward the 1st Company to begin with. Looking at the map, Hen was uneasy about the slow progress of the 1st Company. Huge rocks were crushing the warriors who were trying to attack their opponents on the 130th section. The warrior blowing a huge boulder indicated that everything was happening just as the commander had told him. The man had no trouble throwing huge rocks at his enemies. The friends entered the woods and were guided by the map to the 1st Company. Hen was monitoring what was happening on the battlefield with a magic map. The musketeer reported to his friends that the identifying marks of the 1st Watt on the map had disappeared. Ki-jan was surprised at this outcome of events. Tai-il assumed that the 1st Company had died. Looking at the map, the musketeer was in agreement with Tai-il that most of their 1st Company had died. Such huge losses seemed strange to Hen. He was curious to find out what kind of enemy was out there. Hen suggested to start by checking out everything that happened on the battlefield. Everyone was in agreement with him. Many powerful explosions sounded on the battlefield. Musketeer realized that the entire 5th Division was on that front line. The number of all soldiers in Pubiel's army was 7,000 hours, and Minim's army was about the same. Hen heard an unknown noise coming from the bushes. Taking aim at the wounded warrior, Hen asked who he was and what he was doing here. The wounded knight reported that he was from Pubiel's army, after asking the musketeer that he and his comrades were allies. Falling to his feet, the wounded man asked Hen to give him a healing potion if he had any. Hen called everyone to him. Ki-jan was shocked to hear about the outsider and the earth mage. The wounded warrior added that it was a strong magic and very powerful. Guys listened to his report. Knight pointed out that as long as the enemies are pushing rocks down the mountain, then they have no chance of taking this high ground. Tai-il heard the girl talking to him, who was sure they had no chance of success if Shin was on the hill, and the guy confirmed her guess. saying that the chances of success were slim. Listening to the conversations that were going on in the squad, Tae-il thought it was strange what was happening. Hyeon asked what he was talking about. Tae-il pointed out that Shin had anticipated their advance and was waiting on the same hill. Beam pointed out that it wasn't like Shin, adding that he just liked to fight. Hen reasoning realized that the effective location of the mage controlling the stones was in such an advantageous place, realizing that there was a good strategist among the enemies. The musketeer offered to go to the side from which the wounded man came, and John pointed out that since there was a magician there, he offered to go to another part of the front. Hen pointed out that they just had to be careful with Sin, assuming that he was the only one with a problem. The musketeer pointed out that there was someone who could solve this problem, and John didn't know who he was talking about. With their fists bumping, BM and Hen thought of the same person. They were glad they knew how to solve the problem. Ki-John looked at his friends. He didn't know who they were talking about, and had no idea what they were up to. Hen reloaded his rifle, waiting for the battle with his opponents, preparing to take aim at them. The knight asked the musketeer what he was sure he could handle. The wounded warrior suggested postponing the battle for a week, until all the soldiers of the first company were resurrected. The knight doubted that Ki-John's team would succeed. Hen was confident that his team would do well. The guy added that losing was not in his plans. Commander Sin was reported with up-to-date information. The soldier reported that more warriors had arrived. Shin didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Shin thought they wouldn't show up here more than once a day. He was told the enemies would come once every 10 days. Commander Shin saw one warrior. He was angry that he was called for such a trifle. Ki-John approached Sin's squad with great speed, popping out that he was a tap layer. Commander Shin looked at the screaming guy, assuming he was crazy. Ki-John applied the techniques of throwing and high defense, heading towards the enemy squad. Shin realized that this was a case of realizing that the guy had a high level of play. Commander Shin indicated to stop him by starting to apply his magic technique. The warrior offered to help the commander, but he asked him not to interfere, saying that such lunatics should be compared to the earth. A shot rang out and Sin's body was covered in blood. The warrior standing next to him didn't understand what had happened to his commander Sin. The aide looked at the commander and couldn't believe what he saw. Commander Shin fell to the ground. The aide assumed his commander was injured. Ki-John continued to approach the enemy squad. Kay cheerfully announced to his team that they had succeeded. Musketeer manages to hit Commander Sin with a single shot. The other warriors were shocked by Hen's skill. Musketeer managed to get 17 points for his contribution to the war. Hen continued to fire accurate shots at enemies that were on the battlefield up to a kilometer away. Hen could hit an enemy without skill. Musketeer suggested that the survivors hurry up and capture that knoll. The warriors looked at the battlefield and were shocked at what was happening. The bodies of slain enemies lay on the battlefield. Surviving First Company did not understand what was happening. Ki-John pointed out that everyone was walking faster towards him. He was uncomfortable being there alone. Everyone else hurried to Ki-John, climbing the hillock. Tae-il and BM were glad that their plan had worked. Looking at the lizard, Tae-il assumed that because of such a successful plan, all his excitement had gone. BM looked at the battlefield and agreed with Tae-il's statement. The guys hid behind one of the wooden fences to continue to further damage the enemy. The lizard stares carefully ahead, trying to understand the enemy's balance of power. Kay asked Hen what they needed to do next, assuming that they needed to destroy all the enemies. The musketeer replied that most of Minus's army was on the front line, indicating that there are supplies in their camp or wounded that need treatment. Hen was sure there weren't many wounded here. BM pointed out that Hen was right. BME added that this place is more like a nursing station. The cousins were confident that their squad would be able to handle so many enemies. Ki-John asked Hen what he had gotten out of his inventory. The musketeer intended to use a high-ranking IED. Hen reported that the explosives helped him defeat the stone golems. The musketeer indicated to the warriors, if not ready, they should immediately engage in battle. Hen intended to pull off the plan he had in mind. As he got closer, he noticed the doctor treating the wounds of one of the wounded, piled up the explosives, and threw them into the enemy's camp. The warriors didn't understand what kind of device had gotten into their camp. A massive explosion sounded. Hen received 9 points for his contribution to the war. The musketeer ordered his team to destroy all enemies in this camp. After the explosion, everyone ran following Hen's order and intended to deal with the enemy unit. The warriors realized that Pubiel's army was closing in on them. Tae-il used the fire technique on his enemy. Tae-il launched a fiery arrow at the enemy. Bayem released a poisonous resin into the enemies attacking them. The mage realized it was poison. The enemy pointed out that everyone needed to take care of the mage first. Ki-John indicated that he would not allow their mage to be attacked. Kay used the shield charge technique on the attacking enemies. The guy pointed out that they needed to inform the front line of the attack. The other pointed out that it was better to launch a flare. Both guys were toppled by Ki-John's attack, who ran lightning fast near the enemies. The musketeer took lucky hits killing enemies and was pleased with his shots. Hen asked Ki-John what their casualties were. Kay replied that they had no fatalities. The guy had received multiple notifications that Pubiel's army was occupying Zone 130, and the occupation progress was 1.5%. They needed to hold the zone for an hour. Hen noticed that the enemies were leaving their camp in a panic, fleeing. The musketeer assumed it was the fugitives from Minis's army who had also seen what was happening. Hen realized that such a notice was seen by everyone in the vicinity. The commander reported that the hilltop had been captured with orders to retake the area in question within the hour. Shin failed to handle the enemies when everyone was sure he could handle any rancor. The man couldn't believe that Area 130 was being occupied by his army. He realized that the special attack was a success led by Ki-jan. Minis's army rushed to storm the lost zone they needed to first recapture the previously occupied Zone 130. The commander has ordered the warriors from Minis's army to converge. The occupation progress was 5%. Ki-jan's team needed to hold this zone for 57 minutes. Qui-young ordered all of the Pyolcho warriors to prepare for a battle to hold this area. Guy indicated to apply command formation A. Tail fiercely fought the warriors of the Minis kingdom, killing them with his sword. After a while, the occupation progress was 52%. Ki-jan resisted the attacks of the enemies. The musketeer was putting aimed shots into the heads of his opponents, and they had 29 more minutes to hold the area. Watching the battle, Hen realized that they had 29 minutes to last. All the warriors on their team are very tired of defending this zone. Hen realized that they no longer had the strength to fight. The musketeer didn't think he'd have to use a secret weapon at the outbreak of war. Hen addressed all the warriors of Pubiel's army with a speech, instructing everyone to save their skills and prepare to run to the center of the occupied camp. Ki-jan looked at Hen, didn't know what he was talking about. Hen asked for a bit of patience by activating the soul bonding skill. The musketeer summoned his huge bear for battle. Hen ordered his beast to sweep away all the enemies that are here. The level of the animal companion increased to 186th. The Minis warriors were shocked to see a huge bear attacking them. The bear attacked all of his master's enemies, scattering them in different directions. Sitting on the bear's back, the musketeer fired accurate shots from his musket. The guys on Hen's team didn't expect to see this and were shocked. The man looked up the hill and didn't understand what was happening there. Hen pointed out to the man that since he was from Pubiel's army, he should follow him, adding that they were running out of time. Musketeer reported that there is a Pulcho guild master in the area of action who will not have enough strength for long. The men learned that the Pulcho guild was taking over Area 130. Hen indicated for the bear to walk ahead to the edge of the area, ordering the others to run after them. Pubiel's army occupied Zone 130. Quest was completed. All participants received 377 points each for their contribution to the war. Girl pointed out that the 6th and 7th divisions had better be moved. The man asked that she really so duayesh. The girl answered positively. Gurgis indicated that it would be better to move these divisions elsewhere. Hiding her face behind a fan, the girl said that everything would work out the way the man wanted it to. Looking at the table, the man was fine with doing as the girl advised. Even Commander-in-Chief Minis the Prairie Fox asked that there was another fox in Minis besides him. The girl replied to Even that he was exaggerating by pointing out that for Minis, 2 foxes are better than 1. Evan realized to handle Granwild of Pubiel, it would take 2 prairie foxes. The girl knew that Evan and Granville, the commanders-in-chief of Minis and Pubiel, disliked each other. She wanted to know what the blah situation between these two really was. A warrior suddenly rushed over to them and asked Commander-in-Chief Even to follow him. Even was shocked to hear they lost 130th zone. The man asked the girl what had happened because she had told him that everything was all right. The girl replied that in war, changes can happen at any time. The warrior reported that the attacking squad was the Pulcho Guild. Hearing that it was Pyolcho, the girl pointed out that it wasn't surprising that they had made it to the 130th zone, even asked what she knew about it. The girl replied that she wasn't more interested in the Pulcho Guild, but in whoever was acting with them. Even asked what he should do in the current situation. Deshwoka replied that such an outcome was even better, because Evan's plan would come to fruition even faster. Evan understood what the girl meant, realizing that there was nothing he could do in this situation. The man asked what troops they would affect this time. Chio was a dancer ranked 7th in the Midros World Rankings. The girl replied that Ivonu knows better about the situation. Ron Guildmaster of the Rush Guild was surprised that Kay had stopped thousands of people with a single blow, and they shook hands. The man apologized to Kay and Hen for such a request the first time they met. Hen kindly asked what request Ron was telling him about. Ron explained that players who reach the rank of regimental commander get points for contributing to the war and the right to assign quests. Guildwamre Rush asked the boys to accept his assignment, which stated that they needed help in conquering the designated territories within 5 days. Ki-jan was surprised that they were asked to do the quest. Ron wanted Ki and his team to conquer other territories. The guys were shocked that they needed to conquer territories again. Ki-jan asked Ron what he wanted them to do to fight over territory again. In the 130th zone, there were circuitous paths for the offensive. The enemy was pretty inattentive, so Ki-jan's team got lucky, but now the Minis had found out about them. Ki-jan reported that their trick wouldn't work this time. Ron pointed out that he had no choice but to ask for their help. Beam pointed out that victories are secured by quality, not quantity. Ki-John asked Ron what would happen if they refused, and he thought about his question. Hen asked if the stats and proportions could be adjusted. Kay didn't know what his brother was talking about. Ron replied that it is possible to adjust the extra points for completing a task as well as for failure. Hen realized that this was possible because another user had created this task. Musketeer realized that they fought so powerfully, and he only got 400 points, and Ki-John only got 200 points. Hen realized that if they were able to complete this task, they would definitely get 150 points each. He calculated the extra points that the system would calculate. The gunman asked how much it would cost to raise the points to the maximum if he completed the quest. Ron was surprised by the question, realizing that Hen was asking to raise the maximum reward. By increasing the reward, Ron showed the boys how many points they could get for successfully completing his assignment. Tae-il was surprised to hear that they might receive a hidden punishment for failing a task. Ki-John tried to stop Hen, but Hen asked his brother to trust him, indicating that he knew what he was doing. Hen stated that he was taking responsibility for this assignment. The musketeer asked everyone to bring only the dropped items with them. Hen asked Ron if they could change the name of their special unit, stating that it should be called accordingly. Ron replied that he could change the name if they wanted. Hen asked them to call their special unit Pulcho. 15 days later, there was a battle going on in Zone 274. The knights did not realize when this endless battle would end. They were tired of such a long battle. The first company was instructed to dislodge the Pubiel army from their occupied territory. The commander indicated to the second and third companies that they were in retreat for the time being. With one accurate shot to the commander's head, Poir was killed. The knights were shocked to see their commander dead. The warriors realized that a special Pulcho unit had come to their battlefield. The commander pointed out that since this is where Pulcho is, the zone is over, instructing everyone to prepare to take over the area. A powerful battle continued on this battlefield. For 2 weeks in a row, the unit that was called Angelic in Pubiel and Devilish in Minima was the Pulcho Special Unit. This special squad, unbeknownst to their opponents, they had killed all the major warlords of Minis. Only after quitting the game did users learn about the appearance of the Pulcho Special Squad. The battle continued for 13 days, after which Pulcho's troop appeared, and the battle in Zone 274 was over in 41 minutes. Hen realized that they had 30 men in their escort who served as a reliable rear guard. The number of enemies that Hen had destroyed was already over 100 people. Beam told the musketeer that he was a real monster. The lizard asked that Hen see the target at such a great distance. The guy nodded positively in response. The mage offered the musketeer a potion. The knight added that he had a potion with life force for Hen. Hen kept his word and raised the contribution points. The musketeer received a notification that Pulcho's special unit needed to return to headquarters immediately. Hen asked his brother why they were being summoned. Ki-John replied that he didn't know that reason either, suggesting that perhaps they wanted to give them a special reward. Ron pointed out that he had heard about the merits of the boys, and they were pleasantly surprised to see each other. Hen asked why they called them, and Ron replied that Commander-in-Chief Granville wanted to talk to them. Ron reported to Granville that the Pulcho task force had arrived and was ready for their rendezvous. The musketeer went first into the Commander-in-Chief's tent. The girl pointed out to Hen that if he was going to act like that, he might as well mention her name. Hyan was surprised to see Ram Hua Young and asked her what she was doing here. Walking in on them, Kay was surprised to assume that Hua Young had summoned Hyun, but the latter replied that he hadn't summoned the girl. The man asked that they knew the girl told the commander-in-chief that they knew each other. Granville was pleased with this news because he could fully convey his important news on this operation. Hen was quite alarmed to hear of such important news. The musketeer looked at everyone here to gather. Hen realized why. The man asked the commander of Pulcho's special unit to come forward. Ki-John suggested to Hen to leave, but the musketeer replied to his brother that the commander should be Kay. After all, this is the special squad of Pulcho. The girl watched as the brothers shifted responsibility to each other. Hua Young laughed as she realized that these two had made a mess of things here. Young told the commander-in-chief that he is the commander of the Pulcho special unit. Granville asked Hen if he realized what he had done. The lad learned that because of Pulcho's detachment, the battle on the plains of March from the supposed 90 days had been reduced to 30. The commander-in-chief added that they had to develop a new plan of action. Granwild thanked Hen for such a job. The guy was happy to hear words of appreciation for the work he had done. Shaking hands, Granwild pointed out that it was all thanks to Hen. The musketeer replied that he was just doing his duties. Afterward, they had a brief discussion about the current situation. The capture of each of the territories from the estimated 15 days greatly reduced Pubiel's army, defeated the enemy on the plain of March with a single blow. Granweld pointed out that Evan was being a sly fox by asking everyone to look at the map. The map showed Minas retreating from occupied territories. Hen did not understand why they were retreating because they had not yet penetrated the front line, assuming that their commander-in-chief had some hidden agenda. Granwald reported that their army was going to break the plain of March within 30 days. The musketeer was surprised to hear that the army intended to begin sieging the fortresses. The commander-in-chief added that once they had recaptured the plain, he would begin to gather troops. After that, Granwild wanted to move directly on the Minis' capital. On his way to the capital, the commander-in-chief intended to capture 7 castles. Granville pointed out that there was no point in stretching the front line, they would go straight to the capital. The musketeer realized this was the quickest way to end this war. Hen doubted the possibility of Granwild's intended plan. The breach had one supply line between the main base and the front line. If that line breaks, Pubiel's troops will suffer heavy losses at the front. Musketeer realized that the key depends on supply. Looking at Hua Young, he assumed her fire magic. Granwild pointed out that since everyone understood everything, he would tell the Pulcho squad what to do. Piolcho's task force was to destroy the cornerstone of Mercury's barrier. Hyungnan realized that they needed to finish the operation 2 days before the siege troops arrived. Granwild indicated that they needed to find the stone on which the magic circle was depicted and destroy it. The condition in case of failure was a minute, 3,000-point contribution. Kijan was stunned by such a punishment for failure. Hen asked if they had time to think it over. Granville responded that they have time to discuss this assignment. Hua Young asked Hai-Hyun if she was sure the commander-in-chief's plan would work, pointing out that Minis could surround them in time for the attack. The girl replied that if the analysis was to be believed, everything was fine, adding that Minis' army would not be able to get close to them so easily. Hua Young reported that Foe and the Fire Dragon were now heading here through the Sentinel mountain range. Hua Young said that if Haiyan saw his gun, Haiyan would know who she was talking about. The girl was talking about the Slippin' kid she knew. Haiyan guessed that Hua Young was talking about his acquaintance Kid. The musketeer knew that the Sentinel mountain range was a rather restricted area and was a great place for purple geckos. Kid knew he had a battle to fight in those parts. Ram Hua Young reported that they would begin the siege, and when they advanced to the center of Minis. Before that Moentra, Fu and Kid will already be in that spot. The girl was sure that the Minis' army would split into 2 fronts and not notice that their capital was in danger. The guy pointed out that there are too many variables in this situation. Hua Young asked what he was talking about. The girl was surprised to hear the mention of player Alexander. Hen said that although Alexander is in Minis' army, he has never shown up during the battles. Hua Young reported that Li Ji-wan recently announced a one-on-one fight with Alexander. Hen realized that Alexander would be busy fighting Li Ji-wan, and they would be joined by Foe and Kid. Granwild asked the musketeer if his special unit was willing to participate. Guy told the commander-in-chief that Pulcho's squad was ready for this mission. Trinity was determined to participate in this assignment. Sitting at the paperwork, Madame Zhu indicated that she had heard the news. Madame asked Hen that he was in charge of a special operation to conquer the Minis Kingdom. Hen suggested getting straight to the point, since she knows everything. Guy asked if Madame Zhu had information on the cornerstone. Mrs. Zhu replied that this stone should be searched for in person, indicating that she had no exact data, except that it was somewhere in the outer wall of the castle. Hen asked if there were any rules giving the example of a stone being in the middle of some castle wall. Madame Zhu pointed out that Minis' mages aren't fools and must have gotten it right. Adding, she said that, however, with the device they had put mana into the barrier, so the stone must face outward. The most important thing was the direction the cornerstone in the south wall could only protect the south side. Hen realized that it was possible to find this stone outside. The problem was how Hen would be able to find this stone among these many stones in the wall. Hen decided to calm down and think about probability theory. Option 1 meant Hen would walk up close and scrutinize the walls. If the musketeer can be spotted by the Minis military, this mission will fail and they will suffer a huge loss of points. The second option meant that Hen would inspect the walls of the fortress from afar. The guy can use his binoculars to observe. The musketeer realized this was going to take too long. Option 3 meant that Hen would arrive early and start looking for the stone. Hen realized that the longer he searched, the longer the operation would take, and eventually he would be discovered anyway. The guy realized that his option had failed again. Madame Zhu asked if the guy was all right. He seemed pale to her. Hen replied that he always undergoes hardship and adversity. The musketeer asked if Madame Zhu has a plan of the castle. She did not expect to hear such a question, then she gave him a plan of the castle. There were between 15 and 30 days before the siege began. Hen decided to deal with the cornerstone later because he decided to level up first. The gunslinger took aim and spotted the outsider and Minis healer, Sacred Maiden Raphaela. The approximate distance to the target was in the neighborhood of 970 meters. Hen realized that most of the users were ordinary citizens who lacked knowledge of warfare. Mukator knew that to a military commander or someone in need of protection. You can't wear white headgear. Hen fired a shot at the healer. The shooter managed to accurately hit the head of the Holy Maiden Raphaela. His level from this kill was raised. The guy hoped she had a high level of assimilation that the victim could get out of the game without pain. The musketeer decided to invest the points he received in agility. Taking out a teleportation scroll, the guy decided to leave as soon as possible. Before he was noticed, he went to Castle Van Call. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, a forest 8 kilometers from Castle Van Kol. A typical medieval castle standing on a plain. There were no fences, but the walls were so high that you couldn't get up there with a ladder. If Hen uses magic, he'll be met by guards at the top. Near Van Kol Castle, Hen knew he had to be careful not to be seen. The musketeer decided to use special night vision binoculars. The quality of the device was top-notch. Hen was pleased with it. The musketeer decided to proceed with the task of finding the stone in the castle walls. After 2 hours, Hen managed to get very close to the walls. The guy realized as soon as the sun came up, he'd be spotted right away. Hen doubted that if he got to the walls now, he would be able to find the cornerstone before morning. The guy realized the desperate situation he was in. Hen decided to act after realizing that he never challenged being sure of the outcome. Getting close to the wall, Hen applied the camouflage technique, seeing the cavalry. The man noticed something unusual around him and was alert. One of the sentries pointed out that it was like stepping on a slime-like substance. The second one pointed out that slime couldn't get here, suggesting that he'd stepped in dog shit. Hen was offended to hear that. The guard told the commander that they had a problem. The commander learned from the report that the enemy from Pubiel was closing in on them. The warrior reported that they had managed to locate a call 100 flags. Pubiel's warriors who were on the plains marching at the head of Granwild towards Castle Van Kol. The man pointed out that Granville's war strategy was very conservative. Tail pointed out that with such a warlord, even his mounted corps would be of no help to Castle Van Kol. BM replied that putting the plan into action would be a bit difficult. The lizard added that there has been no word from Hen, who is leading the operation. Kijon looked at Van Kol Castle and hoped to get news from his cousin. Hen was confident that he could single-handedly destroy the cornerstone. Earlier hearing this statement from Hyon, Kijon didn't believe that his brother was going to go it alone. The warriors pointed out that Hen is taking action, and they are not in business, saying that there is a limit. Kijon was sure it would be quicker to search together. Hen replied that he had a special way to accomplish this task. The musketeer asked to believe in him again because he always lived up to his promises. Kijon believed in Heng's word, and they decided that he would take care of the cornerstone alone. Tae-il asked Kei what they should do since they haven't heard from Hyon. Kijung replied that they will fight to the end. Tae-il asked that they will strike first. Kei nodded his head positively in response to his partner. Then he proudly declared that their squad should come first. Granwild asked that the unit that was supposed to strike first should now stand. The commander-in-chief was surprised to hear that Piolko's unit would go first. Kijon indicated that Granwild had entrusted them with the barrier. Kei asked the commander-in-chief to have faith in their unit and allow them to strike first. Hearing this, the guilds were shocked that the Pulcho unit was going to go on the attack with 30 men. Granville ordered his soldiers to prepare the pipes. The commander-in-chief ordered a renewed assault on Castle Van Kol. The men made a chauffeur sound as Granwild ordered Pulcho's task force to prepare for the assault. Kijon asked his squad if all the warriors were ready, and he replied that all were ready. Kei pointed out that once the fight started, they would have no more than a minute, ordering everyone not to dare die. The trumpeter blowing his trumpet announced the intentions of Pulcho's troop to move out. Kijon ordered his squad to move forward to attack. Pulcho's squad covered themselves with shields and headed out to attack Van Kol Castle. The mages standing on the walls noticed that an army was advancing towards them. The man pointed out that this squad was going to certain death. The girl replied that in war, there are always those who jump out in front. Glancing at the squad, the man ordered the protective barrier to activate. Touching the wall of the castle, the mage girl tried to activate the barrier, but she failed. She didn't understand what the reason was. Advancing toward Castle Van Kol Ki, John ordered everyone to act at the same time. Kijon began to do a countdown of what was happening. Kei threw his shield, hoping to pierce the castle's wooden gate. A multitude of shields with explosives flew towards the walls of Castle Van Kol. There was a massive explosion that blinded everyone in the neighborhood. 5 hours before the siege of Castle Van Kol, Kei received a message from Hen, in which the musketeer reported that he had broken the cornerstone. Hen pointed out that this stone was in an uncomplicated place. The musketeer had no intention of telling Ron and the other users. Kei didn't understand why Hen wouldn't tell anyone about it. Hen replied that the most important thing in a siege is who gets to the enemy's castle first. The musketeer wanted that the first to enter Castle Van Kol was their special Pulcho unit. Hen ordered Kei to go to Bottleneck's forge, adding that he had everything prepared to breach the castle gates. The musketeer asked the Kesnets to make shields with strong explosives on them, which the squad would have to throw at the gates. Hen's plan worked perfectly, and the castle gates were breached. Granwild ordered everyone to move forward to attack since the defense barrier had been breached. Earlier, Hen had indicated to Kijong that he and his squad should be the first to make it through to the Sabazniks, so that their squad would get the most contribution points. Hen asked Kei to gather the items and count everything accurately. Kijong was shocked at such a difficult assignment that Hyun had given him. Pulcho's squad had no intention of entering Van Kol Castle through the hole they had made with explosives. Hen used the divine shield technique, hitting the castle. EM hurriedly released the sticky poison into the enemies that were nearby. Tae-il was ready to use his fire magic on his enemies. The soldiers of Castle Van Call realized that they needed to close the castle gates sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the rest of the army led by Granville will rush in. A multitude of warriors were advancing toward the castle through the breached gate. The Minis warriors were sure that something like this must have taken more than half a month. The siege of the fortress of Van Call took only 5 hours. After a successful siege of the fortress of Van Call by Hen's forces, Beat skillfully and successfully captured the fortresses of Rome. The fortress of Philas also fell to the onslaught of Pulcho's forces. After which Aaron's fortress was also captured, all of them one by one passed into Pubiel's hands. Chio informed Even that he had only 3 fortresses left, indicating that Pubiel's army would reach the capital. Even pointed out that it was good that a girl could still smile after such a thing, adding that if he wasn't a warlord, their heads would have fallen off their shoulders long ago. Chio pointed out that Ivan had foreseen this after retreating on the plain of the march. The man replied that the damage was greater and the speed faster than he could have guessed. The girl replied that these actions are natural, adding that everything is within the limits of what is permissible. Even asked what limits of duplicity she was talking about, assuming that Chio was talking big losses. The girl nodded her head positively at the question asked. Chio pointed out that he was the man who made things change all the time, and this time he surprised her, which she was very happy about. The girl added that Hen is very hard to track down. Even pondered over the words he heard the Deshwoki say. Chio assumed the man didn't believe her, pointing out that she had good news. The girl announced that she would have them attack the devastated capital. Looking at the table, Even asked if Pubiel's army was approaching the capital. Chio gave a positive answer. The girl said the troops would reach the capital at dawn. Igor and his army will reach the northern borders of Pubiel and end up in the capital of Castle Dale. Ivan pointed out that Sazrashian is a country friendly to Pubiel. Assuming that this country would not attack them, Chio replied that it was about war, adding that they have personal reasons why they are willing to attack Pubiel. Even asked the girl what would happen after these events. Chio replied that there would be a sea wind blowing towards Pubiel that would bring Even and her victory. The girl added that while the king was busy with the capital, he would destroy the ship with provisions and the sea land would move towards the land. The castle was used to train warriors for future battle. The warrior, after killing the monsters, asked when they would go to the battlefield. The second replied that they had not yet reached the 100th level, indicating that they only had to increase their levels. One of the warriors noticed something. His comrade asked what was wrong. They noticed something approaching them, and the warriors were slightly startled. Guild King quickly destroyed the 2 warriors who were training. The others noticed huge Igor approaching them. A huge ogle attacked the newcomers at the walls of Castle Pubiel. Calling them the scum of Pubiel, he started killing people. Igor stated that his goal was Dale Castle, directing his horde to destroy the Havahan Guild. All the soldiers obeyed Igor's order and moved to the specified place. Chachan was shocked at what there was to know about this game, not assuming he would need to know how to tie the rope for the anchor. Huajung pointed to the man to hold on to. Chajung advised her to hold on to something too. At the very beginning of the war, Craven's Cormals had already attacked the Huahan Guild. But now they were here again to attack. They needed to increase the number of ships, and there were just as many. Huajung didn't realize what purpose they were here for. Cha Chong was surprised to receive the notification, not expecting to receive them. The man went to report the information to Mrs. Ram Huajung. The girl heard from Cha Chong that their castle Dale is under attack. The man added that the opponent is the guild of Tsar and Igor. In the greenhouse, Cha Chong indicated that they had already breached the outer walls of the castle. Dale Huajung guessed such events. The girl realized that Craven's fleet was a decoy for her. Huajung indicated that he would go to Dale Castle right away. Cha Jung was shocked to hear the news from Madam. Cha-Chan indicated that she needed to get back quickly before Craven's men opened fire on her. Martos was surprised that Cha Jong, along with Ram Hua Young, had disappeared from their ship. The sailor reported that Craven's ships were approaching and that the mainmast had a serpent emblem on it. The sailors realized it was a sea serpent ship was scared. Meanwhile, in Lanier Castle, the southern fortress wall was under a protective barrier. Mages were trying to attack this castle from the air. The commander ordered the mages to focus their attacks on one spot and break the barrier. The mages obeyed the order and began to launch magical attacks at the barrier point. Hen was surprised to see this warlord in this place. Ki John reported that a caddy of high-level mages is replacing siege weapons. Kay added that in such a large-scale war, tanks or ranged fighters don't play much of a role since mages replace everyone. Tae-il asked if Hyan had definitely completed the new quest with the destruction of the cornerstone. Snacking Hen indicated that he had completed the task or he wouldn't be sitting here. Ki John pointed out if Hen asked, then the protective barrier was too strong for Hen's attacks. Hen replied that it wasn't a real attack. Kay didn't understand how it wasn't real. Tai-il thought he understood what the musketeer was talking about. The guys noticed more allies approaching them. Musketeer reported that Kid Yi Feu warriors will hit the north side where the cornerstone is destroyed. The guards on the castle walls noticed another army coming from their direction. On the northern side of the barrier no one was worried about, and suddenly there appears Pubiel's army of 20,000 warriors. Hen, rising, assumed it would all be over within the hour he decided to report to Granwild. Kijan repeated that in a war like this, tanks and ranged fighters were not needed. Hen looked at him questioningly. Kay added that Musketeer is an exception to such actions. Hen replied that Kijan knows how to drive the interlocutor into the paint with his words. Ki asked how Hen managed to find the Cornerstone. Musketeer replied that he used camouflage skill and a telescopic sight. 40 minutes later, the castle of Larier was captured. Henna team received 1,685 points. Hen reported that Pyolko's squad had returned after completing their mission. Fo greeted the musketeer by asking how he was doing, adding that he had heard about his fame thanks to that they were able to fight to this place without any problems. Hen replied that he had just completed the quest he was responsible for. Kid intervened in their conversation, asking if Hen had collected a lot of bolas. Musketeer replied that he had collected enough, asking Kid a similar question. He replied that it was a secret. Hen pointed out to Kid that he had 3 times more points. Kaijan looked at them and did not understand what kind of kindergarten organized Hen. Granwild interrupted their arguments by pointing out that since they had said hello to each other, they should get down to business. The commander-in-chief asked the counselor to begin the briefing. According to the counselor at present, Pubiel's forces were approximately 1,600,000 warriors, before the capital of Minas was 2 fortresses away. After 2 siege battles, they will be able to infiltrate the capital. The capital is defended by the forces of Minas, whose strength is 1,200,000 warriors. Sobwetnik pointed out that this is not a small number, but they are no match for the army of Pubiel with its allies. Granville was informed that there was nothing else holding them back. The commander-in-chief said as soon as supplies were brought to them, let them be ready for an immediate attack. Kay said that the Ram family is very awesome. Hen asked why he was so gung-ho about the Ram family. Kijung replied that the plan was realized thanks to Ram Hua Young and her timely help. The guy was surprised at the assumption that daughters in rich families are trained like that. Hen replied that Ram and Ron acted together. Kay still couldn't believe that Ron had fought Huahan together. Hen replied that Kijan Pyolcho's guild wasn't weak either. Kijan decided to ask his cousin a pertinent question. Hen asked what Hen was interested in. Kay asked what Hen thought the war would end with Pubiel's victory. The musketeer pondered alone over the question Kijan had asked him. Hen was anxious because everything was going too easily, and he was most concerned about the cornerstone. The gunslinger assumed that after retreating, the opponents were going to lure Pubiel's Arimia, but by destroying the stone, Hen accelerated the siege of the castle. Hen assumed that the enemies had left the stone unattended so that he could destroy it, but he didn't understand why the enemies would take such a risky step. The guy realized that there were still those who had not joined the war, and the war was about to end. Hen didn't expect to receive a message for help with the healing potion. Suddenly, Ram Huayang moved toward the guy. The girl was injured and asked for a healing potion. The musketeer rushed to her aid, trying to find out what had happened to her. Huayang replied to Haiyan that it was a trap, indicating that they should gather the warlords and the others as soon as possible. The girl said that they had cut off their supplies, and Hen was shocked by the news. Huayang claimed that the military Manisa had set a trap for them. Everyone had gathered to discuss the business that had happened the day before. Ram Huayang informed everyone that the supply line on the March Plain had been cut. Granwild was shocked to hear such news from the girl. The counselor didn't believe Huayang's words, saying that it couldn't be because there was no enemy army on the territory of the March Plain, adding that neither Minas nor other neighboring states are able to move an army and cut off a supply line. The girl agreed with the words of the counselor, reported that the enemy attacked suddenly, and he was not from Minas. The enemy attacked from behind following Ram Huayang's wagons. Hen interjected that the back of the wagons had been attacked. The girl nodded positively in response. Huayang reported that the enemy had breached the tail of the supply line, and there were only